station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Good morning, H-Town. Seth Payne and Chris Partsy here, filling in this morning for Sean Pendergast. Seth, what's going on, brother?
Good. No, nothing, man. We just gave a little hint or a tease of Sean Pendergast yesterday, and then he decided to take another vacation.
Must be nice.
He's got. I don't know how much he wants me to divulge about his medical situation, but it's not really a medical situation. He's got something going on with his throat. So they were in an abundance of caution. We're gonna let him rest his voice for a day or two. So I'm excited though. This is the first time I've worked with Chris Party.
Yes.
And I was just looking at your high school online, Pinole Valley High School outside
California?
of San Francisco.
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of sold on Pinole Valley.
Really?
This is
You're sold on it already.
Yeah. I was like, you got a national park right next to it. You're next to San Pablo Bay. Which is one of my favorite Pablo Bays, and yeah. So no, but I'm excited to work for you, Chris. I've only been on the radio with you for tosses at times.
Exactly for crosstalk. That's been the only time so far. Yeah. And speaking of my old high school, it looks a lot nicer now in the area than it did 20 years ago when I was there. I'll just tell you that.
That's what my high school's
now.
like too. Do you ever go back to your old high school and you kind of like start sneering at these kids?
Yeah.
Kids are driving nice cars and stuff.
I've been back. They got gates up around everything now. Back then, we didn't want gates because we were just walking on and off campus as we please. So, no, we didn't want gates.
Yeah, that's my big complaint about a lot of these high schools. That was the first time. When I moved to Houston, it was the first time, like I used to, even when I was playing in the NFL, like this time of year when I might be driving around, like traveling a little bit, but I want to get my workouts in, usually you just go, and I would like to go and work out at a high school. And out in the country, you can just walk on into a lot of fields, and my old high school is still like that. But yeah, that all of a sudden you're in a city and they got everything under lock and key.
Exactly.
And you got to jump. I've scaled fences. I got booted off of a high school when I was in Jacksonville because I went out. I was using their blocking sleds and everything, and this guy came out and chased me off. I was like,
now, is that when you were in college? You were already in the NFL? Or
that's when I was in the NFL.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And I never wanted to pull it. Do you know who I am? I'm trying to remember. I know it happened once in Houston. I'm going to have to ask my wife if she can remember. But I did. I scaled a fence. So it was probably over at Episcopal or somewhere like that. Yeah. And I'm like, they'll probably recognize me if they catch me. No, it didn't work. And I didn't have I was like, what am I going to, like, I was never going to pull that's the most pathetic thing about pulling the do you know who I am? Uh-huh. Like, obviously they don't. So whatever in your mind you think your level of notoriety or celebrity is, it's not what you think it is.
It's not as great as you thought it was in your head.
Right. The only time I'd ever pull that is if I was some kind of like, city council member or something with a cop. Yeah, I'd totally do that. I'd be the guy that gets caught on camera. The body cam footage comes out, and they're like, "What a jerk this guy is."
So you've never pulled the "Do you know who I am?"
Oh
card?
God, no.
Never.
No.
That's pretty good.
The "Do you know who I am" is just I gotta guess it's got about a 5% success rate. I think that now if you can casually kind of drop some kind of a hint or something, then it might work out. But yeah, the "Do you know who I am"? I feel like most cops and or custodians at a high school are just they're gonna get more angry or dismissive of you if you try to pull the do you know who I am?
It's like, who are you now?
Yeah.
All right, Seth, we got a lot to get into today. Had the All-Star game tonight. Home run derby was last night, but first I want to get into this with you. NFL's top 100. Mm-hmm. Now, there's been a lot of talk. Where I believe we're 31 players in now. Yesterday, 70 and 69 were announced, and still no Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and but Lamar Jackson comes in at 69.
Lamar Jackson, my fault. Lamar Jackson comes in at number 69. Which
Jordan Love is already on there. Baker Mayfield, Brock Purdy, and Bryce Young, weirdly, but he's at number 98.
Yeah.
This is the one that's weird because last year C.J. Stroud he was ahead of Baker Mayfield last year.
Was he in the 50s last year?
Yeah, he's in the 50s.
Yeah.
And I think Baker was a little bit higher up the list as well. But Baker Mayfield comes in at 77. With C.J. Stroud, who, like, by and large, they had pretty similar seasons. Baker's numbers are better in a lot of regards just because, if I remember correctly, he just played more games.
Mm-hmm.
But so that one, I was still thinking, all right, Baker Mayfield, it's debatable. Jordan Love, okay, he was, we'll see. Lamar Jackson at 69 with no C.J. Stroud out yet. I don't think CJ has shown that he's a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson by a long stretch. And yet, I'm kind of hungry for the controversy, the anger, and the disgruntled Ravens fans, because nobody gets more disgruntled than Ravens fans. I'm kind of hoping that it really happens now.
Now, I told you this before we came on the show this morning. I think if CJ doesn't get announced this week, I don't think he's on the list. I'll be honest with you.
This is crunch time for him. This is, if you think about the way that the balloting works, players, for one, it's before the postseason. So players submit them by the end of the regular season. And what they do is they list out their top 20 players. So it's one of those things where I always feel it's kind of dicey accepting the rankings of anything where people aren't ranked. Like, you're taking a bunch of people that people either believe they're in the top 20 or they're not. And then, there's a lot of guys that I might not put in the top 20, but that might be consensus top 40 guys.
Yeah.
But I definitely wouldn't put them in the top 20. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just like I always feel like it's unfair to rank everybody based on that. So, I don't think, realistically, nobody should have put Bryce Young in their top 20 of NFL players. Yeah. But because he gets a vote or two, he ends up in the top 100. Yeah. But for CJ, so the question is anybody going to actually say, yes, CJ's one of the 20 best players in football? And I think at this point, you got to, based on last year's performance, and remember, it was before the playoffs, I think if I put myself in the shoes of an NFL player, I'm probably going to be like, okay, you got to have a few quarterbacks on here, obviously, but you run through the top few guys, and CJ's not going to be in the top 20. So it comes down to guys who either went to Ohio State or are friends with CJ now. And I think that's probably what happened with Bryce Young. There's probably a couple of Alabama guys that gave him a top 20 vote. I don't know if you're allowed to vote for your own teammates or not. I think you are, but I don't know for sure. Or maybe just somebody on his own team.
Yeah.
And there's a dynamic, too, where I feel like people that care about CJ Stroud or Bryce Young or any of these guys, they might decide in their own mind, like, you know what, I gotta do him a solid here.
I gotta help my boy out.
Yeah. I don't want him to have to deal with an offseason where the people are discussing how he fell precipitously out of the top 100.
Now, do you know why they do it before the offseason? I'm sorry, the postseason. Like, why is it done specifically at that time?
I think it's partly just because that's the best way to. They can go in, and as they're doing these interviews that you see, that's also when guys are doing the ballot. So they know they can get the most guys on camera and everything.
Got it.
And that also, they don't want to be trying to track people down in the off season when teams are out of the playoffs. Guys don't, tracking some guy down in Fiji for him to submit his ballot.
That definitely makes sense there. Seth, I want your opinion real quick on this. Like, this is the time of year. There's not a lot in terms of sports going on other than, we got baseball every day, but there's no NFL. There's practice going on right now. We got training camp coming up in, a couple weeks here, but this is kind of that dead time of the sports calendar. I only got summer league, but we'll get into that later.
We got World Cup stuff.
We got World Cup stuff, but that's not every year. That's every 4 years. This is not an anomaly, but this is not the ordinary year. But these rankings, like, what do you're a former player. What do you guys think about these rankings, and do they even matter to you?
I think so they didn't have any of this stuff when I was playing.
The top 100.
Yeah, so much of the stuff that fuels all of the media right now, I came in right on the very beginning of. There was Facebook. When was Facebook invented? 2005 or so? And I was my last year in the NFL was 2006. Like, the only social media for the most part was MySpace at the time.
Yeah.
That's how old I am. So it's been weird for me to watch as it became so much more of the substantial thing that guys grew up with. So now we're into a generation of young football players who've only grown up in this environment, like with social media, with all that stuff. So I think it probably matters more now than it did back then. I think it used to be it used to be easier to kind of blow off things that were said in the media because there just wasn't that much media.
Yeah.
And, you didn't have to pay attention to it if you didn't want to. You could read the actual paper or something, but you just didn't see it a whole lot.
You could ignore
now
it.
It's just everyone going to talk about it, and even if you try to ignore it, people are going to ask you questions about it. So I do think that it's in that category of things where people you don't want to care about it, but whenever you find out you're part of a competition or a ranking or something, you want
to be in there.
You probably care about it a little bit.
A little bit. Now, let's just say CJ's not announced this week. Let's say he's not on the list at all. Who is it a bigger indictment of, CJ or the coaching staff?
I think it's, for right now, I think that if you look at, say, the top 10 quarterbacks on ESPN, where CJ just barely made the article yesterday, basically ends up ranked based on voting somewhere between 18th and 21st. But I think if you look at the guys that are ahead of him, you look at a lot of guys who I think have also had better circumstances around them. And for the most part, Dak Prescott's got some great tools to work with. Justin Herbert is as much a product of, I think, Jim Harbaugh at this point, and them managing the strengths and weaknesses around him. But he also had a horrible offensive line last year.
Yeah.
So Justin Herbert might be the one that I have to look at and say, all right, he's 7th on the list on ESPN. That's voted on by executives, coaches, and everything. Had a horrendous offensive line last year. I think he's ranked too high. For whatever reason, Justin Herbert hasn't gotten dinged because he's been horrible, and he's been horrible in the postseason opportunity too. But he's also with a veteran NFL coach in Jim Harbaugh, who's managed to just get the most of whatever meager circumstances they have. Compared to saying having Bobby Slowick and then Nick Caley. So I would put, I think right now I'm still in that mode of I'm making either excuses or explanations for CJ Stroud, but you can only do that for so long. And I feel like this is the year where I think the circumstances around him, as long as his running backs don't all get injured or something like that, are enough that, you should see him take a step forward this year. If he doesn't take a step forward statistically or whatever, then I'm going to put way more of it on CJ. But I'm still, either because of bias or whatever else, I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt to a certain extent.
Let me ask you this real quick. Have you ever seen a quarterback have such a hot start his rookie year and then fall off the way we've seen CJ when it's not due to injury? Now,
right.
RG3, similar. Great first year, got hurt, kept getting hurt, but CJ hasn't really been hurt like that. It's been more so production, his decline. Have you ever seen, and then have you seen them bounce back is really the pointer there. Yeah, the biggest,
Kyler Murray gets thrown out there a good amount, but it wasn't like Kyler Murray's rookie year was as impressive as
phenomenal.
CJ's.
No.
And with Kyler, too, there was also that dynamic of, all right, let's see how the scheme ages. And this is a guy that, got the benefit of being ridiculously athletic. That you needed to see him grow into being more of an NFL quarterback. Where with CJ, what people were impressed by was, wow, he looks like he's got a lot more polish in terms of adapting to the NFL than a lot of young quarterbacks do. RG3 would be another guy that, and that's probably who you were thinking of when you thought about injuries and everything.
Yeah.
RG3 would be the biggest one that just jumps out in my mind, but also he had a crazy deep ball, arm talent.
He did.
But he also had his running ability and everything else, and then injuries kind of tore him asunder. I don't know if – this is a good one for the text line. I don't know if there's anybody that quite had an impressive rookie year the way CJ did it, the way he operated, and why people were excited about him, and then has fallen off quite like this. Like, so if you go to the top 10 quarterbacks back in 2024 after his rookie year, he was ranked 7th on that ESPN poll.
Wow, after 1 year. After 1 year.
After 1 year, after his rookie year. And the things that a lot of people were pointing out about him was like, let's see, here's an NFC executive. This is after his rookie season where he ended up finishing 7th on this list going into 2024. He set the standard for a rookie QB, has so much poise. He stands in the pocket and delivers the football, stands tall, doesn't see colors coming at him. Several voters pointed out that Houston did a job supporting him. Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, and offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick consistently put Stroud in advantageous spots. His 4,108 passing yards were third most in the NFL history, behind Andrew Luck and Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert in a weird way might be the best example in that Justin Herbert, he fell off and did some. He looked more lackluster in a lot of ways. But I don't think he never had the complete crash in terms of estimation, and I think he might have actually benefited from hardly ever making the playoffs, never being exposed to that the way CJ did. Because the crash came in the playoffs, obviously. But meanwhile, Justin Herbert threw 4 interceptions against the Texans in the playoffs a couple of years ago, and people haven't clamored for just gone on a wholesale assault on how much he sucks as a quarterback.
Yeah. It does sound, and don't get me wrong, I'm a big, I guess I'm a fan of Justin Herbert. I got to cover him a little bit when I was out in Portland, Oregon. Got to cover him while he was at University of Oregon. So I like Justin Herbert, but I agree that it kind of feels like he gets the benefit of the doubt a little more than a guy like CJ right now.
The thing about Herbert, though, the other thing, though, too, is it was his first 3 years where, it was 5,000 yards in his second season. Yeah. And it was, it wasn't really, it was like his first few years were really impressive, and then he went into a lull. So, CJ's going into a lull, that makes it a little bit unique. Like, the disparity between his first year, his rookie year, where he looked high-level impressive, not just some impressive physical traits. That's the part that's such a conundrum.
With CJ, yeah. So, hey, we got numbers, I think, was it 68 and 67 coming up later today? That'll come out?
Yeah. I think it's going to be mayhem, man. It's got to be. It's going to be absolutely. It's either that or it's going to be. Sean and I disagree a lot on how much value to put in this NFL Top 100. I don't put nearly as much value into it as Sean does, but people do care about it, and the optics of having C.J. Stroud above Lamar Jackson will be fascinating to watch. Just it'll be, it's going to be awesome because it'll be on First Take. It'll be all over everywhere about just what a travesty this is.
If nothing else, it's all entertaining. All right, we're going to hit the break right now, but on the other side, we're going to talk a little bit of Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game coming up.
We certainly will. Trajan Wealth, we'll talk about that right now because Trajan Wealth, they've got advisors with decades of experience.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yes, it is Payne and Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. I'm actually Chris Partee. I'm in for Sean Pendergast this morning, and we had a home run derby last night and all-star game this evening. Now we'll get into how the Astros tie into this evening's all-star game and whether or not you care. But Seth, last night's home run derby, to me, it made me feel like I was 10 years old again. It made me feel like a kid again. Honestly, I loved the home run derby growing up, and last night's had exactly what you would want in such a competition. It had drama. There was intrigue. It really came down to the end, almost like a buzzer beater. Yeah.
The format is, after all the experimenting with different formats and everything, I just like simplifying it the way they did and having a final and all that. I like that format.
I do too.
I don't know, how long has it been? How long have they been with this current format?
I think this year. I mean, I know they made some rule changes as far as the 20 pitches, the 15 pitches. But I believe this format, they've done it maybe a couple of years now, where they do it it's more like a tournament.
So,
like tournament brackets.
So for those of you who didn't watch the highlights or see it or anything, it came down to the finals was what? Jordan Walker versus Kyle Schwarber.
Kyle Schwarber, yeah.
Right, simple as that. And it came down to the final swing for both those guys.
Yes. And so Jordan Walker, he got to his last swing and needed six? He needed 6 home runs. He needed to hit basically 6 in a row.
Yeah.
And he actually did it. And as he's hitting these home runs, you can actually hear the fans in Philly, because Kyle Schwarber is the hometown player, hometown hero. They got quieter and quieter. I mean, he literally silenced the crowd.
Yeah. Yeah, that and it's Philly. So it's always it's fun to silence a Philly crowd.
Always.
That was that was really, really cool. I like hearing the stories around those guys too. And Jordan Walker had some of the best all-time cliche baseball stories.
Yes.
Slept with his glove under his pillow from the time he was 3 years old. Hit his first out of the park home run at the age of 6.
Wow.
And hit his grandma's car. And then comes into the clutch moment and has to hit 6 home runs in a row and hit 6 home runs in a row. And that was after Schwarber's home run on his final swing. That was the first time all night that's on their final.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
So it was it was all like the way you'd want to try to create as much drama as possible. I thought it worked out really, really well. And it was cool. It's fun. That the home run derby is always that one thing that as much as impressive as it is to watch people run a 4.3 40 and do all that stuff. I feel like the home run derby is the athletic event that if I were to try to enter right now would be most embarrassing for me, just not being in the kind of physical conditioning to do it. You know, like when you can imagine you're trying to hack at the ball that many times in a row and you'd just be gassed.
It's tired. I mean, even some of those guys were getting tired, and they do it for a living. Imagine us trying to be out there.
Yeah.
Taking 20 swings in a row.
And and you got all eyes on you. It's because there's a little bit of that dynamic too. Almost like you never appreciate how much pressure is on golfers until you're in some kind of nothing that approaches the PGA or anything. But when you're put in those situations where all of a sudden there's a boatload of people watching you and you're just a hacker of a golfer, that you realize oh man, well, I'm not as mentally tough as I thought I was. And those guys are up there and in front of a stadium full of people, kind of in a golf-like situation.
Yeah, I think that's something we take for granted as fans. And I mean, you know this better than any of us here. Being on the field, whatever field it is, court, and just being out there in front of so many eyes watching you. Yeah. In the crowd, on television, what have you.
You know, the nice thing about being a defensive tackle, though, is that you never have that kind of pressure because if you have a really bad down, there's still 2 other levels of the defense. For it to be genuinely highlight-worthy play, usually another couple people have to screw up or get their butts kicked too. Yeah. So you're kind of protected. People don't notice the good stuff you do as well. They don't notice that as much either. Yeah. But you're literally protected by 21 other people that are around you when you start off at the ball like that. So being a cornerback Or just like being an offensive tackle. When you screw up, it's a big deal and people see it. Defensive tackle, it's a little bit, like unless you get baptized and just, completely trucked, you're not gonna show up on the low light reel.
It's crazy because, playing in the trenches like you did.
Yeah.
You talk about how, I guess, what you do can be overlooked, yet it's probably the most important area on the field. What's happening in the trenches?
Contract negotiations. Yeah.
Did it work?
I don't think you guys understand the value I bring to this organization. And let me tell you why you're being stupid right now. Yeah. But it's different than standing there at the home run derby in a completely meaningless situation. The only thing, but because it's, Junior Caminero right now is second in the AL MVP odds for Jordan. And any voter for the MVP would tell you, it's stupid for you to think that this might have some kind of an effect on my voting. But I always wonder, just a little bit. Let's say if Jordan gets injured or something and the odds get a little bit closer, Jordan has to miss 10 or 15 games. I feel like this kind of stuff, not that I want Jordan in the home run derby. I don't want him in there.
You don't. So you wouldn't see that.
Yeah, but if it came down to more of the wire, I wonder if sometimes, if Junior Caminero had won the home run derby or something, I think that weighs into the subconscious of the voters a little bit. Well, luckily he didn't. He wasn't in the final.
Yeah, but that's the thing about these, about something like the home run derby and voting for MVP. There's really no set criteria to vote for MVP.
Yeah.
It's very subjective. So you might be right. There may be voters out there that say, oh, well, he did have a very good showing or he won the home run derby. Maybe that puts him over the top for me.
Yeah, even if it's not conscious.
Yeah.
It's aura. It's all about aura as the kids. We talked last segment about how they didn't invent social media until I was just about done in the NFL. Aura just meant what aura meant. Where now the way that the kids use the word aura, I feel like there's a little bit of aura. There's a little extra aura that goes with winning the home run derby.
Exactly. So I want to ask you this question. Home run derby last night, and you just mentioned how you do not want to see Jordan Alvarez in the home run derby. What if we did an Astros all-time home run derby?
Oh.
You get four Astros hitters from any era you want to put in this home run derby. Who you got?
Okay, so Jeff Bagwell is the all-time.
I think everyone's going to say Jeff Bagwell.
Home run derby champion, yeah. And not to mention just to see his swing yet again.
Right.
Or to see his stance yet again. That part of it. And I feel like, there's a younger generation of Astros fans that don't really understand Jeff Bagwell because they might only know, front office member, color commentary side.
They don't understand how good he was.
That don't appreciate that. Yeah. I honestly, I had a hard time thinking about this, and I think I would still put Jordan first.
Okay.
And then I would put Bagwell. I'm going to base this on nothing but pure emotion. I think I would put Springer third. Mm-hmm. Again, based on pure emotion. And then Altuve fourth, if only just as a reminder that, hey, everybody, I know they say it all the time and everything. Yeah, he's really tiny, but which makes it that much more impressive. It's kind of like a short guy in the dunk competition. Altuve in the home run competition, there's a shock and awe factor that comes from just him being so diminutive that I think would be awesome. That it would just be an awesome spectacle for him to win the home run derby, and he'd get extra style points because he'd be the smallest guy out there.
That is. Now, I'm kind of surprised you went Jordan over Jeff Bagwell. Now, is that more of a recency bias there, or I know you said it's emotion, but
I know
Jeff Bagwell is the all-time leading home run hitter in the franchise.
I think this is the other thing about it that I feel. One thing I was thinking last night was I do wish they would make the StatCast data part of it. Like if you get. I feel like you should get bonus points for anything over 350 feet. It's like things like you hit one over 400 feet and you get 3 extra points or something for it. So I think for part of it with Jordan would just be the majesty of it. I think there's just more of a more majestic home runs than Jeff Bagwell. Unfortunately, we don't have all the StatCast data on Jeff Bagwell's home runs.
No,
unless somebody's probably gone back in time and done all these great guys and everything.
I'm sure someone has gone back retroactively and
calculate the parabola of all of his hits based on the television broadcast. Or something.
Somebody that had a lot of time on their hands. I'm sure somebody has done that. We'll have to find that one day. It won't be today, but one day. So I got some of the same guys as you. I put Jeff Bagwell first, all-time leading home run hitter in franchise history. Then Jordan. I actually put Lance Berkman up there.
You know what? Yeah, that's where. Yeah, when you ask if recency bias, see. Lance Berkman is the George Springer of the for why I might put him on there. Yeah. There's just a certain lovability or emotional attachment to him, aside from their actual home run hitting prowess.
Yeah.
But the Springer vaults ahead of a couple of guys that the recency bias is probably affecting me more than it should.
And then I put Altuve fourth.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the franchise guy. He's going to end up being a lifer here in Houston, so got to throw him in there.
And he's what currently? How many behind Craig Biggio is he on the all-time 76,
30-something?
25 behind.
Okay, 25.
Craig Biggio, yeah.
He could get that.
Yeah.
Over the next couple of years.
That's where I get but and then when you talk about that, I'm completely and totally biased from guys that I've watched in my adult lifehood, because the guys like Jimmy Wynn and others just aren't I'll put on there. But he's not nearly as high up on the list as those guys.
No. I mean, there were some other guys you could have put on there, but picking just four, those are the guys that I went with. And I think everyone, automatically the first two you're going to say is Bagwell and Jordan in whatever order.
Yeah. I had to test myself with Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker's not nearly as high on the list, but.
No, I thought about him too.
Just for the aesthetic part of it, just for the beauty of his swing and everything. But then there's also the side of me that just I just don't cotton to Kyle Tucker. There's just something about Kyle Tucker that's just always rubbed me the wrong way.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Ever since A.J. Hinch there's always been something about Kyle Tucker that in that golden era, Chris, you have to remember that when Kyle Tucker was a young player, A.J. Hinch just flat out said that he had to have a conversation with Kyle Tucker about being having a little bit more urgency to him, being more of a doing things the Astros way, where there was something about this is not like the others, and he just never fit into kind of just the core and the feel of what some of the golden era players had, and it's always it's always been a little bit of a square peg in a round hole. That's why, and I think emotionally when you talk about the really good players that have left in recent years, I would guess if you did a power ranking of how much emotional attachment guys felt to some of the genuinely good all-star caliber players, I think he's probably lowest on the ladder.
I can agree with that. Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guarantee. Imagine that. Coming up next, we will do some headlines.
I love being right in the backyard of great companies that have grown.
to Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Seth, let's get into these headlines here. First up, the Astros. Mike Burrows was placed on the IL. How you feeling about this? Yet another pitcher injured for the Astros.
Yeah, and he was sent down he was optioned down to AAA on July 7th, so this is retroactive to then. And he's got the thing that shocked me first was this might be the most specific diagnosis we've gotten on an injury. Like, we moved on from the days of just general discomfort, in the case of Imai, shoulder, arm fatigue or whatever, to like he has elbow, which I don't recall anybody recently who's just on the short-term IL being given this quick a diagnosis. Elbow neuritis, which is inflammation of the ulnar nerve, which is basically the commonly called the funny bone, the ulnar nerve where it passes beside the inside of the elbow. So it's the funny bone nerve. And when the nerve is compressed there, it's often diagnosed as ulnar neuropathy at the elbow. So I don't know if this is a good sign or a bad sign that we have some specificity on it. It feels like everything we've been reading and hearing about Mike Burrows is that his arm slotting is all messed up, so he's trying to correct his arm slotting, which sounds like exactly the type of thing that might put some extra stress on your elbow.
It definitely does. And now we actually know the technical term for your funny bone.
Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, or at least it's part of it. I think, yeah, when you hit your funny bone, it must be that you hit the ulnar nerve.
Whenever you hit it, it feels like you've hit a nerve.
So with elbow neuritis, you probably got a constant funny bone feeling going on?
Oh, God, that would be horrible.
Everybody pray for Mike Burrows. That sounds awful.
That would be horrible to have a constant feeling like you've hit your funny bone on the edge of a table.
Yeah.
There's no way.
You can't pitch baseball effectively. That's how you end up allowing 10 runs in a game against the Nationals.
Yeah.
Seven earned, only 7 earned, but 10 runs on his watch.
Oh, my goodness. Astros are currently 47-51. They're 3 games out of first place.
One and a half game out of the wild card.
1.5 game out of the wild card in a less than stellar AL West.
Yeah. The other move that happened Sunday was they sent Alamar Santa down to AAA. And I don't that bothers me only because I'm just so intrigued by him. He's got a 1.17 ERA in 15 1/3 innings. I get it and all, but just it's more. There's just more churn and more discomfort, both literally and figuratively, emotionally, when it comes to the pitching staff right this moment.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there with the Astros. Seth, the trade deadline is less than 3 weeks away. Which way are you leaning right now, knowing that they've gone into the break?
Yeah.
Losing that series to the Rangers. Are you selling, you buying? You still think the Astros have a shot to do something this season?
They have a shot to do something.
Realistically.
It's really hard for me to envision them having that shot to do something impressive in the playoffs. So they certainly obviously have a shot at making the playoffs. I've pivoted in the last couple of weeks from being fixated on a left-handed outfielder to just a starting pitcher of some sort. And but I don't want to give up any prospects for it, because I'm greedy and selfish.
So what are you giving up for?
Well, everybody's saying that because there's so many teams in the mix that there might be more player-for-player trades.
Yeah.
But then I'm stuck in that same position of, all right, where are they so heavily loaded on this team right now that you can do without one of these guys? And I'm kind of stingy when it comes to that too. So then you end up, okay, so what I'm basically saying is I'm ready for a half measure of some sort, and that doesn't really vault you up into World Series contender.
What player of note right now on the Astros are you willing to part with to get that pitcher you're talking about?
See. That's where I get I get greedy, and if you start thinking about guys that other teams might realistically really want or go after or give up something substantial for. Like, despite the highs and lows or anything else, I don't want to part with Christian Walker. I don't want to part with Isaac Paredes. I certainly don't want to part with Jeremy Pena. And I don't know. I don't know.
So that pitcher, that imaginary pitcher.
I'm willing to part with any outfielder that you name right now other than Cam Smith. That's about it. Okay. Yeah.
So, Seth, you just want it all. You want your cake and you want to eat it.
No, which is where I realize, if anything, that's where when I talk myself into it and I go through the exercise every time, I kind of fall on that, all right, I can't claim that I want to be a buyer at the trade deadline because honestly, what this team needs is for their farm system to get restocked.
Improving.
And they made, they end up with 4 players in the top 90 in the draft, or the top 90, however many in the draft. The other day, which is the most they've had in a long time, and that if you ever want to just rip the Band-Aid off and acknowledge that, man, you guys are going to be treading water and you're going to be treading lukewarm water for a long time until you really start to build back up this farm system, that I'm okay with kind of marginal moves that balance things out, but I don't need an over-the-top move. I just don't think this is the year.
So no big splash is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on. NFL coaches and executives are no longer looking at Patrick Mahomes as the number 1 quarterback in the league. Josh Allen has now taken over that top spot.
I think with Pat Mahomes, people are in a point where they're trying to figure out, all right, they haven't really given him what he needs at wide receiver the last few years. The offense for the Chiefs has been really, in a lot of ways, an unimpressive offense in the regular season. Their last Super Bowl was fueled as much by their defense as it was their offense. And I think you're just kind of almost like, and it's a weird parallel to C.J. Stroud's situation, just done at a higher level, of people kind of reassessing, all right, like at what point do we have to acknowledge that he hasn't performed nearly at the level of when he was just clearly the best quarterback in football, and how much of it is his fault versus various offensive coordinators' faults. And then you factor in the fact that he, didn't play the entire season last year. I think like him getting bumped down from number 1 to number 2 in place of Josh Allen. I don't think it's as cataclysmic a thing as it might feel or as it should be.
And then, I mean, as bad as the Chiefs' season was last year, along with him getting injured, I think they're going to bounce back this year.
The funny thing is, I think with Josh Allen, you look at him and you think, okay, boy, there's a certain point where at some point you just can't also have to rely on him being one of the best rushing quarterbacks in the NFL and carrying the team. But he also hasn't had the help at wide receiver, ideally, that he should have had over the last few years. Like, this is what happens when you pay your quarterback, These guys have to prove that they can do more with less. And I think both those guys have done that. I think people forget because he's not like a huge runner and he's not as athletically impressive. I think sometimes people forget that Pat Mahomes' fall off physically, like the natural fall off as you age, does make it more difficult for him to make those out of structure plays and some of the really impressive, crazy things that he's been able to do. And when he has to rely just on simple accuracy, conventional accuracy, particularly on throws deeper than 10 yards downfield, like without that extra touch of improvisational ability, he's not quite the same guy. Yeah. And he's kind of it almost feels like Tom Brady. Like Tom Brady never used his legs to make a living or his athleticism or anything, or his circus throws or anything like that. But he did have to, when he got into his 30s, when he was like that year in the early 2010s, he kind of changed and became more sophisticated as a quarterback. And I think Mahomes is in that margin of his career right now where there's certain things that do have to change in terms of the way he operates for him to be as good on the back nine of his career as he was on the front.
One big change in KC is Eric Bieniemy's back in the building.
Yeah.
So we'll see what that does.
I know, and that's where, after Bieniemy left, remember there were all these kind of stories that they kind of hinted up against, the guys weren't actually getting along with him as well, and Mahomes and him were at odds a lot. Yep. I always wonder about stories and reports like that because there's a healthy amount of conflict that you should have. Like, it's okay it's okay for quarterbacks and coordinators and head coaches to butt heads and disagree about stuff as long as it's productive conflict. And maybe it was the right amount of productive conflict with Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah. And real quick before we hit the break, World Cup today, France versus Spain, England versus Argentina. Any thoughts?
No.
No.
You asked me during the break how much of you did. You asked me during the break, so are you much of a soccer guy? And I started to say, I tried really hard to get into it, and then I realized as I was saying it, I was like, no, that's bogus. You haven't tried hard at all. You've kind of I've taken a surface level appraisal of all of this, and I've enjoyed watching it. But now that the Viking looking fella is out for Norway, I'm not as intrigued.
Not as intrigued anymore. Yeah. All right, that's going to do it for these headlines. And on the other side, would you be interested in a reunion with a former Texans offensive playmaker? We'll get to that. Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks. TFM HD2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Chris Partee. He's Seth Payne. I'm in for Sean Pendergast this morning. So before the break, I gave you a little tease there. There's an offensive playmaker out there that is still available in free agency who's a former Houston Texan. Stephon Diggs is still on the market looking for a team. And he had some comments recently that if they are true, they would fit the Texans once again to a T.
Opportunities is, people might say it might be like what, 7. That's like real one.
Right.
In my opinion, I can compete with anybody, but take those as your ones, right?
Right.
You can't name a number 2 better than me. There's not a number 2 on a team. Like, let's presumably give people the credit to just say, okay, you want to take the number 1 spot away. Name your number 2 receiver right now.
Right.
And tell me how much he makes. And then my last question is he better than me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Seth, a lot of big talk there from your boy.
Yeah. You know what I appreciate, honestly, though? I feel like this is a weird tip of the cap to somebody who recognizes that, man, he's still being cocky, but in a way that recognizes he's not going to come out and say he's the best receiver in the league or anything, but it's a really good way to position himself, which is like, look, man, there aren't a lot of teams. He's saying there's no team out there that's as good as him, no guy out there
number 2
who's the number 2 guy. So he's acknowledging, he's telling teams, look, I'm not going to come in and act like I'm your number 1 guy, but you could have the best number 2 guy, the best 1-2 punch in the league. The first guys that jumped to my mind immediately were George Pickens and Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
So George Pickens with the Cowboys and Devontae Adams in the red zone especially was just unstoppable last year.
Beast.
Right. But I understand where he's going and how. I brought up, I said Devontae Smith yesterday thinking about, like, if you took last year's, if you're using that example, and it's just hard to figure with the Eagles just because A.J. Brown and the way they were using him was so weird and everything was so strange about that.
There's a lot going on.
I think he's got a point, though, that he would be the best number 2 receiver on a lot of teams in the league. I think the problem is that I think the follow-up question is so easy to answer. If that is true, then how come he's not on a team right now? Well, because everywhere you go, there's always some kind of controversy, either on field or off field. And I would include the Texans with that. He was a dream when it came to how he operated in the building and as a leader and everything. But there was drama off the field with him while he was here. He was being sued for whatever by a couple of women. He goes up into New England, and you've got at least 2 off-field dramas. You had and I don't know. It seemed like whatever the hell happened with Cardi B. That didn't seem like. I don't know how disruptive that was or anything, but you also had him handing out the pink substance on the boat to the girls in Miami.
That was not a good
reports
look.
early on that he wasn't in the building as much as people wanted him to be, and then the entire season, he's under the veil of this pending criminal charge, which he was completely cleared of eventually. But he's the kind of guy. There's just always something going on. But based on how he operated when he was in Houston, I have a hard time telling a team that you shouldn't bring him in.
Yeah.
I think for me is that the Texans have spent pretty heavily in terms of just total cash up front. They had a lot of cap space that's kind of dwindled pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to sign Stephon Diggs to a long-term contract. There comes a point where you got to say, look, we like Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, and Tank Dell might be coming back, that we need to develop these young guys. We think they have a high ceiling. None of us on the outside know exactly how they feel about Tank Dell right now. But it's just it falls into the category for me of, man, you can't spend money on everybody.
No.
And that you also you need to, it's sink or swim time for some of the younger players on your offense, and we need to bring those guys along.
Well, 713 here on the text line, yes, Diggs, please. They sound like they want Diggs back, like, immediately.
Yeah, I don't know, and that's the problem. It's like, I could say that about so many of the guys that are remaining right now in free agency. I would say, look, Joey Bosa, hell yeah, bring him in. I know, as a backup, if you could, pay him whatever. There's different offensive linemen that I'd love to have in here. I mean, at a certain point, you gotta, you can't spend on every single guy that might be an asset on your team after you've already spent a good chunk. And that's the hard part. Yeah, me as a fan, I would say, bring Stephon Diggs in. More the merrier. I get it and I understand. A couple of years ago when everybody wanted Simmons, the safety, because he was out there on the market, and they were wondering, all you have is this second-round draft pick, this Kalen Bullock kid. What the hell's he ever going to do? I know he's turned into one of the best young safeties in the league, third-round pick. At some point, you gotta give your young guys that you want to see develop a chance to develop and get the benefit of them being on their rookie contract.
If you want to join us on the text line, join the show, hit us on the text line, 713-572-4610. So I guess what is it right now with the Texans or what is it about the Texans in general and bringing in, I guess, players that kind of have, sketchy or murky backgrounds? I mean, they've done it a few different times. It's worked. Yeah. It hasn't worked. I mean, even bringing in Terrion Arnold for a workout, was it last week? That was kind of surprising to some, but to others, not so much.
Right. No, I think that, for one, all they did was work him out.
Exactly.
So that's not the same as signing him.
No.
I think there's definitely more of an appetite now for the Texans in signing people that it might have a sketchy past than there was in the past. But I do think that the important thing is they still have pretty high standards for exactly how much chicanery they'll allow when a guy is actually on the team. They're still one of the bottom teams when it comes to players who have been arrested.
Yeah.
And I brought up when I brought up Jimmy Ward the other day talking about this, people pointed out that he never ended up getting charged with anything officially, right? But he was arrested. I think they only count the actual arrests.
Yeah.
So whether a guy ends up being exonerated or not, it's still okay. There's you get a general gauge of how much chicanery is on their team by the number of arrests. Exactly. And it's low. I'm all for everybody's got things they've done in their past that they're not proud of. Some of them are more extreme than others. You grow, you move on, you change. And I've always been of the opinion that as long as a guy, for one, this is going to sound really bad. I'm going to say this up front. I understand how bad this is going to sound.
Preface it.
All right. Terrion Arnold is accused of being a part of a pretty violent plot to intimidate a couple of guys that he thought had stolen property from him into giving the property back. He was wrong, apparently, about those guys actually being the guys who had stolen the property. And two, if what the police say is correct, he's innocent until proven guilty, obviously. He orchestrated this scheme where his buddies pistol whipped a couple of guys, a few guys trying to get some stuff out of him. That's pretty bad. That's really, really bad. It's not as bad. It's bad. Remember, everybody, I said it's bad.
It's
really
very bad.
I think, though, it's different than violence towards a woman.
Yeah, definitely.
I think like a domestic violence or something like that is definitely bad. Bad. Nobody forget that. But it's also I don't want to throw that aside as just that's just boys being boys. No, it's deeper than boys being boys. But he's innocent until proven guilty, and I could see some by way of just his character reports of what he was like as a player coming out of Alabama, and the fact that this was part of him and four of his friends, some of whom sound like they must be pretty sketchy dudes to begin with. This is the kind of thing you can look at and say, and try to figure out, all right, man, what the hell happened? How did you go from being a guy that Nick Saban and everybody at Alabama was gushing about for your character to where you got wrapped up in a scenario like this after 2 years in the NFL? And I can envision there being a story behind it where you say, all right, we just got to get you back on the straight and narrow path. And, you're going to be you're on a one-strike policy and all of that. But I wouldn't be upset if they signed him. The other part that I think people are forgetting is that he was so far, 2 years into his career, a bit of a disappointment. Like it wasn't ready to call him a bust yet because he had some highs, but he also had some lows. He wasn't nearly as consistent as you would hope he would be, and then he got injured last year. So, wasn't a bust, but also it's not like he comes in and you think immediately he's better than Jalen Smith or some of the other guys you have on the roster. But you do add him to the mix as guys that can be competing for those backup spots.
Seth, you mentioned the word bust there, saying that Terrion Arnold is not a bust yet, but where's
he's a bust for the Lions, yeah.
Yeah, for the Lions, yeah. I mean, because he's gone. But I guess just in general.
He's 100% conclusively a bust in that
exactly.
regard,
But where is the overall first-round bust line? Like, is it 3 years and you've done pretty much nothing? Or, how does that work, for you?
I have a hard time, and maybe I'm too nice, I have a hard time even calling anybody a bust if they're not top half of the first round, because there's degrees to that. Like, if it were based just on his play and he was a second half of the first round guy, but if you got, you get released after your second season, if it was just for his play, all right, that's a bust.
Yeah.
But I try to, with the draft, and one of the reasons I don't get as excited about the draft as some people is I just kind of look at it as a probability cloud. Anybody who's got any honesty with themselves at all knows that it's a dicey predicting who's going to be good and who's going to be bad in the NFL. Yeah. The best GMs in the history of football are not all that much better at 50% in figuring out which first rounders are going to be good football players or not. So I kind of there's guys I get excited about, but I've always got that healthy skepticism in the back of my mind that you know what though, they're we'll see when they get out there if they're any good. So for me, I tend to be more on, all right, if you're a top 10 pick and you don't become an impact player, yeah, you're a bust. Those were big time assets. Back half of the first round, I start looking at it as more as man, it was a bad pick and they screwed up, but the guy, what's the difference really between back half of the first round and first pick in the second round? It's not necessarily all that big.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. So
are you like a guy, will you call a third rounder a bust?
No.
Yeah.
No, he was drafted in the third round. I mean, you know what I mean? If he doesn't pan out, if he pans out, it's a plus for the team, right? It's a bonus.
I think, okay, so if we go to third rounders, that's where especially in any of the first 3 rounds, if it's something where the guy it turns out the guy didn't have a good work ethic or something, then I'll label him a bust because I hate him because of that. I get a little bit angry and disgusted with the guy. Oh, all right. And the Texans used to draft a lot of guys like that in the third round, where it was just some guys get knocked down to the third round because people might think they're not athletic enough. They're really good football players, but they're not athletic enough. The Texans used to draft these guys in the third round who fell to the third round specifically because nobody was sure if they even liked playing football or if they were just kind of lazy or whatever. And that's the worst. That's the worst. Because those guys, they don't get cut for the first 3 years. In a sense, as a player, when you're on a team and there's some third-round pick who's just a bum and he just keeps getting chance after chance because he's a third-round pick, you get pissed.
That's got to suck.
Because you also see, I used to do this with offensive linemen. There'd be some offensive linemen who are late-round draft picks or free agents, rookie free agents, and I'd be practicing against them, and I'm like, this kid's got something to him. But meanwhile, the coaches and the front office act like he's a bum, where meanwhile the second or the third rounder is starting in football games. And I know for a fact that he's as soft as applesauce, but he's out there starting football games because he's a second rounder. That creates a bad culture on the team. It just feels like you're a player and you're like, these guys don't even know what they're looking for, or their egos are so wrapped up in their own forecast that they can't see the truth of the situation.
But that's more about I guess a certain type of a certain level of investment usually, right? As far as a first and second round pick getting all those opportunities, right?
Right. But that's where good that they got to be open to being wrong, and that's why I always respect I like it usually if I see just without knowing anything else about it, if I see that a GM cuts a third rounder after his rookie year, I'm like, you know what? Good for him. Like, that's a guy whose ego isn't all wrapped up in it. Because you can take a hit, you have to admit that you made a big mistake on somebody early on, then people are going to judge you for it. But the right thing is the right thing. And if that guy's taking up a roster spot from somebody who was a late-round draft pick or an undrafted rookie free agent or maybe just some blue-collar one-year free agent that you signed, then you're not doing right by the team. You're letting your ego control things. And that's one thing. I think the Texans have done a good job of that in recent years of just saying, hey, look, it's an open competition. We don't care where you were drafted. And they haven't – it's not like they've just automatically made guys who are draft pick starters right away. Like they did it with Kamari Lassiter, but it was because they were that impressed with him early on. They felt like, okay, yeah, he's doing everything that we were hoping and thought he would do. But they make some other guys wait. Like Caleb Bullock was raw, and and he was a third-round pick, but he was raw, and he had to bide his time, and he worked his way into it his rookie year.
Yeah, Seth, I want to get your thoughts on a few other free agent names that are still out there. And if you would have any interest in bringing any one of these guys into the Texans, but also on the other side, we're going to go over which Houston team are you most confident?
Chris, we go all the way to 37 here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I should have explained. Yeah. We do. This is our mega segment here, Chris.
All right.
I thought you were just doing a long and ornate segue into our next topic.
That's my fault there. Seth, then you can give me your thoughts here. I'm going to give you a few names here that are some key names that have been, impact players in the past in the NFL, but right now they're still looking for teams. So we got Deebo Samuel, Keenan Allen at receiver. Then we also have Joey Bosa on the defensive side, as well as Bobby Wagner, Taylor Decker O-line, and Mekhi Becton offensive line.
Deebo Samuel is an interesting one, and it's funny because I feel like there's a lot of people that hear Deebo Samuel and they think of that 1,400-yard season that he had. And don't realize how long ago that was.
It has been a while.
It was 2021.
Wow, was it that long ago? I was thinking
it was 2021.
Wow,
yeah.
That's 5 years.
He hasn't had a 1,000-yard receiving season since then.
Goodness.
And you would say, yeah, but remember with Deebo, the thing is that he can be a running back too. Right. The most rushing yards he ever had was in that 2021 season.
Wow.
That was where he was so incredible. He had 365 yards rushing. He had 1,405 yards receiving in 2021. And, since then, he hasn't had as many rushing attempts. He's never had more than 892 yards receiving, and that was in 2023. His versatility is really cool, and I think, he can be a valuable part of it. He's a guy in a weird way. I think that Stephon Diggs is 100% a better receiver than Deebo Samuel is. But there's more about Deebo Samuel that intrigues me in terms of bringing him in onto this roster where I want to keep receivers, but with some of the cool and fun and funky stuff that you could do with Deebo Samuel, if he's open to it, that it might add a certain level of wrinkle to the offense that would be intriguing, and it would probably be for a cheaper price than Stephon Diggs. But it still does create a really wide receiver, a really crowded wide receiver room.
Yeah,
I think right now, if they were to sign Deebo Samuel or Stephon Diggs, I'd be really excited and intrigued by it. Or Keenan Allen, for that matter, because he's another guy that's still out there.
Oh, yeah.
It would make me a little bit sad because I would feel like, okay, they don't have high hopes for Tank Dell. Because if you think about, depending on how they feel about Tank Dell right now, you might be really intrigued by Stephon Diggs, still acknowledging that, man, we've got these young guys and Nico, and it's just how do we work all these guys in? Not to mention getting our draft pick some looks. But if you don't have Tank Dell, it's still not overly crowded. If they're optimistic about Tank Dell, then bringing in Deebo Samuel or Stephon Diggs right now, it's just it's wasting salary cap space on something on other positions that you might need to fill because of injury or what have you. Backup defensive end. If I had to spend money right now to get depth in a position group, I'm way more focused on either the secondary or backup defensive end than I would be in the wide receiver room, especially if they feel good about Tank Dell.
So that sounds like you're leaning towards Joey Bosa there.
I don't know.
As a backup defense, outside rusher.
Joey Bosa I'd be really intrigued by. I suspect that Joey Bosa is probably waiting to see which teams end up either being desperate for a defensive end because they don't like the guys they have or because of injury where he can be a starter. And, I think the first thing you think of with Joey Bosa is you worry about his injury history, but he's been a lot healthier over the last couple years. I wonder if I'm guessing that he's not interested in signing with a team like the Texans where he's definitively going to be a backup and that he might not get as many reps as he would like. That, because he started 15 games last year for the Bills. So I'd be intrigued by him, but he'd have to be cool with understanding that he's going to come in and be part of a rotation with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, and he's not going to be the main guy. The guy that's out there right now that doesn't show up on any of the lists that I'd really be happy about is Derek Barnett. Like Derek Barnett, it's weird. I don't know why he's gotten zero credit from people for giving you 5 sacks a year, not to mention a couple of touchdowns. We're playing for one of the best defenses in the league. I think it's partly probably because it's the best defense in the league that people are thinking like, well, yeah, he's a nice piece to have when when you already have a good defense. And that's what I myself am saying. Like, yeah, he's a really nice piece to have, and he's been a part of being a top 2 defense in the NFL. I think he is also another guy in his time and saying, I'd like to be a starter somewhere, but I am getting up there in years. It's not like Houston is a bad situation or anything.
Not at all.
But he might just be waiting to see if there's an opportunity for him to go in and be a starter somewhere and also make more money. But that he's still accepting calls from the Texans.
Yeah.
So I think he might show up at some point.
Realistically, could you see the Texans signing any one of these guys? I mean, I know we haven't got the training camp yet, but realistically, any of these names we just talked about, could you see the Texans bringing in any one of these guys?
I think realistically, and Keenan Allen's another interesting one that I don't like. Boy, I would love to have Keenan Allen, and yet at the same time, there's kind of an unorthodox way. Method to his route running that I don't know if that's what CJ needs right this moment. Like when we're trying to get CJ on time and in rhythm and everything, that it's just sometimes things are just not quite the perfect fit based on what you want to be as an offense, which feels weird because I'm kind of turning my nose up at a really good wide receiver. But just for all the same reasons that I think I don't want to make that wide receiver room more crowded than it needs to be when you're banking on a couple of your young guys to keep developing. So I like the wide receivers. I'm intrigued, but until there's an injury or something, I don't feel a desperate need for. I think Joey Bosa might be the one that I'm most intrigued by. And then there's a few offensive linemen floating around out there that like Mekhi Becton's still out there, and Mekhi Becton's been very high and low. He was a bust with the Jets, but then ends up being really good with the Eagles. But then he goes and he's part of one of the worst offensive lines in football. Like, he seems like a classic guy that the Texans would say, oh, yeah, bring him in on a cheap deal and see how he fits in. And maybe Cole Popovich has got the magic touch with him the same way that it seemed like Jeff Stoutland did in Philadelphia. So there's a lot of, like, Cam Robinson's still out there. And, again, just on a budget one-year deal. It didn't work out when he was here last year, but maybe circumstances are changed. There are a lot of these guys floating around that that could be depth pieces. There was a tweet yesterday from this guy. He used to be in the analytics for a few different teams. So it's cool because I like when these guys that are like actual analytics guys show up all of a sudden in the media instead of just like people who can barely do basic math but write about analytics. There's a lot of people out there writing about analytics who just don't understand basic algebra. And like you can tell they've never taken a stats class because they just don't, and they're annoying. So this guy, Ryan Paginetti, he wrote this. He said, from 2023 to 2025, OL6, so your sixth offensive lineman, averaged 408 snaps per season, and your seventh offensive lineman averaged 256 snaps. So, like, those two guys average 1,000 snaps per team on the season, which is almost like a full slate of games. And I think his point is you got to look at your depth on the offensive line as a starting position almost. So you're sixth and seventh just as important. I think the Texans have done a good job of that this year. I think that this is something that I've heard a few different people say, you know what, they're starting five, if you look at it, you might not rank them all that high. If you rank their top 8 or top 9, they're actually doing a lot better than a lot of other teams. And like ideally, I'd love to have both, but the reality of the situation is you're probably going to play, at any given time, 8 or 9 or 10 different guys on the offensive line during the year, and I think they're better suited for that this year than they were last year.
So it sounds like you think the Texans may have finally gotten the offensive line right and on track. That's what it sounds like.
I don't know about it's right. Right sounds pretty.
Or on track.
Pretty
or like they could,
dramatic.
or like they could be on track this year because they've struggled with the offensive line.
In 2023, the O-line, for all of its issues, still finished up ranked 16th on Pro Football Focus's final O-line ranking.
Okay,
so like, for whatever it's worth, take PFF with a grain of salt and everything. It's way higher than they've been the last couple years.
That is.
And that was, lo and behold, that was CJ's best year or most impressive and most encouraging year as a pro. I think that they might be back at that level now, which is, again,
that's pretty,
if they're that much improved, they don't have to be right. Like, they don't have to be one of the best offensive lines. But if they have a substantively better offensive line and CJ doesn't get better, then that's a really, really bad sign. If he does get better, then, hey, man, what people have been saying all along is like, yeah, you just got to support him a little better. All right, that makes a lot of sense. Look at him. He's been the same guy. He's got a better offensive line in front of him.
Yeah, offensive line can get back to that kind of mid-level there. Like you said, they were ranked 16th by PFF. Take that for what it's worth. I think CJ will improve. And I think that offense, I've been saying this, if this offense can even be average, this team really should be, with that defense, they should be legit Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah,
like, legit.
The one thing, because I always bring this up, and it's a little bit shady on my part, because I'll point out that they were the 13th best scoring offense last year. Like, all right, but you got to weigh that with a couple of that. They had some blowout victories in some situations where, we know that by and large it wasn't like they were a slightly above average offense. But in terms of just, I always remind myself of that, just to remind myself that, look, they weren't the Browns. They weren't the Dolphins.
No.
They weren't a bad offense.
Not that bad.
They were just, they definitely, now, and if they didn't have the defense they have, they wouldn't have been the 13th scoring. They're the beneficiary of a lot of turnovers and short fields and all of that. But there are the gap between where they were last year and being a genuinely good offense isn't as great as it feels. And I think a lot of it comes down to, again, an oversimplification, but short yardage and red zone and the ability to run the ball. Those things are all interrelated. Having the ability to run the ball also makes you a better red zone and short yardage offense. But those three things, like, you tweak those up, because they were one of the worst red zone offenses in the league last year. They were really good at getting down into the red zone. They just couldn't do anything when they got down. Awesome kicking field goals in the red zone. But and that's where I think with David Montgomery, I don't expect David Montgomery to be a top 10 running back this year, but he doesn't need to be. If he can just be that guy that, think about all those short yardage situations down in the red zone where they just needed a half yard and couldn't get a half yard.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I need out of David Montgomery. I need a half yard. I need 18 inches. Like, it's a big difference. And it creates a much different offense and it doesn't need to be that David Montgomery runs for 5.5 yards per carry or anything. It's got to be in those specific situations that you can do something.
Well, we're going to find out here soon because, like I said, training camp, we're coming up on it a couple weeks away. Let's get to this. Which Houston team are you most confident in right now based on your previous season or current season results?
So we'd have to say this, all right, for confidence, kind of the bar for all three of those teams right now is, all right, they're playoff worthy, that, like, obviously, like, it might based on recent results or just where the Astros are right now. Like, okay, they're all capable of making the playoffs, so it's a huge disappointment if you don't make the playoffs. How capable are they of making a genuine push in the playoffs?
A real run.
Like a league championship or a conference championship game? I still feel like it's the Texans. Like, despite any arguments or debates about C.J. Stroud, I think, you look at how close they could have been to being in an AFC championship, worst football of his life. Man. Like, that's the fact that was still a relatively close game deep into the third quarter versus the Patriots.
It's amazing.
Despite C.J. Stroud being as awful as he was that day.
It's amazing.
Yeah, like I still feel the most confident about the Texans.
Texans, okay.
Where are you on that?
I got to go with you there. I mean, just looking at the how the Rockets ended their season and what they really haven't done this offseason. They have not done much. I know you guys have talked about that a little bit. I've talked about it on different shows on our slate here at Sports Radio 610. And then the Astros they've been a mediocre team this year. I know they've played better as of late, last 6 weeks or so, but just overall this season, the Astros they've been mediocre. 47-51. That's mediocre to me.
Yeah, no, and it's really hard. Like, I mean, it's just I thought this weekend it was kind of a perfect microcosm of what you're looking at with the Astros, which is that it's hard to be a team that's anchored by your relief pitching. All right, like, okay, we gotta, for us to somehow make it through a playoff series, we gotta be sure that we can score enough runs and that Okert, Brian King, and Josh Hader are the best versions of themselves, they've been really good and steady and solid and everything. But man, I don't like going through and having it be that they couldn't win that series because their best players and their best relief pitchers had a little bit of an off day or an off night. They have the That's starting, rough. And especially if you go to a 7-game series. Maybe by then we have 2 starting pitchers that we trust, and then we just need the relievers to pitch a boatload of innings versus a really good baseball team in the playoffs. And like, no, they're not. Like, every game can't be a bullpen day.
No, it shouldn't be.
I feel more optimistic about the Rockets and their ability to be more the team that people thought they were going to be headed into 2025-26, headed into last season. I do think that I think that there's some weird gap where because positionless basketball is such a big thing these days and everything, I feel like we almost want to act like having a point guard doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, it matters.
Yeah, I know,
it matters.
But it's weird. I don't know, and maybe it's because people don't like simple solutions or whatever. But and I'm not I don't claim to be like the big NBA guy or anything. But there is a part of it. It's like, I know Fred VanVleet's not one of the top point guards in the league or anything. But when you take a team that's built to function with a point guard, specifically to function with Fred VanVleet, and you decide, no, instead we're going to take all these young guys and have them play in an uncomfortable role and position.
Exactly.
You're going to get drastically different results. And then especially even when you make that work to a certain degree, but then Kevin Durant is injured in the playoffs, then it's going to look really, really bad. There is a thing going on with the Rockets that's a lesser version, but kind of similar to what happened with the Texans. Playoff results skew your feeling about the entire operation, I think, to a more extreme degree than it should. And I feel like a dullard, but there's a part of me that just wants to say, it really, really matters having Fred VanVleet out there. And if he can be healthy, I'm a little bit concerned about how his injury and his age might affect his defense. But beyond that, I think but defense wasn't the problem last year with the Rockets.
It hasn't been,
Right. It's that, can they have a well-structured and designed offense and execute it properly? It's just going to be night and day as long as Fred VanVleet is healthy.
Yeah, and if Fred VanVleet is there and he's healthy, Amen Thompson doesn't have to play out of position at point guard.
Yeah,
Reed Shepherd doesn't have to play point guard. You can put him off the ball, let him be a two. I believe he's small, but I believe he's a natural two guard. I think
there are a lot of things that we wanted the young core to do in terms of progressing last year. Like, I feel like everybody that talks about the Rockets 2 years ago at the end of the season, at the end of the playoffs, thought, before the Durant trade or anything, it's like, wow, this young core is so good, and these guys each individually just have to take that proverbial next step forward. You get to last year, and once Fred VanVleet gets injured, and then certainly after Steven Adams goes down, I think people almost felt like, well, okay, I might have said they needed to improve by 10%, but really these guys just need to improve by 50%, and everything will be just fine. All we need is for Reed Shepherd to develop into a true point guard. Okay, cool. So what are they going to do about it? Really playing, and really just not give him an opportunity to develop into that role. Okay, so you're going to go out and find somebody to actually play point guard? No. We're going to wait until after the trade deadline and then really give Reed Sheppard an opportunity to learn how to play point guard. Well,
the 713 on the text line here, Rockets need a better GM. So someone is not a fan of Raphael Stone.
Yeah, I don't, man. It's hard because, again, I don't want to you never want to just hit the easy button and say it's as simple as, you lost Fred VanVleet, who was a vital cog beforehand. That part you can't anticipate. Just like the Texans last year couldn't anticipate that Joe Mixon was going to be mysteriously injured.
No, you could
not play football the entire season. But like what do you do? What do you do to account for it or make up for it? That was where I felt like the organization really failed them last year.
Yeah, it did feel like they dropped the ball there. Which Texan storyline could have the biggest impact on the team's success in 2026 as we approach training camp? We'll get to that next. Sports Radio 610.
Hey, West Point, Lincoln to Sugar Land. If you are down in that
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yes, it's Payne and Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. I'm Chris Partee, and I'm in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Had a little trouble getting that out there.
You're doing a good job, though, man.
It's
It's hard. It's an adjustment doing early morning radio.
It is,
especially for somebody you do a lot of the night. You do area 4 to 5 a lot. That's a big gap, man.
Yes, I do area 45 quite a bit, and I've done some morning radio in the past when I lived in Austin for one of the stations out there, but not as a host, as a producer.
Yeah.
So, it's obviously different when you're on this side as well, but that's been like 10 years ago. So it's been a while since I've actually done morning radio. It's been a little while.
I always try to remember this when you guys are in, and we do an unfair thing with our co-hosts when Sean is out, which is we have you run the show.
Yeah.
Because I'm just an organizational mess. You can talk to Ben about it during the break. That I lose track of too many things. So I'm along for the ride. But no, this is what I always think of you guys, anybody that has to fill in the morning. Whenever I do an interview at 9:30 or 10 at night, and somebody has me come on, my brain doesn't work. By that point, I've been up for 18 hours or whatever.
You're done.
And I sound like I'm drunk, which is probably more energy. But my brain really doesn't work. I have a hard time paying attention to what questions people are asking me and everything. So you've been doing an incredible job.
Well,
if the roles were reversed, I would be much worse off. Yeah.
Well, you're definitely making it easy for me. So let's get into this. Which Texan storyline, Seth, could have the biggest impact on the team's success heading into the 2026 campaign as we approach training camp here? So we got, obviously, we've talked about this on the station, all off season. Wide receiver depth is one of those things that we've talked about. Also, the Texans O-line. And I just asked you this in the last segment. Have they finally gotten it right? Also, you got defensive depth. Tank Dell. Where is Tank Dell at coming into training camp, and what should we expect, or is the team optimistic about him? What's he going to look like? Then also Nick Haley, offensive coordinator, C.J. Stroud. Can they get him back on track? So there's so many things going on here with the Texans. So which storyline for you, Seth, could have the biggest impact?
You know what? It's interesting. You laid out 5 things.
Yep.
And it's 100%. I agree with you to separate. Like 2 of those things are the same thing. It's wide receiver depth and wide receiver number 2 position. That was one of your item lists. And then how will Tank Dell look returning from injury is another item.
Yep.
And it does. Those are 2 separate things, and yet obviously very interrelated. I've been operating in this weird way where I'm trying not to acknowledge that Tank Dell might come back just because it's such a wild card. It put a point of almost professional negligence because training camp's almost going to be here. What I've realized is I think I don't want to admit it to myself, but I think I'm a little bit pessimistic about Tank Dell coming back and being the same force or the same presence that he was before. Just because it's few and far between the examples you can find of guys like that. And you got to go to guys like really the guys who have had 3 ligament, torn, hurt their knee and torn 3 ligaments in their knee when they injured their knee. Nick Chubb in his injury in college is probably the best example who came back from an injury like that and ended up being one of the very best running backs in the NFL. And there's a few other guys, but it's hard. It's dicey to come back from. So I always kind of just put it off on a shelf and just think of it almost as like, oh yeah, like that's the money I put away and forgot about. Like when you discover an old 401k you forgot about or
that's
something.
Always
like,
fun. That's always a good thing.
All right. So I think if we take Tank Dell out of it, I think they're going to be fine with Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. And let's just say for the sake of this exercise, Tank Dell isn't involved at all. I'm not as worried about those guys. It's awesome if one of those guys really comes along, but you can have a good offense just by virtue of you've got Nico Collins.
Yeah.
It's what do you do in the run game and what do you do with your tight ends that can really round out the offense. It doesn't have to be that you've got a stud slot receiver, a stud number 2 receiver. I think the biggest for me as far as like Nick Caley and Stroud, that's obvious. Like, that's a huge deal. But I think that's also related to the offensive line. I think the offensive line, if the offensive line is genuinely solid, not even awesome, but just genuinely solid, I think that's the thing where everything else falls into place. Like, you then, if the offensive line is set and they're functioning well, then the run game's going to look better than it was last year. The pass game's going to look better than it was last year. C.J. Stroud is simply just by sheer logic, take a quarterback, give him a better offensive line in front of him. Unless he's a complete doofus, he's going to look like a better quarterback next year. So for me, it really is still the offensive line. The one wild card that I really, really want to see is just depth on the defense. Okay. Because they had injuries last year. They were able to work through it. But we saw when Aziz Elshire was out, they were a different defense. Ashton Genty had his best game of his rookie season against the Texans when Aziz Elshire was out. We saw what happened when Kamari Lassiter wasn't out there. They struggled. They were able to motor along without Jalen Petrie, but it felt kind of precarious. And part of the reason they were able to is they were able to go to they just went to their base 4-3 package a lot more, which had E.J. Speed involved. Then E.J. Speed's not there.
No longer here.
So like that kind of, the depth, I feel like the depth on the defense is more precarious than people might realize just because they were relatively last year.
I feel like this defense is so good that, like you just mentioned, we kind of overlook the aspect of the depth, and there being questions about the depth for the defense. I just feel like they were so great last season. It's like, okay, they'll play through anything.
Right, yeah, and but it's also, though, man, for the vast majority of time, you had the four most important or impactful positions on defense, defensive end and cornerback. You were in pretty good shape. I mean, Derek Stingley having to work through and fight through and play through those injuries, those oblique injuries that he had. Yeah. People kind of forget in the first part of the season, Stingley wasn't quite himself. There were just there's a few plays that he didn't make and some things that he didn't do where you could tell, all right, he's physically not quite himself.
Yeah.
And it could have been disastrous. I guess if either of those guys had been injured for a long stretch of time, I think the biggest thing this year that I'm optimistic about or hopeful for with the defense is if you look at Dino Vasso and Steven Adegoke. Vasso's the defensive backs coach and Adegoke is the safeties coach specifically. They've done a really good job developing a bunch of guys who were not first rounders. Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, Jalen Petrie. They've done an incredible job with them. Derek Stingley's gotten better, year by year, and more than anything, he's just stayed healthy. Yeah. But they've done a great job. You want to get to a point like the Chiefs have been for a long time, and they're going to be tested in this year, but the Chiefs have been really good at developing cornerbacks and developing defensive backs to where they can survive the long here or there. I mean, this year they're going to have to do without Trent McDuffie. That's a different level. But
that's going to be rough.
So I think that's what you hope to see out of the Texans' defensive backfield this year is that, all right, Jalen Reed, hopefully healthy, and in his second year, Jalen Smith, some of these other, Kamari Ramsey, the young guys, if they can come along, then that's where Dino Vasso and Adegoke really prove their worth is that you've got that bona fide depth in the secondary.
Yeah. But it seems like no matter what the discussion is about the Texans, you just talk about defense, defensive line depth, defensive backfield depth, but it just feels like it always comes back to, like you mentioned earlier in the conversation, the offensive line.
Yeah.
If the offensive line is in sync, then everything else seems like it's going to fall into place.
Right. You get the best version of everybody else just by that very simple thing of, having 5 human beings be much better football players than they were last year. Or replace guys that they did last year. And also factor in along the way. Really, it's 8 guys at least. I can't look at Braden Smith or Wyatt Teller. Between the two of them and their injury history, it would be idiotic for me to project that both those guys are going to be healthy the entire season. Yeah. So your depth is going to get tested at some point.
Oh, man, yeah. Hey, great conversation, but, it's only going to get deeper and hotter, this conversation, as we approach training camp. All right, up next, we're going to get a little petty on the other side. Sports Radio 610.
And I want to tell you guys about West Point Lincoln, Katie Free. way, so that's where we shop for cars.
Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
He's Seth Payne. I'm Chris Partee. I'm in today for Sean Pendergast, taking a much-needed rest day. And Seth, you ready to get petty here?
I'm ready to get petty. This is the Pettycast, where we celebrate pettiness in all its forms.
I love it.
And include anything that we're petty about along the way, or any of our listeners. Yeah, and Sean, by the way, I should have explained this a few times. Sean's voice just kind of was, he got stuck in a situation where he was just inhaling dry air for a long time, and his voice got all screwed up, so he's going to take a couple of days off here. But the first one up on the docket, and Sean put all these together, so Sean's probably sitting at home listening so he can get worked up and petty about it. But UFC 329, as they tend to do, had a bunch of celebrities in attendance at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. And among those in attendance for Conor McGregor's ill-fated return fight was Shakur Stevenson, who's the latest Zuffa boxing signing. Yeah. So fighter Shakur Stevenson was there, and he got a quick camera. However, the on-screen graphic for Stevenson instead read, Jalen Williams, Oklahoma City Thunder guard, 2025 NBA champion. Here's what that sounded like.
2025, Shakur Stevenson. That is not Jalen Williams.
What is that?
Yeah. So Dana White. So Dana White, the czar or the owner, however, whatever his official title is with UFC. We all know Dana White. I've heard him a lot of times being very complimentary about his production staff and just how amazing they are at putting out really well-edited videos really quickly. This is how he felt about them on that particular evening.
I tell you all the time, my production team, we just did the White House. We built a arena on the south lawn of the White House, and it was the greatest thing in the world to be there live and to watch it on TV. I just paid Shakur Stevenson a load of money, and for some reason we can't figure this celebrity out. They put him up as a OKC NBA player. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But we are the absolute worst to ever do the celebrity thing. When we put celebrities up, we are the worst. I just had this debate in the back with my guys while I was screaming at everybody back there, and they said, no, soccer's worse. Soccer shows the people, and they don't put up any graphics. Oh, no. We put up graphics and put the wrong guy's name on it. We win. We're the worst ever to do it.
It's crazy he went off.
I feel like the fact that he's he did the old compliment sandwich there. He just left the last piece of bread, the follow-up compliment off of it. I feel like it was specific. That's a good thing about, if you're going to criticize, then you need to be very specific. And I feel like he was really, really specific in what they do. He complimented them for how good they are overall, but that they're just atrocious in that one facet.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was hilarious. I mean, I've heard Dana White go off before, or be critical, but I mean, he went deep there.
That's my biggest fear. The thing I would least want to do in any kind of a sports production would be the person who's responsible for the celebrity, the celebrity cameo appearance. Yeah. And not really knowing, like how many guys that spend their lives working in MMA know exactly what Jalen Williams looks like. I mean, they should know what Shakur Stevenson looks like because they've probably done some videos with him just recently.
Hopefully.
But like the MMA though too, that's a smaller. It's one thing if you're going around a football stadium and you've got multiple different cameras all over the place. I feel like this would be the easiest place to do it. It's a very small area with the ringside seating. They should be able to get it sorted out pretty well. And I'm guessing that Shakur Stevenson was sitting in the wrong seat. I'm going to give these guys.
That's what you're going to say?
Yeah, I think that's what they had it all set up, that the cameraman and whatever.
That could have been it, though, honestly.
That could have been. Yeah, no, especially when you think about the different people involved, because the announcers realized it right away. Yeah. Though you never want to be the announcer that's just that they're giving you. So credit to them for recognizing it right away. So then it comes down to okay, the cameras guy's told to stand in front of this one spot. He doesn't know what anybody looks like. Then you got somebody else up. All right, this one, I'm most intrigued by this partly because I still don't think I've seen an official response from the WNBA. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I searched for it this morning. But Kathy Engelbert, the WNBA commissioner, was scheduled to go on the Dan Patrick Show last week. They were at the American Century Championship Celebrity Golf Tournament. You saw, I don't know if you've seen, Dan Patrick has quite a few interviews with a lot of people last week.
He usually does, yeah.
Yeah, Mike McDonald and all those guys. So she was scheduled to come on. He was hoping to, maybe ask her some stuff about, all the current controversy with Creighton Clark and everything else. But Dan Patrick's he's not a jerk to his guests ever.
No.
He's tough but fair.
Yeah.
Right? And not even all that tough. He asked, the appropriately tough questions. She no-showed him. Didn't show up. They waited around for 90 minutes after the show was over, after she had already agreed to do the interview, and she just flat out no-showed him. So here's Dan Patrick and how he felt about it.
But don't say yes, and then all of a sudden somebody probably said, in my opinion, oh, maybe we shouldn't do this. Well, at some point, you have to do this. If you want to be treated as a serious league, then do these. This is what happens. These are tough questions, but this is a fair platform. I will treat you with respect. But when you tell me, and then 2 hours later with no update, and then we get a feeble response, come on. You don't want to do it. You won't. The commissioner of the NFL does not want to come on this show. I've been doing this for 20 years. There's a reason why he doesn't want to come on. I have no problem if he doesn't want to come on. But if he said to me, hey, I'll come on tomorrow, and then all of a sudden he says the NFL PR department said I shouldn't do it. And she's 50 yards away. She's hitting practice shots out of the bunker. So that's what's disappointing. We deserve more respect than what she gave us yesterday.
Wow. Wow.
You gave her that's a heavy tisk
It was.
to Kathy Engelbert. Hey, you know what? We talked early in the show about the whole "Do you know who I am" dynamic.
Yes.
You got to be really careful pulling out the "Do you know who I am." Is Dan Patrick pulling a little bit of a "Do you know who I am" here? He's almost doing that and saying yeah, even the commissioner. I'm so big that the commissioner's afraid. Yeah. The NFL commissioner's afraid to come on here. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm almost feeling a little bit petty towards Dan Patrick on this one.
I love me some Dan Patrick, but he may have tooted his own horn a little bit there. But and he may have pulled the "Do you know who I am" card without actually saying "Do you know who I am."
I'll say this. I don't know. Whenever we have a guest no-show, and Sean and I we don't have on a lot of guests. We're just our egos are too large. We just like to talk to each other. But we do and every now and then, we'll do one. This really isn't a "Do you know who I am" moment or anything. But we had somebody who was supposed to be. It was for one of the streaming services when they were doing a game. We were supposed to have their sideline reporter on, and they just no-showed us. And it pisses you off because it's all of you know what it does? It really screws up your flow.
It does.
It's you gotta rejigger everything and try to figure out what you're going to talk about here. You're kind of waiting to see if Ben says, "Oh, we've got the person on." So you get agitated no matter who it is that's standing you up. It's like somebody doesn't show up to you. If you're the manager at a McDonald's and somebody doesn't show up, it screws up your whole morning. So, Kathy Engelbert, what are you doing? And also, yes, why is the NBA so dead set on being relevant for all the wrong reasons? Why can you not just do the normal thing and go say, oh, okay, I'll go on with Dan Patrick. He has a lot. Oh, yeah, Mike McDonald is going to be a Super Bowl champion head coach is going to be on with Dan Patrick. This is Mike McDonald, who's on the Dan Patrick Show. Out at Lake Tahoe at that golf tournament where Engelbert no-showed Dan Patrick. This is the thing that's got Bostonians super petty right now and super speculative. This is Mike McDonald talking about getting help from an unnamed source in preparation for the Super Bowl.
Who did you seek advice from going into the Super Bowl that might surprise me?
Well, I wouldn't have surprised. I called John Harbaugh and I talked. He was great. Probably can't mention one guy that really helped us out that had some conflict of interest.
We guess?
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to tell you, but go ahead.
Bill Belichick.
I'm not that cool.
Oh, yeah.
No.
He wouldn't. No. You wouldn't have a phone call.
I've had a beer with Coach Belichick, and that was a pretty cool. Day.
Okay.
But,
who else would we guess? Kyle Shanahan.
No, Kyle. No. But
yeah, so like Dave Portnoy is probably the most notable Patriots fan who weighed in on this.
Probably.
And this is what he said about that exchange. If this doesn't piss you off as a Patriots fan, you are dead on the inside. I'm not going to say who they are. Saying gave a ton of advice to the Seahawks before the Super Bowl, but the guy has a statue in front of our stadium. Wow. What a joke.
Wow.
So strongly implying that it's one Thomas Brady that was giving Mike McDonald information. Remember, well, people are already hot and bothered about Tom because before the Super Bowl, Brady had said that he doesn't have a dog in the fight. As his former team, and a couple of his former teammates and coaches, and Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels, as well as others, are on that team, saying he doesn't have a dog in a fight. It felt like a betrayal. And now there are a lot of Patriots fans who are dead set and convinced that it was Tom Brady who spoke to Mike McDonald.
But, I mean, isn't Tom Brady the owner of the Raiders now, or part owner?
Right,
whatever
it would be a conflict of interest for him, more so from that standpoint.
I kind of understand.
Yeah, he's already a part owner of another NFL franchise.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're a Patriots fan who hasn't gotten the notes on this, he's not a huge fan of the Patriots anymore.
Not anymore.
It doesn't have to be put in your note. Like, you can't have him have a little bit of success. I think that's, what. You know what? Because as a Raiders owner, what he should have been doing, if he had no allegiance to the Patriots whatsoever, you want the Patriots to have a worse draft pick as possible because they're in the AFC.
Yeah.
So he should have helped out the Patriots and tried to help them win the Super Bowl because then they'd have the 32nd pick in the draft instead of the 31st, I suppose. I haven't looked at the Patriots draft pick, whatever. So Zach Gelb, who works for our company, or CBS Sports, right? Zach Gelb says this. Tell me if this does it for you or not. Zach Gelb says, I reached out to Mike McDonald to get clarification on his comments on the Dan Patrick Show. I asked if Tom Brady was the person with the conflict of interest that gave input to the Seahawks before the Super Bowl. Mike told me it wasn't Brady that he was talking about in the interview. So Zach Gelb takes this as evidence that it definitely wasn't Tom Brady. I take that with zero credibility or evidence. Like, why are we doing this thing? We're going to play the game where you just, if he's going to say no to every single person. He already said it was a conflict of interest for this person.
Exactly.
Every denial that he issues afterwards is bogus. He just said, I don't want to divulge this guy because he's a conflict of interest. So people think that all of a sudden, as long as they guess the right name, Mike McDonald's just going to be like, oh, yeah. I'll screw that guy over right now. Yep, that's exactly who that was.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I believe, like you said, it was probably Brady. But now, do you think Brady's response was him being a little petty himself, saying he didn't have a dog in the fight?
That was and that was before any of this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he was trying too hard to be impartial for multiple reasons. One, because he's a broadcaster, and two, because he's part owner of the Raiders. And I don't know. I don't know who it would be. I don't know if it's Tom Brady or not. You play the whole 6 degrees of separation with NFL people,
of course,
and everybody knows everybody. So I think it was probably more likely somebody that's either in the NFC West or something like that. That it was maybe somebody he's buddies with, but that also just It would raise eyebrows for people outside the NFL, but it's probably no big deal for him to have a conversation with this guy inside the NFL.
Before we hit the break, Rookie, let me ask you this. Did you, and you don't have to name names if you don't want to, did you play with anyone that was just super petty? Could have been a player, a coach that was just super over-the-top petty.
Yeah. I had a teammate that was he was a classic. I've told this story before with Brandon Ayuk, where it's tough having some guys. There's some guys that are divas, but they act about it a certain way, and it's not that big of a deal. Mm-hmm. There's other guys who are divas and petty, and it gets to the point where it's like people in his position group are just hoping the coach doesn't like if I were a player in that position group, I'm like, just don't show my good play from this last weekend. Please don't, because it's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be a whole thing about how this other guy is just going to feel like I'm getting preferential treatment and everything. You get to the point where you don't even have fun playing well because you know that every time you do something good, the other guy is going to be like, and those guys they're way more cancerous than a guy that, I don't know, got busted with some kind of an addiction on the outside world or something. It's bad football character.
Yeah.
There's plenty of guys who are not good citizens in the real world who are awesome football dudes.
Yeah.
But then there's a lot of guys who are Boy Scouts on the outside, but who are just horrible football characters.
Can't play a lick.
Yeah, and the jealousy over your teammate's success is the worst. It drains all the energy from everything.
Oh my goodness.
And those are the guys also that even when they're doing well, when they have a good game, they're angry because they didn't get enough praise from the coaches.
Oh,
you know?
wow.
It's never enough. It's never enough for those guys.
I'm sure that was quite irritating dealing with those type of players.
It's draining.
I'm sure it was.
It was like walk into the front office and be like, "Hey guys, listen, I'm leaving at the end of the year. Okay, that's it's nothing against you guys or anything. I just don't. It's just not. It's not it for me anymore. Okay,
it's not working for me.
I'm not trying to pull like a negotiating thing here or anything. It's just not going to work.
That's just it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a break here. On the other side, where do NFL coaches and executives rank C.J. Stroud among the best and worst in the league? Sports Radio 610.
But first, got to get you sleeping better. And I slept great during this vacation that I just had. Oh, slept great. Thanks to Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Nice weather out there, too, with the
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth Payne along with me, Chris Partee, in for Sean Pendergast this morning. And we've got our amazing producer, Ben Gary, keeping me on track this morning. Appreciate you, my man. All right, Ben's keeping me on track here. So where do NFL coaches and executives rank C.J. Stroud among the best and worst in the league? Yes, we've got another list for you here, Seth.
This one's intriguing though, because I like this one. I like this one more than the NFL Top 100 because players ranking other players where they list their top 20 players and then somehow that gets turned into a 100-person list. That feels a little bit dicier. The ESPN one that Jeremy Fowler does every year is a specific group of executives, coaches, and scouts who rank the top quarterbacks, and they rank each of the top position groups. But it feels a little bit more substantive, and you get some anonymous quotes. But they have 70 voters who submit these ballots.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a lot of people voting there.
Yeah,
that's a lot of people voting there. Yeah,
and it's more specified. You know, like it's I like that when the NFL players vote, they're voting on anybody and everybody. So it's like there's no restrictions on number of this position or like that. So I like it when they rank it more on just there's only so many starting quarterbacks. It gives you a better picture of how they feel about things.
All right, so this is a top 10 here, and I don't think anyone expects C.J. Stroud to be in this top 10.
Yeah,
but it feels like he's finishing so far away from even a mention of top 10.
Yeah,
on this list.
No, and Jeremy Fowler, he laid out how the voting went, and basically it just Stroud at the very bottom of, is it 18 guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So, Stroud was basically, he puts him in the last group. It's Bo Nix and Mac Jones and C.J. Stroud in the last list. Man. So Mac Jones, the way you listen him out, it looks like Mac Jones actually finished a little bit higher. But at the very least, you can say he's in the group of 18, 19, and 20, which would mean that he is, by this standard, he's a below-average NFL starting quarterback.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Now, should we go through this top 10 here and kind of reel off these guys or what?
Yeah, it was an interesting one. And so what do you want to do? You want to do CJ's definitely, but you definitely can't rank CJ above this guy yet.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
How you want to do it?
Yeah, let's do it that way. All right, so I'm gonna go in reverse order. So 10 down to 1.
Okay,
I'm gonna go that way. So number 10 is Caleb Williams.
I don't.
How you feel about that? How you feel about that?
Based on trajectory and the biggest thing I'd say about Caleb Williams is that he got better as the season went along last year.
He did.
But if anything, I think, man, if your argument in support of CJ is that he hasn't had the same coordinator or the same support around him as some other guys have had, like they gave Caleb Williams everything that you would want CJ to have, which was, man, experienced offensive head coach / coordinator. Mm-hmm. Johnson really knows what he's doing, and they stocked the offensive line aggressively last year, and then lo and behold, you see a better version of Caleb Williams. But I would probably put him. This feels like a little bit of recency bias with him.
Probably.
He's still he's way more erratic than CJ is, and I wouldn't put him above CJ on this. But I think that more like. But I also don't think CJ belongs in the top 10 right now.
Yeah.
So I think that it's a little premature to put Caleb Williams in the top 10.
Okay. Number 9, Jared Goff, Detroit Lions.
Oh boy, yeah, just based on body of work and consistency, I think the ceiling for CJ is still higher theoretically than Jared Goff, but I'm totally cool with him being above CJ right now.
Now, is that because CJ's still so young that the ceiling is higher? Or?
Still so young, but he's also Jared Goff is just accomplished more. He's just steadily had better regular seasons than CJ's had.
I got you. Number 8, Drake May. Patriots.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against this one, except that Drake May in a weird way, I keep reminding myself he's not a rookie quarterback.
He's not. He is not.
But it was the first year where he felt like an actual NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
But again, going back to, they gave him an offensive coordinator who's worked with multiple young quarterbacks. And the thing about Drake May is, despite the playoff performance and despite the fact that they faced an absurdly easy schedule last year. It was one of the easiest schedules of all time in the NFL.
Oh, wow.
I can't argue against the actual production. So if you're stacking up apples to apples and let's not think too hard about what this guy had versus what this guy did. Drake May had issues with his offensive line.
Yeah.
His tackles were just his left tackle's an absolute disgrace late in the year and in the playoffs. Kayshon Boutte, all of a sudden we're going to act like Kayshon Boutte was the guy. Anybody who was talking about Kayshon Boutte, like he was going to have the year that he did. CJ already had a crack at having Stephon Diggs on his team and didn't do as much with him. So, I'm cool with Drake May being above him right now.
Number 7.
Yeah.
Your boy. That's your
Justin
boy right
Herbert.
here. Justin Herbert. Yeah.
Yeah. Justin Herbert. Okay, if you look at Justin Herbert, 7th. But then if you look at guys, I think the guy that didn't make the top 10, the two guys that really scratch your head a little bit, I think are, especially compared to Justin Herbert, is Brock Purdy and Jordan Love compared to Justin Herbert. I don't know. I feel like Justin Herbert's in a weird space in my brain where I want to defend him sometimes, but not too much. I feel like Justin Herbert gets underrated at times because the last couple of years he's been playing in an offense where they almost try to limit him.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're protecting Justin Herbert from himself. But I also don't want to say that he's trash or anything. But I also don't think he's as awesome as so many people seem to be. And he, just like CJ, he's never done anything good in the playoffs. Where at least CJ Stroud's had some good moments in the playoffs. But again, I'll go back to based on the sum total of what he's done in the NFL and his bad years all weighed in there too. Yeah, he's just accomplished more than CJ has.
To this point, yes, you can say that he has accomplished more than CJ. But those playoff performances, man, they're hard to forget.
Yeah.
They're hard to unsee.
Yeah.
When it comes to Herbert. All right, number 6, up north, Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I can't argue against this one.
No?
I mean, we can say whatever we want about the Cowboys and the playoffs and everything else. Dak Prescott just consistently churns out impressive performances.
He does.
He's had down years, but
of course,
based on the way he played last year, now he's also got the benefit of having 2 stud wide receivers.
Yeah, he does.
That CJ doesn't have. But I'm not. these things shift and change. CJ, after his rookie year, going into 2024, CJ was 7th on this list.
Yeah.
So it's not like he can't rise back up on it. It's not a permanent appraisal of who they are as a quarterback.
No, definitely not. Number 5, Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is the 5th best quarterback
on this list.
There's no way in hell I'm putting CJ above Lamar Jackson.
No.
And people can bring up playoff record all they want. That's great. That's cool. But
he's a 2-time MVP. Come on.
Yeah, he's a 2-time MVP.
Come on.
Arguably could have been the 3-time MVP. And he's just accomplished so much. I think the big question with Lamar Jackson moving forward is, last year he had, at any given time, he was dealing with one of 4 different injuries. Mm-hmm. And the thing with him is, it's not the running ability that makes him special anymore. I mean, it's still a big part of his game, but his pocket mobility, his strength and ability in the pocket, his pocket movement is really, really good. And I think that's what affected him more than anything last year was it's some of those, it's not the scrambles, it's not the running on designed runs or anything that make for a lot of his really great throws. It's when he's able to reposition himself in the pocket, shake off a tackle. He's ridiculously strong when he's healthy. So a lot of his best throws come after he evades a sack just simply by breaking a tackle and stepping up 2 feet and then making the throw. That's what I think fell by the wayside a little bit last year. But as long as he's healthy, the 100% Lamar Jackson's fine.
Number 4, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, Joe Burrow's starting to get a little tiresome for a guy that.
Really?
Well, no. You know what it is? It's the Bengals. I'm tired of the Bengals not even making the playoffs.
That's true. Yeah.
And then
with such a good quarterback.
Yet at the same time, you watch him and you see what he's doing, and clearly and obviously he's an awesome quarterback. I think the one thing that's going to be interesting this year is that it's been kind of a multi-year process of teaching him to be, for lack of a better term, a system quarterback. Be able to lean on the run game, be able to lean on your tight ends, do some things do some of the more boring stuff instead of relying on heroics for Joe Burrow, because there are times where it hasn't been great in the fourth quarter, and there's only so much that QB heroics can do consistently without having an actual well-structured offense around him. So for him, it's more I feel like in some ways he's still operating like a young quarterback who's got these ethereal physical skills. He's got to be more of a complete quarterback if they want to have an offense that can deliver in clutch moments.
Well, didn't the Bengals go out and spend a lot of money defensively?
Boatload of money. Yeah, they've got 6 or 7 brand new starters on defense.
Yeah, so I mean, things could turn around. As long as I always feel like as long as he's healthy, if they can get something from that defense, they're going to be in the mix.
An NFL coordinator said this about Burrow, quote, "Burrow doesn't play in a system. He is the system. He's the whole thing." And I feel like that's cool and all, but I don't know if that's honestly the ideal that you want. You know who that was a little bit? Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers.
Manning?
What's the system with Aaron Rodgers? But at least Peyton was running his system to perfection.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So at a certain point with Aaron Rodgers, when he was at his physical prime, okay, what system is Aaron Rodgers running? Well, he's kind of sort of running Mike McCarthy's system, except that he's checking into a whole bunch of plays that maul a bunch of time. And it was when he could pull off the circus throws and everything, it worked out. But when you don't have those same physical skills anymore, it tends not to age all that well.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Rodgers, he tended to do his own thing.
Yeah,
when he wanted to. All right, number 3, Matt Stafford.
Yeah, I don't know if the argument against Matt Stafford at this point would just have to be that at some point he's going to get old and decide to quit playing football.
At some point.
They've done a really good job of surrounding him with good. He's in a perfect situation in terms of, okay, does he have a brilliant play caller? Yes.
Yes.
Does he have awesome wide receivers? Mm-hmm. Yes. Do they have a really good running back? Yes. And there's just everything around him is perfectly suited to just get the absolute best out of him.
All right, real quick before we get out of here, number 2 is Patrick Mahomes. Number 1, Josh Allen. We talked about them a little earlier.
I think, like I was saying, with Patrick Mahomes, at some point, I told you earlier, I think we're kind of almost – Patrick Mahomes is in a much more glorified situation, but a similar situation to C.J. Stroud, where, like, okay, the results on the field have been a lot better for Patrick Mahomes over the last couple of years, and yet he hasn't played like peak Pat Mahomes, but people have a lot of excuses for him. At what point does it become, wow, it's been a few years since Pat Mahomes has looked electrifying and looked like one of the definitively top quarterbacks in the league. Yeah. Like, at some point, you got to just start calling things for what they are, and that the results aren't nearly as impressive as. But, like, I don't know how you detach that from the fact that he has done all those things that he's done.
Yeah, and he definitely does continue to get the benefit of the doubt, really.
Yeah.
When he hasn't played as well. All right, on the other side, we're going to get into one of the NFL's most premier quarterbacks wants to play for the USA in flag football in the 2028 Olympics when it debuts.
Hey, we are in July now. We're in July.
222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast on the air. He's Seth Payne. I'm Chris Partian for Sean Pendergast today. So in a minute, we will get to this. What do we have here? we will get to this premier NFL quarterback that wants to win gold and play flag football in 2028 when that debuts in the Olympics. But before we do that, we're going to talk about this top 10 linebacker list by ESPN, and your own Azeez Al-Shaair is on this list.
I expect him to be, but you just never know. You never quite know for sure.
Yeah. Nothing's guaranteed.
This is a big man coming from the depths of wherever Azeez was when the entire NFL world decided that he was the villain of all villains.
They turned on him.
Yeah, he came back and just like he's turned into almost. I feel like a lot of people on the defensive side of the ball have just kind of like said, all right, enough is enough. We're not coddling these quarterbacks anymore. Certainly, we're not going to coddle Trevor Lawrence. Azeez Al-Shaair needs to be recognized for what he is, which is a really good linebacker who also tends to sometimes just like tippy-toe up to the line when it comes to how violent you play the game, which is exactly what we. Isn't that what we want in football players?
It's
if you grew up
football.
watching NFL films, documentaries, and whatnot, yeah.
This is not the Olympics. It's not flag football.
Yeah. So
Guys
Azeez Al-Shaair, sixth on this list. It goes from it starts off with Fred Warner, then Roquan Smith, Carson Schlesinger, the young player from the Browns.
Okay.
He really burst.
That's pretty high. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's pretty high.
Zach Bond from the Eagles is still up there. It's funny, like Zach Bond got so much attention and adulation when the Eagles were a really good team, and then people kind of forget. They're like, oh yeah, the defense is still doing really good stuff.
It is.
Then Jack Campbell from the Lions at number 5, and then Azeez Al-Shaair at number 6.
Is that too low? Is that too low in your opinion?
I don't. You know what? Here, so the highest ranking he had was 3. Yeah. The lowest ranking he had was unranked.
Well.
And I think there's a lot of that with the linebackers, because depending on what scheme you're playing in, I mean, if you go through the top 5 guys, I don't know what it's like with the other positions, but like Roquan Smith, his highest ranking was 1. Lowest, he's the number 2 overall. Lowest ranking was unranked. So. Ours and Schlesinger, same thing. Zach Bond was more. Highest ranking was 3. Lowest ranking was 10. Then Jack Campbell at number 5. His lowest ranking was unranked. And Azeez Al-Shaair, same thing. Like somebody ranked him number 3 overall. Somebody else had him low, just completely unranked. Last year he was unranked completely. So he's ascended pretty damn rapidly up to number 6 overall.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned scheme there, and whatever scheme a linebacker might play in. They may have a different role in a certain scheme. Was there a specific scheme that you preferred when you played 3-4-4-3?
Well, I think and to speak to the scheme part, one of the quotes in here by an NFL coordinator was, he's specialized by scheme a bit, but he's explosive and good in coverage. I always like the scheme that fits the personnel. If that's, I don't know if I'm punting on that or not, but yeah, I don't
sense.
I played in a lot of defenses that were just more conventional 4-3 classic defenses my rookie year, or in my first 5 years, but we weren't like an attack style 4-3 the way the Texans defense is. I think when somebody says he's specialized by scheme a bit, that rubs me the wrong way, because this scheme that D'Amico plays puts a lot of pressure on your linebackers. If you think about, so they play with a wide 9 defensive end, which means everything's getting funneled to the inside. That's cool in that it makes it easier for the linebackers to have all the runs funneled to the inside.
Okay.
The trick is, though, that it makes linebackers where when it comes to play action, like you're dialed in and you are responsible for stopping the inside run, but at the same time you got to get to your coverage responsibilities. So where Azeez really excels is having the football IQ to really understand his pre-snap reads and his pre-snap tendencies and to diagnose play action to where they can be stout against the run, but he can also get back into coverage super fast. So it's his football IQ that really, like, there's a lot of guys that might be physically talented that would have a hard time doing what Azeez does. I almost feel like somebody is looking at it, like in saying that, is thinking like, well, yeah, I guess, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw looked really good in that scheme too. Right, because you can only run that scheme if you've got really good linebackers. Like, it's just kind of the scheme doesn't work, and the scheme didn't look as good before they got Azeez Al-Shaair. But I think that what people probably look at it is they don't look at him as a guy who's awesome in coverage. But the fact of the matter is he gets the job done in coverage, and they ask him to do some pretty tough things. So that's my long-winded answer to your question, what scheme do you prefer? I prefer the schemes where guys are well-suited to do what they're asked to do. And I think D'Amico's done a great job of getting a bunch of those guys out there. Like, over the course of the last 3 years, it's just steadily been more and more like, all right, these guys are just built to play this style of football. The other quote that I liked was, he's the Dennis Rodman of linebackers.
I'm looking at that right now.
He gets in everyone's head day, and he can play every down. I don't know. Is that a backhanded compliment?
That's a hell of a quote right there. He's the Dennis Rodman of linebackers.
I feel like that's a backhanded compliment.
I don't even know how you take that.
Because it's not. Like, all right.
Hey, how do you take that? I'm the Dennis Rodman of linebackers? How do you even take that?
He seems to be a family guy.
Yeah,
like, he seems to be pretty. He seems to be off the field a lot different than Dennis Rodman. I think that if I think about, okay, if somebody's the Dennis Rodman of anything, I would feel, for one, it's almost got to be like, okay, it's not a 3-down player. It's somebody that specializes in one thing and does a really good job at it. So, like, if you're just a guy that's a pass rush specialist that comes in on 3rd downs, or if you're a run stuffer on the defensive line, like, I feel like that's more of or if you're a 2-down linebacker, if you're a guy that's just out there and you can stuff the run like a mother and do all these other things, I feel like then you might say he's the Dennis Rodman. But the fact that Azeez Al-Shaair is a 3-down linebacker, I feel like the Dennis Rodman part's a little unfair.
Who would be the Dennis Rodman of the NFL right now? Like, not just linebacker, any position. Who would be the Dennis Rodman equivalent?
I guess, like, who's the best short yardage back in the NFL? That's something like that. Yeah, that's a good question for the Texans. Who is the actual
text line?
No, and include the off-field stuff off of it. Like, who's the guy that lives kind of a wild lifestyle off the field, but comes in and just gives you a couple of really, really good things, like in terms of specializing in something?
Could it be Stephon Diggs?
He's the best number 2 wide receiver in the NFL.
Okay, that's right. I'm sorry.
That's what he's calling himself.
I forgot about that. He's the best number 2.
Yeah, for those of you guys that didn't hear it, Stephon Diggs did something brilliant in terms of marketing himself, which just leaned into not trying to act like the diva that says he's the best receiver in the NFL. He says, I'm the best number 2 receiver in the NFL, which I don't think he's accurate on that, but he's not that far off. And I think that's a good way you can kind of plant a seed in a lot of GM's minds where they're like, you know what? Diggs got a point. Like, all right, as long as he doesn't think he's going to come in and, be the number 1 guy for the Buffalo Bills back in the day or something. And it sounds like he's cool with that. He really does fit that role for us right now.
So the rest of this linebacker list real quick. So Azeez Al-Shaair was number 6. Number 7 was Jordan Brooks from the Miami Dolphins. Number 8, Nick Bolton, Kansas City Chiefs. Number 9, Edgerrin Cooper, Green Bay Packers. Number 10, Devin Lloyd, Carolina Panthers.
The one guy that was on here that I found interesting who received votes but didn't make the honorable mention, so he's not in the top 14, is Bobby Wagner. At the age of 73 is still out there.
It feels like it.
as a free agent right now. And I don't think the Texans are going to go after Bobby Wagner, but I've always he's another one that I'm always going to be perpetually intrigued by, just because, man, all right, okay, you got a veteran. If there's an injury during training camp or something, I could totally see having Bobby Wagner on the squad.
And does it also help that he's a good locker room guy? I've always heard that.
Right? Yeah. No, especially going back to some of the football IQ type of stuff that I think Azeez is really good at and excels at. I think Bobby Wagner, you could probably make that case that for his tutelage ability, like his ability to tutor some of the younger guys, would probably be really valuable. He might be like, I bet D'Amico would just love comparing notes with him, having conversation with Bobby Wagner about certain things game plan wise and all that.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd probably go back and forth for hours on
that. Yeah.
Hours in it. All right, let's hit the break here, getting to the top of the hour. All right. Next up, we're going to talk about it. One of the NFL's premier quarterbacks wants to play for Team USA in flag football's Olympic debut in 2028. Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
The Astros are at
WLT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yes, it's Payne and Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. I'm Chris Partee. I'm filling in one more hour of me for Sean Pendergast. It's been
you're doing great, man.
It's been fun today, man.
Yeah. Fun. I try to make it as easy as possible. You guys fill in. I know there's a little bit of trepidation because old Sethers never seems like he's quite prepared. That's it might seem like I'm not prepared, but I'm prepared for anything and everything. Okay?
Any and everything.
And I make up for whatever my lapses are with energy. So, for people that aren't used to doing the morning show, the 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock hour is kind of, that's like hitting the 21st mile of a marathon. Yeah. Where you realize, like, I don't know if I was ready for this. Yeah, but you're doing great. I
just had to pull out my energy drink here.
Yeah, pharmaceuticals are the way to go. That's what I tell all the kids. I
was doing good up until about, halfway through the last hour. I was like, all right, I need that energy drink now.
Let me tell you real quick. I ran a few marathons. Well, I shuffled a few marathons in my time. So I was trying to because when I was done playing football, there was a point where I was in rough shape physically. Like I was really, I had a couple dozen surgeries in my time and everything. I've got a lot of ligaments and things that are still out of. I've got screws in my body that have actually literally fallen out of where they're supposed to be. Like, I have literal screws loose, and it doesn't always feel so hot. But I got to a point where it was like, I was kind of like going through the thing where, like, I could get NFL disability and all this, and I kind of was going through the process, and the entire time I'm feeling like I'm just kind of quitting on life if I do this now. So I went full bore the other way. I was like, no, I spent like 2 years going to rehab facilities and everything, like physical therapy rehab, not the other stuff.
Not the other stuff.
I still got those other issues. And so one of them was like, okay, I'm never going to be the same athlete I was. I'm not going to be able to lift weights the same way I did and everything. So I'm just going to go the other side of it and get into some ultra endurance stuff. And knowing that I'll never be good, but I'm kind of released from any expectations or anything. I just want to finish a marathon.
Just get out there.
And when I knew that I was never going to run a fast marathon, I'm like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to do an ultra marathon. So I did a few. I did like a 50-mile ultra marathon. I've run a few, shuffled a few marathons. Wow. Never ran a marathon. I've shuffled them.
50 miles?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It took 12 hours.
I bet it did.
It was rough, man.
Goodness. What is the training like for that? Like, what is the training like?
It's kind of cool because the training is basically you just got to move as much as you can, man. So if you got 8 hours on a Saturday, you just decide, all right, I'm going to go run at a leisurely pace for 8 hours or hike. The hills are for a bigger body guy, it's actually good, easier on your joints if you can do a lot of hills because that's more, you're hiking up the hills and all that. So anyway, the first marathon I ever ran, I got to these people, they think you're helping out on the course. But, I was on this course, and it wasn't really well marked, so I didn't know exactly where I was. But, you're running, and there's people that are saying, you're almost there, you're almost there. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I must be almost there. And then all of a sudden, I see a mile marker, and it's I'm at the 21st mile.
Oh, God.
You son of a bitch, that's not almost there at all.
It's not even halfway.
The first 20 miles are easy. It's 20 through 26 where it doesn't feel like you're remotely almost there. So never do, as a word of advice, anybody who's cheering on marathoners, don't say you're almost there unless it's unless it's on a clearly marked course. And the other thing that happens when you're running a marathon like that is your brain stops working at all. And all the math you do in your head for okay, if I can run a 10-minute mile, this or that, it goes out the window and you can't. So it's really hard to do simple calculations. For me, at least, it was.
That is so amazing to me that you ran 50, whether you ran, shuffled, whatever, 50 miles.
Yeah. So
that's crazy.
The 50-mile one was really cool because it was around, I grew up in the Finger Lakes region.
Okay.
My family had a cottage on Canandaigua Lake, which is a really big lake. So big that if you run all the way around it, it's 50 miles.
Seriously?
And that was the one that I did. Wow. Yeah, it was the Can Lake 50, and it's so you run all the way around Canandaigua Lake. So that was kind of cool for me for somebody that grew up swimming in that lake and everything to do that. And again, I shuffled for 50 miles around the lake.
I don't care if you crawled. I don't care if you crawled.
No,
you wouldn't find me out there doing 50 miles of anything.
Okay, so this is what happened on that one. I'll tell this story. All right, sorry. You just take the next few minutes off.
It's all right.
So the trouble with those long ones is it's the hills. The hills crush you. And I still, I didn't know, my thinking, I'm an idiot, was okay, all right, I'm going to make up time on the downhill because I don't know anything about running. And any runner will tell you, listen, the downhills are actually a lot harder on your legs than anything else. But I'm the first 15 miles, we got these long declines, and I'm just cruising along. And then you're yeah, I'm making up all kinds of time. So by the time I got to the 25-mile mark, my legs were jelly. Wow. And I've still got a lot more hills after that. So we're coming to, there's a 12-hour course limit. There was at the time. They've changed it since then. So there's 12 hours. You got to finish in under 12 hours.
Oh, wow, okay.
And I know people are doing the math in their heads, and they're saying, Seth, that's less than 4 miles per hour. How slow? Right! Because there's a lot of hills, okay? And there ends up being a lot of walking involved on those hills. So I'm getting down, and there's a guy who's driving this little old beat-up Nissan pickup truck. And I've got about 10 miles left. I can't do any of the math in my brain. I feel I've got blisters all over my feet. I was in extreme pain. I'm starting to cramp up a little bit. And this guy in the Nissan truck, I can tell that he's the guy who's responsible for cleaning up the course.
Okay.
So for the previous hour or so, I'd seen him kind of carting. He would have cones in the back of his truck and human beings. So it was the people, it was the stragglers who were dropping out of the race, and it was cones. Because, and I started to see, 10, 15 people he'd carted up ahead of me to drop off. And then he comes back and gets more cones. And I'm oh, boy, I can read the writing on the wall. You're about to come round me up and take me to the gulag. So, and I'm getting to the point where, man, I am losing it. I don't know which way is up. I can barely, I can't think properly. And the old guy drives up past me. He's got a bunch of cones in the back of his truck. And he starts jogging towards me. Okay. And I'm okay, he must be here to tell me that, I'm disqualified because I'm too far behind.
All it in.
And I start to reach down to take off my ankle monitor, not the legal one that was on the other foot, but the one they use to track your time and everything. Because I was going to hand it to him. All right, I'm getting booted off. And this guy, his name was Barry, I would learn. He says as he's running up to me, he goes, not today. You're not quitting on me.
Oh wow!
And it freaking switched everything in my brain, little moment in my life, because I was a few years out of the NFL. I was struggling to figure out, I felt like I was soft and lazy. I wasn't the guy I used to be, and it was almost like a coach had said just the right thing, and it just my eyes perked up, and he's here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run to that telephone pole, and it was 2 telephone poles up. Then we're gonna walk to the next one, and then we're gonna run 2 more telephone poles, and so we did that a couple times. And then he ran back to this guy's 75 years old.
Oh, wow.
Ran back to his Nissan pickup truck, picked up some cones, and then pulled up another couple 100 yards in front of me, and then ran back to me. And it was I think at that point there were 5 miles left on the course. So he does that, and I'm talking to him a little bit, and he's keeping me going, giving me pep talks the whole time. And then we get to 1 mile out from the finish line. It's starting to get dark and chilly, too. It's in late September, early October. Yeah. And Barry's listen, the last mile is through a park. I can't take my truck through there, and I got to get back to the finish line. This is what you're going to do. He's he explained out the layout of the park, and he's then you're going to have one long downhill and then one really big uphill. When you get to that downhill, you need to hit it, and then you just bust your ass to the top of that hill, and you'll be there. So I'm yes, sir. And he takes off, and I get to the part, and I can get to the part where I can tell that he's talking about. But by this time, it's dark out.
Yeah.
And it's getting kind of chilly. And all that sweat that had dried on my skin and all the salt that was on it starts melting, and it's getting into my eyes.
Oh, my.
To the point where, because I'm working now. I'm running, and I see it. I get to that hill, and the grass is all slippery because there's starting to be dew and everything on it. And I'm screw it, I don't care. I'll tear a groin. I just start hoofing it down that hill, and you get to the last part. There's one big uphill, and I'm just it's I'm running hills for a football coach or something.
Okay, yeah.
I just bust up it as hard as I can. I get up to the top of the hill, and at that point, I can't see anything because there's so much salt in my eyes. All I can see is like 100 yards down. I'm at the edge of a parking lot. And there's a bunch of lights at the end of the parking lot. That's the finish line. They still got it lit up. There's a clock on top of it. I can't read what the numbers are. But everybody at the finish line is yelling for me. There's like 20 people who are just still sticking around. A couple of people that I had met on the course, like runners that had started off, and I was talking to them. They stuck around and waited for me till the end of the race, and they're all yelling and cheering. And I start like on a wind sprint going towards, and
Wow.
I ended up finishing like just inside of the 12-hour limit.
Oh, wow.
And couldn't see a damn thing.
Beat the clock.
So, I was like blind, completely blind. It was one of the coolest moments of my life because
Wow.
Barry, the old guy,
Yeah.
had just taken it upon himself to be my to be my rabbit for the last few miles.
713 said Nissan truck dude, otherwise known as, what you said, Barry?
Barry, yeah.
Barry went from Grim Reaper to hero.
Yeah, oh, he was awesome, man. He's the best guy. I gotta catch up with Barry after the show.
Oh, so you kept in touch with Barry?
Yeah, because one of the other guys that stuck around was this guy. He had been like a minor league baseball player. He was a pitcher, so kind of bonded for the first 10 miles.
Yeah.
But he was like 6'5", 210 pounds, which is huge for a distance runner.
Yeah.
But no, he was like 225. Like, it was pretty impressive.
Okay.
But he took off way ahead of me. But then hung out, like him and his buddies were just sat and drank beers at their RV until I finished.
Wow, that's an amazing story.
It was honestly, it was like, thank you. But it was really that part of like having somebody, like remembering that can, you get to be an adult and you kind of think you're self-sufficient and everything. And it was just this huge reminder of just, wow, like the right person at the right time.
Yeah.
Like, and a good coach especially can just say the exact right thing. And it gets you going. You go into athlete mode, yeah.
It definitely got you going. All right, Seth,
if you can call, I don't know, I probably averaged 12-minute mile on those last 5-minute miles. If you can call that being an athlete.
We're not going to pay attention to that right now.
Yeah.
Did you finish the race? Yes, you did.
I did. You know what they did for me? This is what they said. So the rules are, some marathons will be like, okay, you have to qualify for the Boston Marathon, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's like 3 hours and 20 minutes. But it's like, as long as if you finish at 3 hours, 20 minutes, and 59 seconds, that's considered finishing in 3:20. So they did that for me. I finished in like 12 hours and 43 seconds. So they're like, listen,
got it.
Nobody's ever done this before. We're just going to say the rules are that, yeah, you made it under the time limit.
Seth, let me ask you this. So, obviously, we know that football is going to be a part of the Olympics, like American football for the first time, but it's going to be flag football. Before I give you this player, what are your thoughts on this? Like, are you for this? Are you against it?
I don't. This is easy for me. There's no conflict of interest between my love for America and my love for my football players. I don't want any of my players on my team, the Houston Texans. Okay. I don't want them getting injured right before training camp.
Yeah,
doing a highly competitive sport.
Yeah.
The second part, though, that's easy is that I have been about this. Sean can tell you from the very beginning when they made this an Olympic sport. I think people are way too casual about thinking that it's just a foregone conclusion that NFL players are going to be good at flag football when they're different sports. It's a different skill set. It's a different body type, like all these things. Like your size is as much a disadvantage in flag football because you got to play both ways.
Yeah.
There's no collisions involved. So like being Tank Dell sized doesn't hurt you at all in flag football. No. Other than if he's playing DB, it's good to have length, obviously, or his wide receiver. But I don't think there's many football players that can just step into. I would say it's like this. It's like just because you're a really good hitter in baseball, it's not like you can just step onto the mound versus, I don't know, the best male softball pitcher in the world.
Okay, yeah.
And that you're going to be able to hit them out of the park all the time right off the bat without a certain amount of practice because it's a different sport.
Different,
yeah. So I don't think they should be even asking NFL players to play because I think guys are probably better than the guys that are going to step in. There's probably a lot of guys that are playing flag football that are really good at it that were too small for the NFL.
Yeah.
But to be the current quarterback on the U.S. team and everything, they've got it's a different skill set. And the way they move and the way they train is just completely different.
Well, Josh Allen would disagree because he actually wants to play flag football. He wants to win a gold medal.
He was on with, I forget the guy's name. It was a 2-time gold medalist skier who interviewed him the other day, and Josh Allen was asked, "Would you want to play flag football for the U.S.?"
I would sign up tomorrow to be on the team. I don't know if they'd want me, but that would be something. Like I said, I've always dreamed of competing for my country and being able to wear my own gold medal. But we'll see how it works. I don't know the ins and outs really of flag football, and I watched that deal maybe a couple months ago, and it was a much different game than I thought it would be. But I do think that there is a potential space. I would love to do it. I'm from California. It's in LA. I live here now, so who knows?
Okay, that's the part that got me at the end. Okay, first he said, I don't know anything about the sport, but, it's convenient for me. It's in L.A. I don't. There is something about being an Olympic athlete that I feel like it should be something you've committed to a certain degree. I don't like, even when, it was when Herschel Walker did the sled, remember? He actually trained for it and everything, and he worked at it. It was okay, it's cool, and you can understand, there's a carryover there. I don't know, but I'd love to do it. I don't know anything about it, but it's in L.A., and that's where I live. I got offended on behalf of America and flag football players because of that. So we should have put this in the Pettycast.
We really should have. Seth, there's no way the Bills allow this, right? No way. Come on. It's right before training camp. Come on, man. Stop it.
And again, going back to, he's an awesome runner, but part of his running style is breaking tackles and just being a large dude.
Yeah.
That's not as much of an advantage.
In flag football.
He's a much better quarterback than Kyler Murray, but I feel like Kyler Murray might be the better option for America anyway. Because you think about a smaller guy that can kind of wriggle,
shifty,
pivot his hips away from things. Yeah, a little bit of a shiftier athlete, more so that. I don't think likewise with Lamar Jackson. I don't think Lamar Jackson isn't as shifty as some of those smaller dudes.
Yeah.
I gotta give me the current guy or any of these smaller, shiftier dudes that maybe weren't quite big enough for the NFL.
Oh man, it's something to think about. But again, there's no way the Bills allow their franchise quarterback to play flag football a month before training camp starts.
We don't have to worry about C.J. Stroud once. I do worry about Derek. I worry about Derek Stingley. Because of his ball skills. So I worry that they'll target him as a guy. If they want to put some big names on there to give it as much cachet as possible. Yeah. Stingley might be the best candidate in the league when you think of his ability. Because if you play both ways, I think he would. Him and Travis Hunter probably would be the guys that just make.
Oh yeah, Travis
sense.
Hunter.
Yeah.
I think the Texans would probably shut that down too.
I hope Travis Hunter does it though. Yeah. Now, okay, we can. I can love America and pull for injuries to opposing
come on,
players.
Seth.
What? There's not. I'm not asking that. I don't. He's subjecting himself to injury. I'm cool with that. If Travis Hunter does that before the season.
Oh my goodness! All right. On the other side, we're going to get into some Rockets stuff here. Where are you on the Rockets and their off season, or lack thereof? Sports Radio 610.
Hey, look. If you want to win, whether it's flag football or anything else.
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast back on the air. He's Seth Payne. I'm Chris Partee, in for Sean Pendergast. All right, Seth, let's talk about the Rockets.
Yes, let's do this.
Where are you on the Rockets and their offseason, or, which in my opinion, a lack thereof?
Part of the problem is I'm a little too – I think I'm a little too easily convinced that, listen – it really was as simple as Fred VanVleet not being there, and then Rafael Stone's complete negligence in getting any kind of an actual point guard in there last year to play the point guard position as opposed to trying to cobble it together. Mm-hmm. That I feel like we've kind of, I think in an effort to overly complicate things, we've almost talked ourselves into that it can't be as simple as Fred VanVleet comes back and then you get the better version of everybody else because we just talked about it for so long, and it just, you get bored of talking about the same thing. I think there's a case for, look, this team by and large is pretty much the same team that people had ranked as one of the contenders going into last season. And you lose Fred VanVleet and everything falls apart in so many ways, but you can always go back and tie to the lack of a point guard. Yeah, look, Şengün's not the same guy and can't do all of the things he's actually good at when you're trying to run the offense through him. Kevin Durant, when he's trying to distribute the ball, is not always making the best decisions. Yeah. The spacing issues that come up, like all of these things, I don't want to make it sound like it's just as simple as, hey, having an actual point guard in there is matters, but it's a big deal.
Oh, it's huge.
And Fred VanVleet doesn't have to be a top 10 make a big difference.
No.
So I think I'm more optimistic than most Rockets fans right this moment.
Yeah, I agree. VanVleet doesn't have to be a top 10 point guard for them to be successful, but it is important to have that point guard. They also picked up Marcus Smart, who I guess is more of I would call him more of, I guess, a combo guard, not necessarily a true point guard, but a shooting guard. But the only thing with me and Marcus Smart is he's a little older now, right? He's a little older. You know, he won Defensive Player of the Year about 4 years ago now. He's still a pretty good defender, but him, and then they also signed Bogdanović.
Yes.
I don't know if that's enough really to get them over the hump.
I think adding a couple of shooters that's the other thing that goes into, if you add shooters or add any shooting, it's hard to take advantage of it if the entire offense is so janky to begin with.
Yeah.
So the catch and shoot guys, you know, whatever Reed Shepherd might be as a catch-and-shoot guy, he shot almost 40% of his threes last year. They're just, when they're not in position to even be catch-and-shoot guys, then, yeah, certainly you're not going to get the benefit of that. So, just having a distributor there makes a big difference. The thing I'm worried about with Fred VanVleet, more so than anything, coming off of his injury, because I guess that's the other big wild card is that, you know, Fred VanVleet made it sound like that knee injury was way worse than it was ininitially described. We'll see.
That sounded horrible the way he explained it.
If he's healthy, he's still 2 years older now than the last time we saw him.
Yep.
And coming off of a knee, much did that hurt him defensively? Because it's hard to think about putting, you know, like when you've got lineups with Fred VanVleet and Reed Shepherd on the floor, that gets a little dicier defensively if Fred VanVleet's taking a step back in that regard.
And that's the other thing that worries me is quite a few of their guards are smaller guards.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about VanVleet. I think he's 6 foot, maybe 6'1". Reed Shepherd is listed as 6'3". Marcus Smart is about 6'3", I believe. He might be 6'4". But they don't have any of these, 6'7" guards that can play the wing.
Yeah.
Mostly. I guess if you want to count Amen Thompson, but he's not really a two guard. He's not a point guard. He's more of a wing. He's more of a small forward, really. You got Tari Eason as well. He shot the three pretty well for a majority of the season last year. But it just seems like a lot of the guards back there for the Rockets are really small.
Yes, the other thing too is just whether you're talking about height or age. I mean, you're kind of in a precarious position where the like I say all those things about what they were and were not last year because of injuries, including to Steven Adams. It's that also Kevin Durant gets injured in the playoffs, and that was kind of a big deal.
That didn't help.
We're doing with the Rockets to a certain extent what we did with C.J. Stroud, which is like, all right. Can we please remember that with C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins wasn't there for the final game. The offensive line got, Trent Brown wasn't there. I'm not making that. That's no excuse for throwing four interceptions in one half. No. But it is part of the story. And get everything that happened in the regular season. I mean, I like Kevin Durant not being there and even when he was there not being healthy in the playoffs is kind of a big deal when you're already a janky offense that's trying to make it work, but then you lose the one guy that's the biggest impact on all of those people. But having said all that, it's not a foregone conclusion that, if I had to bet that Kevin Durant, Fred VanVleet, and Steven Adams are all going to be 100% healthy for the duration of the playoffs, that's a dicey proposition at this point.
It's a tall order right there. That sounds like a tall order to hope that they're all going to be healthy by the time you get to the postseason. Let me ask you this real quick, Seth. Is it a make or break year for Rafael Stone and or Ime Udoka?
I think that I would like we did this a few weeks ago, and I'm going to try to think if I've changed it all because we did it with the Astros. We did those four key, the coach and the GM with the Astros and the Rockets. And I feel like at the time, and this might have been before the Rockets kind of made their little mini surge here to where they're now in contention for the playoffs. I think at the time, I feel like Espada is expendable just because I can make a boatload of excuses for him, valid ones, but at the same time, it's also like the arguments I would make for him are like, hey, man, look at the resiliency they've shown in the past few years when they got off to super slow starts. All right, cool. But they did get he was also the manager when they got off to those super slow starts. The injuries are I'd make for him. But with Dana Brown, my thought was, all right, this is a guy that was brought in to kind of just stem the tide of all of the bleeding in the farm system, and you still look up, and the Astros are one of the worst farm systems in the league. So that's where I wonder what exactly have you done, given what we were hoping you were going to do. Yeah. With the Rockets, I think Udoka – I think at the time I ranked Udoka as more bulletproof than Rafael Stone, partly just because I think people would be afraid to fire Udoka. I don't think Tillman Fertitta's scared of nobody, but I think he might be a little scared to fire Udoka. You know what I mean? Just that whole – I would imagine when you hire and fire people your entire life, it's no big deal or anything, but every now and then you're kind of like, I
don't know about this guy.
Let's give a little did you ever watch Seinfeld?
Yes.
Did you remember the one with the mailroom, the crazy mailroom guy?
Yeah.
That Elaine was going to fire but ended up promoting?
Yes.
Yeah. Udoka feels a little bit like that.
Oh, wow.
Me.
With
I can see myself
fatigues.
punking out with
the
Udoka.
Army fatigues, yes.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give Udoka the what for on this one. And I ended up giving him a pay raise. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Hey, if that's what keeps your job, then hey, more power to you.
That's just sheer intimidation.
More power to you.
No, with Udoka, I think part of it is, again, going back to last year. All right, Rafael Stone made a decision to not do anything aggressive in trying to replace Fred VanVleet. That's a decision, and there's justification for it if you look at it through a certain lens. But the reality of the situation was you have who is not going to be the guy that. That's not his forte. Him somehow, reimagining that offense and coming up with an elegant solution to not having a point guard with a bunch of young players and an aging superstar. You shouldn't expect that that's what Udoka's going to be able to do for you. And then getting down to and it was clear that Udoka wasn't playing Reed Shepherd like he expected him to be be the point guard by the end of the season. That's the part where I think you got to manage the team you're on. Philosophically, I can see why you might have thought you could cobble together a point guard, but not with Udoka, who's a defensive-minded specialist head coach. Just that part of it. So for me, it's Rafael Stone. I think Dana Brown's in the most hot water, followed by Rafael Stone.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I when VanVleet went down, I guess right before the season last year, I thought it was a little odd that the Rockets did not make a move or really even attempt to make a move. to bring someone in. I didn't like it.
And it's one thing if it takes time for it to come together or something, but you had a half a calendar year before the trade deadline.
It never happened. It just never happened. Seth, let me ask you this real quick before we hit the break here. Rockets Summer League. Bruce Thornton, their number 1 pick this year, the number 31 overall pick this year. He's actually played pretty well his first 2 games of, I guess, Summer League NBA action, but still some, NBA action. He scored 27 in his first game. They won. They lost over the weekend. I believe it was on Saturday to the Toronto. Scored 17 points, had 6 assists, 6 rebounds, 5 steals, and shot 50% from 3.
Yeah.
Do you care at all?
I do. Oh, this is look, Reed Shepherd did the same thing, and then defenses started paying attention to him, and it wasn't as impressive in the second half of Summer League. But no, there's so many stories where, you hear a lot of stories about guys who have an auspicious beginning, and then it doesn't flame out. But sometimes it works out that he's just definitely that good. I think this is an extreme version of it, but remember Jordan's first year. You kept thinking okay, well, at some point, pitchers are going to make the adjustment to the adjustment. So let's not get too. We've seen in sports in the actual regular season, you see these really promising debuts.
Mm-hmm.
Gardner Minshew,
Oh, yeah.
all these guys, they do something as rookies, but at some point, everybody catches up to them. That was what was so impressive about Jordan. It was an unblemished stretch of just really good baseball out of him. And the pitchers adjusted, and he adjusted to the adjustments. So no, I think it's very fair to get excited about Thornton and look at this as a sign of, all right, there's something to him. He's got. We'll see. If he continues to dominate throughout Summer League, then that's definitely notable. But I'm going to enjoy it for what it is right this moment.
Yeah, I kind of take this. I guess like what you said, I enjoy it for what it is. I kind of take these things as far as Summer League with a grain of salt because a lot of these guys in Summer League, we're not going to see them for a while.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're not Thornton to be on the roster later in the season, but early on, he's probably going to be down in the G League.
Yeah, you're right. And I also think, for some of his, he's 6 foot tall, which means he's 5'11". And are they measuring him without the shoes now at the combine, or what are they doing? They changed it, whatever.
It should be without the shoes.
Yeah, okay, how much is he actually going to get targeted, and how much are you going to see the downside of that?
Yeah.
And especially the guys that aren't as capable of exploiting that. Let's focus on the positive at this point. And as of now, he's a future, at least second team All NBA player, is based on current results.
Hey, you can't ask for much more than that. All right, on the other side, we'll wrap up the show, and we'll do a little crosstalk with the In the Loop guys.
Yordan Alvarez. Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Final segment of the show. Fellas, this has been fun. I appreciate both of you, Seth, Ben, helping make it really easy for me today.
Yeah, you've done a great job, man. It's been a good time. I didn't realize you hadn't done the morning show yet.
I hadn't.
So with either Sean or myself.
But I've done it now.
Yeah, I think Luke Morrow is going to be in tomorrow. For those of you just tuning in, Sean has a voice issue. So they just, in an abundance of caution, they sent him to the 2-day IL, and he'll be back on Wednesday.
He will be back this week.
Or Thursday. He'll be back on Thursday.
He'll be back Thursday. So Sean will be back this week. All right, Seth, real quick. Which questionable character guy right now for the Texans?
And this is, before I made a list of 4, just questionable character. That's a little bit iffy and insulting. So I probably shouldn't have said it that way. I mean, some of them are definitely questionable characters.
You know, kind of the truth.
Like 100%. The guy I feel weird about is putting Stephon Diggs on there just because he was most recently exonerated from what he was accused of. And yet, like, there's always something.
He's always into something,
yeah. I should, you know what I should say? Which potential dramatic guy? Which potential for drama guy? So I've got 4 guys whose names are out there right now: Stephon Diggs, Brandon Ayuk, Terrion Arnold, and Tyreek Hill. So Tyreek Hill is like most questionable right this moment, mostly because just because nobody knows exactly how healthy he is.
Yeah.
James Palmer, before we discuss these 4, James Palmer had said there still is, to my understanding, no guarantee that Tyreek Hill plays in 2026.
Oh, wow.
I think it's wishful thinking. So his knee injury ended up being a little bit more complicated than people thought initially. I don't know. Like, do you have a favorite of those 4 where you said, okay, yeah, sign him up right now? If you have to sign one of those guys, and let's say you're getting a bargain deal for any one of those guys. So for Brandon Ayuk and Terrion Arnold or Tyreek Hill, I think it would be for bargain for me, it would have to be damn near minimum plus incentives. For Stephon Diggs, it would be a respectable amount, but you gotta potentially deal with like all the stuff that swirls around him.
It would have to be Diggs for me because the stuff with Brandon Ayuk, I just, it doesn't sound like this guy even wants to play football. Honestly, to me, it doesn't sound like he wants.
Right, and even if you did sign him to a deal, right? Like, I don't have any guarantee that, I signed him to a deal and he's going to be disgruntled about the deal within a week.
Yeah.
That's the problem. The problem with Ayuk, if he does indeed even want to play football, and it doesn't seem like he does, I don't, like, what's he going to be? He's going to be happy with a bargain contract?
Probably not.
There's no way in hell. This was way easier. When I was listing the names down, I was thinking I might have to have a debate in my mind about it. I'm like, no, it's Stephon Diggs by a mile.
It has to be.
And if you're paying it, and he would make, that's how low those other guys are right now. I think my second place guy, though, would be Terrion Arnold. Even though he currently is facing 8 felony charges.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Because I do think that you could sign him for minimum, and that as soon as you figure out exactly what happened and how he's operating, I think you could cut him with no problem whatsoever. He's got the most potential upside for actually A, showing up to work, and B, maybe he develops into a good football player.
Yeah.
Like, you're probably not going to get anything out of Tyreek Hill, most likely this entire season, certainly not early on. And then, like Brandon Ayuk, I think I would rather, so I would sign Tyreek Hill before Brandon Ayuk. Because I think Tyreek Hill probably still wants to play football.
I would too. Brandon Ayuk has to be number 4 on this list. He has to be.
Yeah.
When a guy gets to a point, especially, I think he's 26, 27?
Is that all?
Yeah, he's not that old. Brandon Ayuk is not that old. When you're that young, and it feels like you don't want to play the game anymore, it's tough to want to sign that guy to any type of money.
He's 28, but he's still, he's still in the last couple years of the most wide receivers prime.
Yeah.
The fact that, like, for one, that he'll publicly complain about how the 49ers won't cut him or trade him, when meanwhile, like, he hasn't even filed the paperwork for reinstatement yet. That's where he's either really not in his right mind whatsoever, or if there is any kind of strategy to it, it's just that he's trying to, he doesn't want to play football anymore, and he's just trying to make it as obvious as possible. Yeah. Well, still also, maybe he's actually making a case for a Section 8, basically, like saying like that, like they can't claw back any more of my money because obviously I've got some emotional concerns.
That could be it. Here's this. Daniel Jones has been cleared to do everything coming off his Achilles injury.
Yeah.
How much does this news change your thoughts on the AFC South if Jones is available for them week 1?
I actually, during OTAs and minicamp, I was a little bit surprised that this wasn't bigger national news. He was participating in everything except full team drills. He was doing 7-on-7. But I hadn't really heard any results about how he looked or anything. And so I ended up listening to a few Colts podcasts when I was on a long drive the other day. And they were all like, I listened to the podcast from around mini camps and OTAs, and they were saying that he looked really good in 7-on-7s. I am 100% cool with this because I much more prefer the devil I know to the devil that's a mystery. And you go into any given Sunday versus Anthony Richardson or Riley Leonard, flat out, those guys and their ability to run the ball and bring the RPO and everything into effect, it just creates a huge wild card factor. Whereas I think with Daniel Jones, especially coming off an Achilles, we already know exactly how Shane Steichen's always going to use a lot of RPOs, but you've got a lot of film of Daniel Jones doing it. But let's remember what Kalen Bullock said before the Texans played the Colts last year. This was while Daniel Jones was still healthy and on the roster.
Yeah, of course, we got to stop the run. That's their whole offense. The whole offense go through Jonathan Taylor. He's the best back this year for the Colts. And that's just our game plan. Go in here, stop him. And once you stop him, we pretty feel like the offense don't have nothing else, I would say.
Yeah.
That's man.
He probably shouldn't have said that, but I'm really glad that he did.
Oh, my
He
goodness.
basically said, we're not worried about Daniel Jones.
No, they're not.
You know? Are you serious? We're not even worried about Alec Pearson. He's destroyed us. Alec Pierce can have 200-yard receptions, and it doesn't matter because if they don't have Jonathan Taylor working, that's all Daniel Jones is going to do.
And that's one of those clips where you just hope it doesn't come back to bite you in the butt.
Yeah.
Bulletin board material. How much does that really matter, Seth?
Oh,
honestly.
That's the other thing. Alec Pierce, by the way. Alec Pierce, he hasn't having a straightforward recovery from his ankle injury. That's another. Because people, it's the AFC South, so people don't talk a whole lot about the AFC South teams. But I was kind of surprised that wasn't more of a news item. You've got a quarterback who is best when he's mobile, coming off an Achilles, and then the receiver that you just gave a boatload of money to also is coming. That's they're in a more precarious situation than I think people realize. As far as what you asked, the bulletin board material, I think it's this is the thing. It's for some guys it doesn't do a damn thing, but for some guys it does a lot. And that's why I've always felt like it's a really valuable tool for coaches because you don't need to motivate the whole team with that. It doesn't have to be like high school where you genuinely hate your opponent and everything. Which is I don't know why because they have a different logo, but whatever. We're really good at teaching high school kids how to genuinely hate their opponent. But there's always a few I was always wired for it. I like just finding something to put a chip on my shoulder. The best example I ever saw of that in the NFL was when I was with the Jaguars. We're playing the Steelers, and Greg Lloyd, the linebacker, is screaming at Keenan McCardle, the wide receiver, about. And Keenan came to the sideline and was like, what the hell is Greg Lloyd talking about? He's accusing me of calling his wife and stuff. All this stuff. Yeah, you've been calling my house at night. So what Greg Lloyd would do, Greg Lloyd would create stories in his brain about guys on the other team. So he could pretend that, Keenan McCardle has been hitting on his wife or something. Wow. So that when Keenan McCardle comes over the middle, Greg Lloyd is gonna destroy him. That's scary. That. He's doing that for Keenan McCardle, who's not even Greg Lloyd's an outside linebacker. Yeah. Keenan McCardle's a wide receiver. Yeah. He's not even gonna have that much of an interaction with him during the game. So Greg Lloyd must have stories in his head about eyes on the offense. So, for Greg Lloyd, the bulletin board material stuff worked. I think that, Belichick was really, famous for using bulletin board material. If enough guys, if it works for, 3 guys on your team and they end up being that much better in a game because of it, then, it's an effective strategy.
Greg Lloyd always felt and always seemed like he was a little off.
Oh, he was
a little out there.
Yeah,
right?
my brother met him at a bar one night and was like, it was classic. Like my brother was trying to give him a compliment, and Greg Lloyd was taking it the wrong way.
Really?
Yeah,
really.
My brother Dan's kind of looking around like,
wow.
I gotta get this straight. I gotta get this straightened out as fast as possible.
That's got to be a scary moment.
He made some he complimented him for some reason about like the defense, and I don't know for this. He had no idea why Greg Lloyd was taking it the wrong way, but I think Greg Lloyd permanently has a chip on his shoulder,
wow.
and it worked for him really, really well.
That is hilarious, right?
Yeah,
there.
And it wasn't like my brother just walked up to him or anything. There was like a common acquaintance, and they had been talking to each other, but at some point it turned south really quick.
Oh my goodness! All right, we got the In the Loop guys coming in: John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. What's going on, fellas?
Yo, what's happening, man?
Glad I had a lid on my coffee there.
Yes, that was a good catch there. That was a good catch.
Dropped it. All right, what's going on?
So I hear you guys got a pretty phenomenal question of the day for us.
Yeah, I think so. Just because I know that Sean usually beats himself up about this. Do you want to get in the ID and the D&M auto leasing joint? Like, do you want to do that now? Just so that we can get that out the way?
We got to.
My bad.
Disclaimer.
Or you know what? I got you. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. I got you.
I appreciate you. I'm trying to find it on the sheet. I don't see
We
it.
used to have it on the show. I probably deleted it. This is what happens when Sean's gone, Chris.
It's all right. It's all right.
Everything falls apart. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry you're the one that's entrusted to try to clean it all up.
No, but that's what teammates do. We help each other out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he had my back.
Always. So the question of the day, I don't know if you guys saw this, but I called him like the breakout star of this World Cup, which I know some soccer fans would take umbrage with because like he is already an international star, like at Manchester City. But Erling Haaland definitely was like the big winner of this World Cup, if nothing else, because everybody fell in love with him and his golden locks and his large Viking self. And his parting shot was just as good as when he was departing the U.S. He was seen with a taxidermied raccoon that was hugging up on a particular, what was it? A
bottle of whiskey.
Bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
And this has caught everybody's attention. In fact,
Reginald, this was so perfect because yesterday on the show we were talking about which animals that people who aren't from North America, when they come to visit North America, which animals seem exotic to them. And a bunch of listeners pointed out the raccoon, which I never would have thought of. But like
exotic.
raccoons and squirrels.
Possums.
Like other people, they look at squirrels and they're like, so
armadillos
that are literally just
despised.
rodents for us. But raccoons and squirrels especially because they're so damn cute. You know, so it was really exciting for me to see him carrying off a souvenir raccoon.
That's right. And so that got us thinking, what's the weirdest souvenir moment have gotten?
Oh man, that's a tough one. Seth, you got one?
I don't. Okay,
That's tough.
This isn't a weird one at all, except that it's one that I just always feel awkward about having. Is it like when I do things with sometimes when I'm doing a charity event with the military or something, somebody will give me a challenge coin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, which is like an honor you receive, like actual military people, you know, who actually do dangerous things. They get it as like a commendation or for having achieved something. I'm just getting it because I showed up and like made a 3-minute speech. But like, so when you if you're at a bar and you all produce your challenge coins, you know, like whoever has the best challenge coin, or like who has the worst one, has to buy drinks for everybody.
Or if you forget it, if you don't
forget it, right?
Yeah.
So I've always felt weird because, like, I would feel really, really weird, like just producing a challenge coin to people who have actually like risked their lives and everything. So I don't know what to do with these. I always I don't want to produce my challenge coin.
I'm right there with you.
I'll buy the drinks. I won't even participate in the competition.
Yeah,
Where'd you get yours? Oh, I emceed an event.
Yeah. You guys ever been in the muck?
Y'all
At
ever
the
been
That's why I got this 1,000-yard
at the
stare.
Ramada Inn? Yeah.
Y'all
you
ever
don't
been
know my
in the
work.
Post Oak Ballroom, buddy?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of feedback from a mic, and I'm like, oh, PTSD.
I have two, and I leave them in my car because, one, I would never challenge somebody. Like, I would never be so bold as to do that. And two, nobody would think to challenge me with a challenge coin. Nobody goes, I know this guy.
Yeah.
I know this guy did some did some work.
Yeah. He served in North Carolina at boot camp.
Yeah, he absolutely. Like, nobody's mistaken me for that. And so, yeah, it feels odd. I'm right there with you. Honestly, we could widen this out to, like, what's the weirdest thing that you just own? Because this feels like this is one of those things that you walk into someone's house and you go, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
Why is that there? And now there's going to be a lot more people that have it because apparently the shop that sells it, mind you, $750, sold out of them.
For this raccoon.
Yeah.
People saw Erling Haaland did, and they were like, we need it.
Wow. There was a line out. It's called Bill's.
Wild Bill's or something like that.
Wild Bill's, whatever, memento shop. And there was a line outside the door yesterday afternoon, people trying to buy stuff. That guy got more out of it than Nike did.
Talk about free promotion.
By signing Erling Haaland.
Free promotion there, man.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing that you own, Chris?
I'm trying to think of something here. I'm trying to think, that's a tough one.
I've got a lot of weird stuff.
I know. I've seen some.
I've got a lot of weird stuff. Just from,
you go to his house and there's some weird stuff.
There's some weird stuff in there. I have a discus from Greece when I was at the was it the 02 Summer Olympic Games, 04 Summer Olympic Games in Athens. I have a discus that was given to me by some little Greek kid. It's an actual old discus. Now it's not. Ancient.
It's not like an Olympic discus. It's just some kid gave you a discus.
Gave me a discus, and it's still in my office.
And you've held on to it.
Yeah. I've got all kinds of weird stuff.
I've got, you know what I do have? From when I was a young child, I lived in North Carolina. My dad had a farm in North Carolina, and I had a commemorative Coke in the 1982 UNC championship.
Okay.
And I had that forever with the actual Coke still in it.
That's good. That's like
I don't know, but it felt like I don't know. That feels kind of weird. Like I don't know how healthy that is. And I was kind of half worried that at some point I was going to get drunk and try to like have a whiskey and Coke with that Coke or something. And somewhere along the way, we fell and it broke in a move, and I was kind of happy that it did.
Yeah.
I felt weird about there still being Coca-Cola in the Coke bottle.
Is there just something in you that thinks that like there'd be a moment that you're the thought inside your head wins and you just crack that thing open and drink it to your death or something? Is that what the
right? Yeah,
is?
with like whiskey and Coke. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Or that it was just disease ridden or something, and I was carrying around a petri dish of just toxic stuff.
You might not even need the whiskey. You might just get drunk off that old Coke.
Yeah,
You
it's
might
like
be
a delicate
fermented by now.
experiment. Yeah.
How stable is Coke after that while? Like I think that's actually a good question.
Time.
There's only one way to find out.
Crack it open.
I think anything with a lot of sugar and acid in it tends to age pretty well, right?
Yeah.
So it's
Preservatives.
You can probably drink Coke that's 400 years old.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm. I actually have and I think y'all have seen it if you've been to my house. I know you have.
Where's that again?
Right up there, right over there. I actually have my high school football helmet. Remember the old bike helmets that you pump air in the top of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have my whole high school football helmet still sitting in my office. It's wild, man. They weighed like 17 pounds.
Wait.
Oh, they were heavy.
Good Lord.
That's why you had that strong necks.
Apparently.
That's why you had strong necks back in the day. So man, excited to see what kind of odd things people have.
I was just trying to Google real quick how long Coke stays good for, and I stumbled onto the stability of seized cocaine after 60 months of storage.
Well, that's something.
It's any of you cops who are out there looking to pillage the evidence room. There might be a little bit. I'll forward you the study so you can tell whether you're how potent your product is.
Man.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my Lord. You guys are going to have fun with this one.
I hope so.
You're
I
going
hope
to have
so.
fun with this one.
Yeah. All right.
We good?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought that was it. My bad.
Hey, great job today, Chris. Luke Morrow will be in tomorrow, and then Sean will be back on Thursday. Antibodies to you and everybody else, and everybody have a great time listening to In the Loop.
All right. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, salute to the fellas in the morning. Shout out to Chris Partee sitting in for Sean Pendergast. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Datatula. My bad, I stepped on you there.
So
Not much.
What's happening?
Not much. Just trying to stay dry.
Everyone's wearing a soccer jersey but me.
That's right. I thought
you ain't no real soccer fan. That's why, man.
I didn't get the memo.
You ain't no real soccer fan,
Y'all
man.
are texting behind my back.
Nah, we just knew.
That's the funny thing, man. Like I never talked to anybody about what I'm wearing in years since high school.
Mm-hmm. We just knew.
We knew. It's soccer day, man.
Look, man, I thought we were all enjoying the World Cup. You over here wearing a Fisher shirt showing where your allegiance lies.
It's true.
You know? But no, excited for that. We get a little World Cup back going. It's been fun having the World Cup in these summer times. Obviously, baseball, the Astros have been up and down. It's been nice to have something that to enter times, and hopefully we give you a little bit of entertainment here on Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program a few different ways. The text line is available to you, 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Get involved with the program. Also, though, we appreciate the Mo Care Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Both of those places are where you can join and talk back to us and along with your fellow listeners here on the program. But if we're talking about entertainment, this is one of them weeks that usually you look around and you go, hey, not much is popping.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not much is happening. It is baseball All-Star week. So in effect, we have, like, at least when it comes to American sports, not much popping. But the home run derby, baby, last night, it did deliver. It did. At least I felt like it delivered. I'll ask you, 713-572-4610. Did you enjoy the new format, the location of the Home Run Derby on Netflix? Shout out to Jordan Walker having the fantastic walk down. Like, we had the drama that you hope from any event. Talk less of a sporting event, talk less of an all-star event like this. This was really, really fun, J-Lo.
Y'all want to tell me I was right now or later? You want to tell me I was right now or later?
I'm already going to be a contrarian. We are how many minutes into the show?
I said it's intriguing.
You did say it's intriguing.
I said it's intriguing, and it was, boy, was it.
It was. Yeah. It was. I'll give you that. The one thing, and I texted you guys about this as we were watching it, I felt like it was a fantastic decision. The one rule, which was the magenta ball at the very end of each round, where the player could keep swinging as long as they were hitting home runs. And that fact in greatly that the thing ends where Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals, a brimming star here in Major League Baseball, knocks off the hometown hero, I guess, in Kyle Schwarber. At the very, very end, he walks it off with three straight homers?
I think it was 3 to tie, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
He just knocks in 4 straight homers. I can't remember exactly which one it was at the very end in order to win this. And I mean, it added all the excitement on top of the fact that it's in Philly, and the Philly fans are notorious for being very much homers and then very much I don't know, adversarial to other teams and other players, and they're booing Jordan Walker as he's doing this.
Yeah.
And the question I have, I say all that just to get back to this. How much of this was the format and how much of this was the very particular circumstance of that battle? Because I do wonder if Kyle Schwarber is running away with this, do we give a damn about the change in the format?
Well, I think the format was just better in general. And then you got, as you mentioned, the drama. I think the format leads to this type of drama. Now, you're not going to get this every time, but that didn't feel like a gimmick. It felt like an actual good competition, you know? And yeah, you're not going to get that every year, but I feel as if that fed in. Now, the crowd's always going to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Philly more so than anywhere. And I feel a lot of people were loving that they got shut up, you know, by this kid, by Jordan Walker. And to be able to do it like that, and I was really just kidding about, you know, hey, you can give me my credit now.
I don't think you were.
Just a little bit. But either way, this is the right way to do it. Like I'll put it this way. They saved, or they fixed, more accurately. They fixed the home run derby. Would you agree with that?
Yes, temporarily.
No, I think they did. I think this is like
Do you think there's anything else they need to do, or you think this is the way they need to keep moving forward with this?
The clock was bad in terms of fan appreciation, both in the stadium and on television.
That I can agree with.
And so
they was just trying to make it go faster, I guess.
And you don't need to. It was a build-up. It was a good competition. I think it was fair. You know, you take your swings. You literally take your swings. You're not rushed and all that. No, I think they fixed it. And there's, again, this is not going to be this dramatic every year. I mean, maybe more years than not. Who knows? But it certainly is the way to do it. They fixed it.
I realize that I'm coming off contrarian, and it feels like I'm not willing to give you this W there. I do think it is fixed. Like that, I thought. Yeah. One, because this wasn't a full return to what it had previously been. Notoriously, before it was like you got 3 outs. Well, I mean, we've seen different iterations of the home run derby.
But the one that was the first big one
was you get 3 outs, and which means if you don't hit a home run 3 times, you're done with your round.
Yeah.
I liked the guaranteed number of swings, and then so sometimes, you could end up with these liners, or you could end up with the foul ball. But then you got these guys going on nice runs of 5, 6 home runs in a time.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like the timing of being able to see that run go, watch it go, hear the crowd, fully engage with it. Like that is what we enjoy about the home run. It's that build, and that still was there. The only thing I think is with these all-star games or these kind of exhibition events anyways, we tend to get bored with them, and I feel like this is a larger societal thing we've gotten to where we are not content with anything. We have a shorter attention span, and so the things that engage us and excite us, they do when they're new, and they very much lose that excitement as time goes. So I'm probably looking at this in 4 or 5 years, we're probably complaining about some of the things that we're excited about right now, but that was just downright exciting, and you can't deny that. What happened. I do wonder though also how you felt about the Netflix of this all, because that is a part of this that has become a large conversation, is that Netflix was where this was hosted. It was not Fox, it was not ESPN. Honestly, I turned to ESPN in my mind thinking, oh yeah, it's over there, and I was like, wait, no, that's right, it's on Netflix this year. Netflix paid big money for it. How did you feel about the Netflix presentation of it? Because I thought there was good and bad within it. I
didn't like the presentation. The thing that I disagreed with, and this was kind of making the rounds on social media, was, I can't believe they would put it on Netflix. Netflix has more subscribers.
Yeah, it
has a bigger audience.
We probably need to stop this conversation at this point, man.
Bigger audience than
worldwide in the United States than ESPN. There are more subscribers now on Netflix.
To me, I'm at a point where I'm looking at Netflix and just a cable channel. That's the same thing a little bit.
What's the first thing that pops up on your TV when you turn it on for most people? All those little boxes. I don't know about y'all's TVs, but every TV I've had, the first box is Netflix.
Yeah.
I think it's easier to.
I think this was more of a conversation if it was on Fox.
Or
something like that, because it's,
I agree.
It's free.
Yeah.
But we over here like, why is
or
it
even
not
like
on
Peacock?
ESPN?
But like Netflix is a monster. I don't know why people are saying
out of all the streaming services.
Yes. Well, why they put it on Net? Why would you not put it on Netflix?
Also the money, right? We could just
but I'm saying the whole argument of it's going to be lost. No, it's not. What decade are you living in?
It would be lost on ESPN, in my opinion, because how many people in this day and age, let's be real, have cable like that? A lot of people just stick with the streaming.
That's a fair point. I think that
I was blown away. I was like, what are you talking about?
The one thing I will say is, again, Netflix is the new change. I don't think that it's about Netflix itself. I think it's just like the continued thing that we've seen with streaming, which is you don't know where a thing is. And we saw this I felt this very much basketball this year. There's definitely been other places where we've seen this where or at least I have historically known, all right, if it's a Thursday and there's basketball, I'm turning to TNT. Like, I just kind of know where this exists. And I mentioned, my first instinct was to turn to ESPN because Chris Berman's going to go back when a home run is going up, and then it wasn't there. And so, obviously, everybody has a smartphone. We can look up where is this thing. But that additional hurdle of going and looking it up is kind of what people are pushing back against. I don't think it's as big as we make it.
I don't either.
But I do think it's notable that we no longer we're losing that feeling of I know exactly where this thing is, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as we're trying to make.
We're kind of losing that on everything.
That's what I was going to say. That's a generic conversation we've been having for a couple years now.
Right.
What work is the bear on? I don't know, but I can find it. It's right there.
But see, we've been having that conversation when the NFL got in bed with Amazon.
Right. Where are you going to watch Thursday Night Football?
Yeah, the NBA.
I can find it in a second. And by the way, the other good thing they have on all these smart TVs, and I know that a lot of people don't have smart TVs, but most people these days, I think, have some version of a smart TV. It has all those little app boxes, right? And then the big screen is showing you what's on that network. Like when I went to Netflix last night, the first big screen with sound and everything else is MLB Home Run Derby. I'm like, oh, cool, let's go.
I do think though, like, I wonder how, because you're right, there is a lot of people that have Netflix, and I wonder how many people, and this we probably have to get into consumer habits or whatever. How many people go to Netflix and go, oh, okay, the baseball is on here because. The thing about it not being on ESPN or Fox, some of the like more traditional places that you would think of where it'd be, is how many people are stumbling upon it that are like, oh, this is what I would have been interested in anyways. How many people are going to Netflix and going, I'm just going to pull up something and go, oh, here's the home run derby. Right? Like the home run derby feels like it's more appointment, and I know there's people that went to Netflix for it. How many people just stumble upon it and go, oh, okay, this is something that I was wanting to watch? That's the question.
Isn't that kind of what they want? I think that brings in more viewers. Because more viewers have Netflix, and if they just stumble, that's more viewers.
And I'll be very curious to see, not that we're going to get numbers that I think you could depend on very well, because everybody's trying to put numbers that show them to be. What's the thing I'm curious about? The actual way that the production went.
No, that was not great.
You didn't love it?
Yeah, I didn't mind it, but I saw some of the complaints, and I agree with some of the complaints. A little disjointed at times, but it wasn't a problem. It didn't ruin the experience.
I was so close to being like, I love Barry Bonds. I really respect what Albert Pujols is. I wanted them off the TV at a point. Thankfully, when we got to when they reined it into as guys are swinging, those guys are talking about swinging mechanics.
Yeah.
I was like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I was like, hey, this whole second team, and I like all of them. I love Elle Duncan and her work. I was like, get me back to Matt Vescursion, get me back to Anthony Rizzo, get me back to Hunter Pence. Like they were really fun with this. So it almost ended up in this weird place. Also, what the hell are we doing interviews during the actual swings?
I think they probably misguided. They were misguidedly thought that it was going to be more time between the swings, so they kind of scheduled these things. I was wondering about, like I said, just a little disjointed in areas.
Yeah. But I wonder how, because Netflix has told us that they look at these sports ventures that they're in as we're doing this as events and not quite as sporting events per se. And I think you know what I mean when I say that, like the historical way that sporting events happen. They're kind of taking a different way of looking at it. Michael Buffer announcing things before. I am curious to see if Netflix does what Apple did. Remember when Apple first got the baseball and they're like, we want to be different. We're going to add kind of this cultural, analyst in the booth. And they ended up kind of bringing this. I wonder if Netflix will do that as well, right? Because we had this. What was it? Did Netflix have the All-Star game last year? Was that what it was? Or no, it was opening day. It was opening day this year.
Okay,
remember
that's
where
what it was.
Where we're like, yo, what the hell are you doing? This feels so not baseball. This also had a little bit of that, but it felt like, all right, we're pulling a little bit closer. I do wonder if Netflix ends up in a place where it's just like, oh no, this is baseball, just not on ESPN or Fox anymore. Now it's just over here on Netflix.
No, I think ultimately that's what they want, but I also feel as if this is all reconditioning. Like we're reconditioning ourselves. With everything. Hell, radio. We want you to listen on the app. We want you to listen, in different ways. This is just about reconditioning our entire lives. That's all it is.
And they trying to cater to their Netflix audience as well.
Yeah.
They not just trying to focus on strictly the sports fans. They trying to get the other people that are not sports fans in this too.
Correct.
And I mean, there's people on the text line right now saying that they didn't watch it, but there's also folks that seem to enjoy it as well, especially the format that they had. I think that we're just in a place where All-Star games, man, they are what they are, right? This is one of those, if you have something to watch, it's just a thing to put on. It's still live sports. It's still something that a lot of people are watching at the same time, but it does not live up to the same stakes as a regular season game for a team that you care about, or particularly playoff games that matter. I think that's the clear thing.
They leaning more towards the entertainment part. And I know sports is in general entertainment, but they are leaning more towards the entertainment part.
Right.
Bringing certain celebrities in and just making it a little.
It's going to be entertaining when you have a performance like what actually happened.
That was great
in that game. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the internet has resurfaced some audio with CJ Stroud, which gets us to a conversation that I think we should have. Can CJ Stroud handle pressure? Let's have that conversation next.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks away. Are you ready? We are. The best football conversations in town. Exclusive inside information. at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday's going all right. I'm OG John Lopez. To my right, I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos and you rolling with us here. And the question, can DJ handle pressure? It's one of the biggest questions. It feels like it's one of the questions that's kind of tantamount to what the larger CJ Stroud experience is right here with the Texans in this time period as you try and figure out whether or not the Texans want to find a deal with him on the second contract. And this comes up again, at least in our imaginations, from social media, funny enough, in a roundabout way, because social media circulated a video about CJ Stroud on a podcast, or not about, of CJ Stroud on a podcast, notably with his long hair, talking about the difference between women in LA and Houston.
Yeah.
Can you give me a little bit of this, Fig?
You know what's crazy, bro? It's not even close. Oh, yeah, hold on.
I'm interested.
Like, it's not even close.
It's not close?
No.
So what's the separation here?
LA, bro. It's not even close, bro. I love Houston. But
that's crazy. It's not even close?
It's not close, bro.
I want to apologize to all of my sisters from Houston, Texas.
All right. And they appreciate the apology, big dog. But as you might imagine,
Is he talking about teams or women?
No, he's talking about the ladies.
LA ain't even close.
He said, and it ain't even close.
And then he went, you can go up to Oakland. Oakland's 400 miles away.
Not even close. In fact, the people in Southern California would be mad at you for like, no, that's NorCal. That's different than SoCal. All of a sudden, you're claiming the valor of all these other women. Right.
But I saw this, guys, and I'm like, that is from 2023. Here's the thing, though.
He's on a podcast here. Like, those are the two immediate tales.
Well, you and I and Figgy know that, and a lot of people know that. But it is circulating right now. I bet you if you went to your Twitter feed right now, as if it just happened.
Yeah.
And that happens sometimes.
That happens
with videos.
sometimes. But
I saw it yesterday.
Yeah, me too.
And I kept seeing people. It kept popping up, like,
and people commenting in real time.
Yeah, I'm like, what are y'all talking about? I seen somebody say, "Oh, he shouldn't be commenting on anything after that playoff game."
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, this was 3
years ago.
Yeah,
3 years ago.
And that's exactly the point, right? It's the fact that these things continue to compound on themselves, and right or wrong, and in this instance, very clearly wrong, right? I think the take was bad, but very clearly, like, this is not something that you pile on to the questions and concerns you have as a player.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a part of the pressure, right? Like, this is a part of the CJ is now a meme for you playing poorly in a big circumstance of this all, right? All of that adds to the pressure of CJ Stroud on the field. And so this is going to be not just the pressure of expectation, the pressure of this is a team that if not for those 2 games in the playoffs, people are saying wholeheartedly, full-throatedly, that this is a Super Bowl contending team.
Yeah.
And people sometimes feel like they have a little hesitance getting there because of the questions that they feel like they have about CJ Stroud in the playoffs. And now you add this other stuff. Like, and as much as he can say he doesn't listen to any of this, and his team doesn't listen to all of this,
they listen.
They all hear this. In fact, it's kind of amazing. If they don't listen, they magically know how to get to conversations about the things that people are talking about without hearing them. And so he's going to need to demonstrate that he can. That's this a very valid question.
And we're talking between the ears pressure, in your heart pressure. And I think there's a bigger sort of story. There's a bigger story happening right between our eyes. You might think it's the offseason. You might think it's the last 2 weeks.
I know it's the offseason.
2 weeks from today, right?
Yes.
The Players Texans report for training camp. You might think, boy, we got 2 weeks of waiting. There's no real season going on right now. It's put pressure on CJ Stroud's season. Let's go through some of the stuff, man. Not like this came out of nowhere, and I don't think it was an accident. Like, just happened. Someone happened to put it up there, and then it takes fire. Like this, people are doing this, and people are acting and reacting about this video for a reason. Then there's the not even the top 18, 19, 20, depending on how you look at it on ESPN's quarterback list. We talked about that yesterday. The apparent snub. Apparent, because maybe he's still going to be on the list. We don't know.
Which would be very fun.
Would be wild. On the NFL top 100 list. That resurfacing of this video. Greg Cosell, do you have that? Talked yesterday about C.J. Stroud handling not necessarily the pressure physically, but both the pressure physically and the pressure mentally.
That's a great question. I mean, I can only go by watching tape. I don't know what's in his head, but C.J. Stroud has become a quarterback that plays incredibly fast. His mental and physical processes become speeded up way too soon. He perceives pressure that's often not there. When he can't play in rhythm, you can almost see his body language, and everything becomes faster. I thought Troy Aikman spoke about it really well during the telecast. The last 2 years have been difficult. They've got to figure out what it is. If he's the guy, he's going into his fourth year. But the last 2 years, for the most part, with few exceptions, he's not been a comfortable player. Everything's happening too fast for him.
It's pile on C.J. Stroud season. Put pressure on C.J. Stroud. So can he handle it?
Yeah, and this is the nature of being a quarterback. It's funny because you would think with the pedigree, the answer should be absolutely, right? Played at Ohio State in big games, in big circumstances, and looked good in those big circumstances, right? The very first one that comes to mind, and figure, you know what I'm going to say, is Georgia. Yeah. Right, like that, I'm going to immediately think about the fact that not only did he play really well, but he also opens up a different part of his game that he had not used.
That was the one game where he was like, man, you know what? I'm a run. I'm going to put this team on my back and try to win this game. And unfortunately, the kicker decided other things. But
right, so you've had that. You've had games in the NFL. I mean, hello Browns, hello Chargers, where he has demonstrated a capability of handling pressure. But this is another level that is getting.
It's a different kind of pressure, yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And I see you on the text line. We always appreciate you getting involved. The 832 says, just hearing it does not give it validity. Oh, I agree. But it's there, and you have to be able to answer it, right? And I understand that it does not have to be valid, but that pressure exists nonetheless. And so I'm very intrigued to see how he responds to it, because I think Greg Cosell is right. C.J. Stroud, when there's an ease to his game, it still shows up. And we're doing the rewatch of last year, and I see it when there's ease to his game, and those situations where, like I mentioned, he gets his wide receiver one-on-one, he's protected. Buddy, that ball is gorgeous. But in the moments where things get a little muddled, you can see there's times where the feet get happy or whatever. And I am a little bit less inclined to say that he can't get there, because I think there's something to be said, right, about the pressure of this all. I think if you look at it from one of two different ways, if you look at it from the place of CJ and pressure, then I think that it is easy to have a negative view on him. I think also I very much look at it from the circumstance of this, and some of the pressure that has been created for CJ, or some of the lack of ease, circumstances have been odd. There's constantly been newness, whether it's from year one to year two, you get a new level of poor offensive line play. Yeah. From year two to year three, you literally get a new offensive play caller and a new offense, right? There's always something new, and he's trying to find and establish some level of footing within those. This is the closest that he's had to year to year, some level of stability. But he needs to demonstrate that with that stability, that pressure is eased for him as opposed to the other way, because I think that then compounds what we're dealing with.
I think there are two kinds of pressure that players have to deal with. And I'm talking both mental pressure.
Correct.
The mental pressure of on the field reacting the right way, kind of what Greg Cosell was talking about, being able to not have the happy feet, be able to stand in there, handle the mental pressure of being the quarterback. Then there's another pressure. And that's the pressure that you feel before you even walk onto the field. And that is what's happening now. Before he even walks onto the field, he's not feeling the pressure of how do I deal with this second year play caller or this and that mental pressure. He's dealing with the mental pressure of people doubt me. He's dealing with the mental pressure of that video is resurfacing. The mental pressure of I'm not respected by my peers. I'm not respected by NFL execs and coaches, all the things that have been happening this week. That's an entirely different kind of pressure. It's like when you go to work and for whatever reason, just make up a reason, you're feeling really pressure that about something at work. Well, when the mics come on, that's different. You react differently because you're feeling that pressure. You know what I mean? Or you walk into your office or whatever. That is the kind of pressure that we don't know he can handle. We don't know he can handle the stuff that's out before he even walks onto the field.
I will say this too, because remember when he did this podcast, remember he was on a media run after that rookie year.
Yeah.
And then we know how that season ended, not the actual season, but his season, it was kind of a down year. And remember, he kind of went ghost. He didn't do any other media stuff the following offseason.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure if that was a way to try to get rid of that pressure or just not add any fuel to the fire because of that season. So I don't know.
And I feel like a lot of people agreed with that. The way that CJ Stroud was like, hey, don't be out here talking big if you are in a circumstance where it feels like you have not backed it up or whatever. Right? Yeah. Maybe that's not the best way of saying it, but you get what I'm going for. I don't know that speaks to the pressure, but regardless, like however you want to parse the previous portions of it, I think that this becomes a whole different level of like the pressure, the mental aspects of it. And people will talk about the Tank Dell. I think that you could find, if whichever side you want to be on of the question of can CJ Stroud handle the pressure, I think there's things that you can point to and go, here's an answer to the affirmative, here's an answer to the negative. I think this year, this is the question that we're talking about, right? Like this is what we're talking about underneath all the other things. He can make the throws, right? We've had enough people tell us that he's a smart quarterback and all the thing. This is the answer. Like this is ultimately what we're trying to evaluate from CJ Stroud. And it became even more clear with something as silly as a video that was clearly old of him coming up and it's starting the wildfire again.
Yeah. And I kind of expect more to happen, not necessarily another video or whatever, but just people find it. It's CJ Stroud season. Can he handle it? And to your point, we've seen him in pressure situations, maybe not high leverage pressure situations, but like the Browns playoff game, the Chargers playoff game. We haven't seen him where people are looking at him and he knows people are looking at him.
This is probably the big. To your point, Lopez. This is probably the most pressure he ever had as far as like just off the field,
right?
And not real game time situations, but off the field. Because even when he went ghost that one season where we all said he locking in and all that stuff, like this, it wasn't even this bad.
That kind of pressure has broken people.
Yeah,
it's broken athletes.
Yeah,
and that's can he handle it? That's the question.
Is it like Todd Marinovich, right? A different style, but you get to that obviously. Man, there's definitely instances where you have that kind of pressure, and does that change stuff? This is where it's important, and the things that can help ground him away from that stuff, because that stuff is, I don't know that you can take that off the table for him.
Yeah.
Right, like as much as they've tried, right, when they talk about all the support that the guys in the building have for him, I do wonder how like those messages come from the leadership, because they've seemed like somewhat in the middle when it comes to committal with him. They're like, he's our quarterback for this year, and I don't know how that plays with him and answering this pressure.
That's still really funny just hearing it.
But yeah, this
is definitely got to add to the pressure, right?
That too. I didn't even put that one on there. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here.
Oh, by the way, also more pressure. Contract year.
But he held his end of the bargain up, so we ain't got to worry about that.
Well, I mean, they picked up the fifth-year option.
But, I mean, he didn't get a contract.
Yeah, I mean.
He's playing for a contract.
Yeah. But, I mean, like in the very technical sense of the word contract.
We don't care about technical right now.
I mean, but you can't throw it in. All right, so I'm about to tease, right?
He's playing
and you're like, well, also, there's this one thing that's not technically correct. Come on, dog. What you doing? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Shout out to Erling Haaland, who had a taxidermied raccoon drinking a bottle of whiskey as he was leaving the World Cup. Fantastic souvenir. So that got us asking, what is the weirdest souvenir or just thing that you own? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let's talk about that next.
Got a ball game today this afternoon.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day time here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What is the weirdest souvenir or thing that you own? 713-610, or maybe someone that you know owns, because Erling Haaland has very much made it clear that he has a definitive answer to this after having a pretty fun World Cup experience and having more, at the very least, Americans learn about who he is and how, I guess, delightful his personality is. Yeah. Is a fair way to say it. He capped off his World Cup experience by getting on the plane with a taxidermied raccoon holding on to a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I'll say that one more time.
Yeah.
A taxidermied raccoon that is holding on to a bottle of whiskey.
It's kitschy.
Is it?
It's kitschy.
Okay, very good.
It's Texas. I mean, I saw somebody saying at this point he should fast track to American citizenship by just buying that and taking it on the plane and carrying it off the plane. He was going down the stairs with this stuffed raccoon drinking a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, clearly you can't pack that away.
No, you can't. That's carry on.
Yeah, carry on 100%. And honestly, that got people interested because apparently people went and mind you, a $750 taxidermied raccoon. Yeah. People went and sold that joint out. Went and bought it in mass. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of people who would answer this question. Oh yeah, a taxidermied raccoon that is holding a bottle of whiskey. But that got us thinking, like, there's all sorts of knickknacks that either you have at your house or somebody, your grandma has at their house or something like that. And so I wanted to have fun with it. What's the weirdest souvenir or thing that you own?
The weirdest one I've ever seen is not mine, thankfully. But I had an aunt that had gallstones removed.
What?
She had gallstones removed and asked for them back and put them in formaldehyde and put them on her mantle.
Living room where everybody can see them, huh?
Hand to God. Those gallstones of hers were on her mantle for at least 15, 20 years. Never understood that one.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Never understood that one.
In my mind, the best case that I can make is she is coming from a place where this is something I overcame.
It's mine.
Right? Like I overcame, and this is a trophy of me overcoming the struggle of this.
Yeah.
But even weird. That's nasty, man.
Nasty.
That used to be in your body. I don't want to see that.
Yes, that's nasty. I picked up a bunch of little things that are interesting. I have a pepper shaker that I got in Cuba from a table that the guy gave me. I didn't steal it, but the guy gave me. No, because I ate there a lot. And it was just
you said, hey, you can have it.
It's a wood carved pepper shaker, like you can probably get even now, anywhere. But it's just a pepper shaker, and I'm like, don't touch that pepper shaker. That's mine. That's from 1990. Was it 1991? The Pan American Games in Cuba, and it's a pepper shaker. That's it. Just a plain brown wood carved pepper shaker.
Why you take it?
Why?
I don't know.
Just a klepto?
It just reminds me of that restaurant. Reminds me of that restaurant in Havana.
Okay.
You're always stealing something,
At the Havana Leave It At Hotel.
True. I've noticed that.
I am not always
I need to watch my stuff around you, man.
Let me go ahead and slide this over here.
Now you're profiling.
No. I'm noticing tendencies on an individual. This is not a general. I'm not taking this to everybody. This is just every John P. Lopez that I know.
Yeah.
Which is the one right here.
I do have something highly illegal. Also,
Brown just want to talk about all the things you stole.
So 1990, was it 96, 97, when Julio Cesar Chavez fought Pernell Whitaker? I think it might have been 98. Anyway, I went to Toluca, Mexico, and spent about a week and a half with Julio Cesar Chavez, who was undefeated at the time, and just talked, just a big feature story on him. And it was way up at 8,000 feet elevation or whatever. So I stayed in a cabin up there. Well, this is one of my great stories. Like, I stayed in a cabin.
Why would you do that?
On the top of the mountain.
In the middle of the story. Like, man, you don't even understand how good this is.
Okay. I stayed in a cabin for a week and a half on the top of a mountain outside of Toluca, Mexico.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. And so we're, just doing interviews and stuff with all these people. Well, nearby, they were doing an excavation of ruins or whatever. And I was talking to one of the guys that was there, and he found this little vase. Have you seen that vase in my bar? I think I showed it to you.
I think so.
Yeah, a little small vase. And he gave it to me. So it wasn't. I didn't take it. He gave it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I found out years later, you're really not supposed to bring those back into the United States because those are artifacts from from there.
Oh, so you're just like you like the British Museum over there. You just got a whole bunch of stolen stuff.
Don't ask, don't tell, I guess.
Man, Lopez is a booster at this point, man.
Again,
play that Young Miami song for you.
Yeah.
Where
Spend
all
that.
my scamming?
Yeah, that's him. One of my favorite texts has already come in from the 512. After my Tommy, I got my UCL signed by Dr. James Andrews.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's cool.
That's cool.
That is wild.
Yeah.
And that made me think, whose like ligaments, if they had that, whose ligaments would I want? Because I feel like there's two answers that come to mind. One of them
Not
is
Lance McCullers.
Well, yeah, because that's just a reminder of sad things.
Yeah.
One of those is Adrian Peterson. If I could give
that guy's rubber.
The Adrian Peterson, it was the ACL, right? Like it was the ACL that he came back from. I am always fascinated by the story of the doctor or the surgeon going in and going like, your knee looks like the ligaments of a baby.
Yeah.
Just like he came back unreasonably fast for the time in sports medicine. And so I kind of want an alien ACL. Like I just want an alien ACL if I could get it. Or it's like the Sean Livingston, any of the CLs, because he honestly is like the telltale for what we're looking at with Tank Dell, because he also like had that catastrophic multi-ligament injury, and then he ends up coming back as an entirely different player by the time he makes it back to the
Played
court.
like 20 years, man.
Yeah. So like that one, just the novelty of it. But those are the ones that I think of if I'm like, if I could get a ligament signed. But that's kind of crazy. I never thought about that.
Ligament signed.
I had never thought about the possibility that like, hey man, we taking this thing out. You want to keep it?
Yeah.
Like I had never considered that.
About that.
What about you guys? The weirdest thing you have?
I don't have a lot of stuff. I tend to live fairly clean. So like the weirdest thing that I could probably talk to is just like I have all of the like so many flyers and stuff that I've been like handed in the same way as Figgy that I just kind of have in a bucket. I was thinking about in my mom's house because like it feels like moms are always great for this.
Yeah.
My grandmother was great at this because she was a hoarder, but I can't even think of those places that I could go there. My mom has a Land Rover mug. No one in my family has ever owned a Land Rover.
She probably just picked it up a freebie.
You said your grandmother?
No, my mom.
Oh,
if I get to my grandmother, we just gonna spend too much time on this segment.
Yeah,
my late grandmother was a hoarder. I think my late grandmother, when we went and we were cleaning out her apartment, had 20, 40, 60 different teas. And I'm not talking about 60 different boxes. 60 different teas stashed in her house. Yeah, man, it gets wild. It gets wild there.
Yeah, the one I could think of, I kind of threw everything out once I moved here. Like, I didn't take all of my stuff, but I did have a flyer from when I had my first show with Machine Gun Kelly. And I'm mad because my actual name wasn't on there because I was in a two-man group.
Yeah.
So I wish it was like, I know it wasn't no Figgy back then, but I wish it was my actual name. But I had the flyer of the physical flyer of this show I'm performing in that I was passing out and all that stuff. And it had, Machine Gun Kelly. I think I got the digital copy.
Yeah.
But I'll post it. But I hate it because my name not on it. It just looked like a regular flyer. I would have to explain
but and you can tell people.
Yeah.
Some other answers that are coming in from the 8 through 2, they said their wife is a veterinarian. She has baby kittens in a glass jar.
God almighty. We're getting a lot of stuff that people have kept in jars.
We did ask for weird. We did ask for weird. And if you're keeping it in it like it qualifies.
I don't know if this is weird, but when we had to put our dog down, Stanley, I didn't know the pet hospital was going to send the fur, a little bit of the fur from Stanley.
Oh, you have to. I thought you had to ask for that.
We didn't ask for anything.
Really?
And so we got this little envelope. We're like, I don't know what this is. Felt it. I'm like,
that's him.
That's the fur.
Yeah.
My wife just broke down crying, man. I'm like, oh, why would they do this? I appreciate them doing that.
Like, I mean, I understand the sentiment, but does that not reach your house almost like a ransom note?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. Yes.
You know what I mean? Like
that's exactly what it is.
That's a piece of their ear.
Yeah. That's why would you do this to me?
Yeah, a finger. He sent the finger in the mail.
Yeah, why would you do that?
What's a paid in full type stuff?
Right. This is a good one. They said they attended SFA for college, but before they started college, they went on a cruise, and they don't remember where, but they found one of those spray-painted SFA surfboards that hang on your wall, and just so that's a little bit cooler. Like you just kind of have an interesting souvenir. Appreciate that. Somebody said an old President JFK doll in a rocking chair with missing feet.
Were the feet supposed to be missing?
I don't No, I don't know if that makes it better or worse, honestly. I can't tell. But yeah, either way, like, where do you keep that? Why do you keep that is a great question I have, actually.
A taxidermy frog that's made to look passed out holding a beer bong. That is gold.
I want that.
That is gold.
I would like that. Yeah, please let me know where I can also acquire one of those. And then shout out to this one, which is a great one. They said their grandpa bought them a tiny bear trap from Alaska that was sold as a, quote, mosquito trap. Apparently, they are much bigger. In a bear trap in the house, I don't trust myself.
Oh my gosh, you put your finger in there?
Yeah, that just feels like, by the way, ayo. But that feels like one of those things that you just like, you have somewhere on the table, you accidentally are not looking, and then you end up with like a bear trap on your thigh. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's something that I would just be too afraid to have around the house. But keep sending those in on the text line, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where John Gruden, former broadcaster, wants to get back to it in a different way. You think you would like to hear that. We talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast. Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. If you'll indulge me, question of the day was, what is the weirdest souvenir or thing that you own? Inspired by Erling Haaland taking home to Norway, or at least to England, with him a stuffed, or rather taxidermied is the correct word, raccoon that is holding a bottle of whiskey. Some great answers came in over the break. One of them being a .22 caliber Derringer that unfortunately was used to murder their brother in '64.
In 64?
Yeah. I mean,
You still got that?
yeah. The guy with the veterinarian wife said she also has a jar full of,
Yeah.
them things.
The boys?
Yeah.
You can say testes, can't you?
I believe you can. I just wanted to see if you would.
She has a jar full of testes.
I'm glad that you are so willing to do that.
Including presumably her husband's.
So, well, I didn't say that. Are those two jars next to each other? The baby kittens and the testicles, are those next to each other?
Well, I sleep with one eye open.
I would. Some of these answers, I'm judging the hell out of y'all for keeping this.
The only one that I'm judging, honestly, was a 10-year-old. As this person said, they received an autographed basketball for Oscar Robertson when they were 10. And then after months of having it, their brother and them didn't have a basketball to play with.
Oh, man.
So it's the Sandlot.
They took the signed basketball.
Man.
It's the Sandlot all over
But
again.
see, I don't even blame the kid for that. Was it a kid?
He was a kid when he did it.
I probably would have did the same thing, to be honest, especially if my parents ain't stopped me doing it.
Yeah, that's rough. That's real rough. Well, you live, you learn, right? All right,
the big O.
Yeah, man. Not that
That's
this
regret right there, man.
Not that this is what you had it for, but can you imagine what that'd be worth right now?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Well, let's go around the NFL then, and we begin with the fact that ESPN continues their top 10 lists. I didn't mention the tight ends one. We can get to that if you want to, but the off-ball linebackers is what they dropped today. And obviously, Texas has some off-ball linebackers, at least one that you imagine should be of some level of repute. Do you believe that Azeez Al-Shaair makes the top 10 list?
100%.
Figgy Fig?
Yes, I'm gonna say he's 8 to 10.
Yes.
Ooh, oh, you're getting specific.
I'm gonna go 9.
See, you didn't need to do all that. You were right
really?
before. He is on the list, but he's not 8 to 9. Interestingly enough, he is 6th. In fact, he was ranked as high as 3rd, but also was ranked as low as not being ranked at all.
Yeah,
on some people's top 10s. And last year, he was not ranked at all. So last year's season, the two the incredible play in a defense at large that got the respect, or at least garnered the full respect of everybody in the league, gets Azeez here. I take you to a segment that I like to call reading. Al-Shaair is finally getting his due after 7 NFL seasons. The vet linebacker wasn't a factor in previous rankings, but after embodying Houston's ultra-physical defense and landing a 3-year, $54 million deal, league-wide recognition followed. Al-Shaair appeared on all but one ballot. So it was only one ballot that was like, yeah, we don't need to put him on 10. Here's one of the NFL personnel evaluators. They said he's the Dennis Rodman of linebackers.
That's the one I saw.
He gets in everyone's head. He can run all day and can play every down.
Yeah, I saw that one and I was like,
that's kind of a good compliment.
Pretty much,
right
yeah.
There,
no,
I hadn't thought about it, but I kind of like it. Well, I kind of don't like it because it makes it seem like he's a little bit more of a head case. Like he plays like a head case. He is not one.
No, he's not. He's a great human being.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about Dennis Rodman on the court,
Dennis Rodman on the court was a savant.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes, I would take that comment. Not anything off the court, then no.
I remember someone calling Dennis Rodman on the court a frisky colt. Like always his feet were always moving and he had that little trot, and he just kind of like just a frisky colt. That's kind of Azeez on the field. He's just always kind of got that little extra energy, that extra boost, and yeah, no, I think it's the ultimate compliment.
Yeah, so I appreciated that he's on there. It feels also good to for him to get that recognition because I know that scheme specifically and team specifically, that contract, he matters here. I know there's just some people look at it. Felt weird when you go, he's getting top 5 off-ball linebacker money, and it felt like he was not getting this recognition. Well, here's that recognition coming in right on time to make it clear that, hey, he's along those lines of at least in executives, scouts, and coaches' minds. So the money, not that you evaluate your spend based off of the way that other teams look at him.
No, but you want to see it justified, appreciated. Right. I agree with you. And I think, as I said yesterday, I respect these guys actually, as much as the players know because they're on the field, I respect their evaluation more than the players in a lot of ways. They don't have the biases. They see what...
I disagree. There's biases.
No, everybody has biases in some way, but I'm saying they see the film. There's not like he's my friend. You know, he's a guy I like.
That's pretty much their job.
Yeah,
is to evaluate.
Fewer biases. Yeah,
I think different biases, but I might go with you on for fewer. I might. Let's continue around the NFL, where we go to John Gruden, now at Barstool, formerly of Monday Night Football fame, and obviously of Raiders and Buccaneers also fame when he was a coach. He wants to get back into announcing specifically, because I was going to say media, but he has done that in more of kind of the podcast space with his own podcast and stuff. But apparently, he wants to return to broadcasting in a way that's different than what he had previously done on Monday Night Football as the chief analyst. He said, quote, "I was a broadcaster for 9 years, Hell's Bells. I want to be play-by-play.
Play-by-play.
Frank Gifford, he transitioned into the play-by-play role. I would like to transition. I had 9 years of watching these guys to like to give it a shot, man." And I do love that the man gets in there in the quote. I'd like to give it a shot, man. You want to hear this?
When I first saw this, I was like, yeah, I don't think so, John. The more I thought about it, I mean, when he commits to something, man, I think, and I didn't do that, man. I didn't do that on purpose.
Something, man.
I didn't do that on purpose.
You just got to listen. What you listening to, man?
When he commits to something, I think he might be I'll put it this way.
I would like to hear.
He'll have the best shot of a lot of these guys, of most of these guys that do this.
If I was somebody at NBC or wherever, that need a play-by-play person, I don't know if I would sign them up for a bunch of millions of dollars to be their PBP, but I would check it out. If he could come in real quick and let me see what he got, I would be open to that.
A fair point, right, that comes up on the text line. It would be getting yourself a play-by-play caller that very much does enjoy the Texans. He loves him some Texans. And I think if this did work, in my brain, I kind of love the possibility of having two folks in the booth that are, really know the football, that can bounce off of one another. It feels reminiscent. And hopefully it would be a little bit more kind of buttoned up. But it feels reminiscent of what you're getting with the Manning cast, where you got a couple of guys that can now kind of bounce back and forth on what they're seeing on the field. And it's not just set up tee up and hit, tee up and hit between a play-by-play and an analyst. And obviously, the best play-by-plays give you a little bit of the knowledge that they've accrued over the years of doing it. The thing that I question is, that dude can he do the stoic thing of keeping everything on the rails like a play-by-play is supposed to do?
Well, I would like to see it. At first, I was kind of rolling my eyes, but then the more I thought about it, and this predated you guys, but Frank Gifford was really good, a really good play-by-play. Hell, Pat Summerall was an NFL player. People forget that. I mean, there is precedent. There are guys that when they commit to it and know the game can really be good at the job. And so I kind of changed my mind, mid sentence almost.
Do you feel like that will kind of hold him back a little bit? Because I feel like he's really good as the color, I guess what you call it, color guy.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that will kind of hold him back a little bit, running point?
I don't think him.
I think early on it would.
Maybe a little bit because he's thinking too much about the mechanics.
Yeah, because you got to set up. Because I think he obviously have a lot to say about football and stuff.
But
I
think that the between play discussions would be next level.
Yeah, but also how does that timing work? Everything is really tight.
Yeah. I would just like to hear his voice. I just want to hear his voice in a John Gruden way.
Yeah, I'm
play by play.
I'm kind of interested in it.
You know what I'm interested in? Who the hell would hire him?
Oh, it's John Gruden.
I mean, yes.
It's John Gruden.
Yes. Are we far enough away from...
Hell, they hired Dennis Miller, to do this. If there's some buzz and there's some, cachet...
But do you think...
they get hired.
Do you think his issues, though, previous issues with why he left the rate, you think they ain't going to have an effect?
We also live in a different world now, if we're going to be honest. We live in a different world. where some of this, I guess, disqualifying, or at least they act less disqualifying.
And I think some of these companies probably scared to pull the trigger. Because otherwise, he probably would have had a job with NBC or something like that.
Yeah, it's easy to forget. Like he currently works for Barstool, and I don't think that's just because that's where he's trying to be.
Yeah,
like I do wonder like what the hireability of him is. But maybe this has been rehabilitated and there's enough time. I don't know. It was genuinely a
he's
question.
good at what he do.
Oh, he is.
I think CBS or NBC or even Netflix or somebody like that. I would have thought they would have pulled the trigger by now. Give him a bag.
I think we all know what time heals. Time heals all wounds.
Time, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what other time idioms are we coming with here? But I got to the right one.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you mentioned Netflix, Figgy, because that actually transitions as we continue around the NFL to Netflix's Quarterback. Season 3 actually debuts today.
Yeah.
You should be able to go and watch it on Netflix. And I realized I have more work to do is to go watch this show. However, a little I guess, tease for it. And shout out to Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Times having this, that in this season, Baker Mayfield, who is one of the subjects of this season, he let it be known that he actually played with a sprained MCL and PCL in his knee starting from week 2 versus the Houston Texans on through the season. Also saying, quote, that he had a bad biceps contusion on his throwing arm. And so I'm not going to lie. I understand how, this was not out until this comes out. So it's not like this is being thrown out as an excuse. But it does feel incredible that every time that we have a bad Baker Mayfield season or anything that's not a good Baker Mayfield season, because I don't want to say bad, we come up with an injury. That's the reason why.
That's why he was shipped out of Cleveland.
Yeah.
He's playing with an injury that whole season.
It's always a dicey thing to talk about because, on the one hand, during the season, we didn't hear a damn thing about it. So there were no excuses.
Correct.
There was nothing. And now after the season, maybe it is an excuse, but maybe not. Maybe it's just like, this is supposedly a candid, behind-the-scenes look at what they're going through. So why should we expect them to not tell us something that happened?
No, and I appreciate the transparency, so I don't want to get that wrong. And also, it sounds, I kind of am getting to a place where I'm like, Baker Mayfield always got the excuses. I think more so to accurately describe my feelings, hey, man, why are you always playing through these injuries? Like, I understand you want to be the tough guy.
That's a lot of guys. I shouldn't say everybody.
Is that beneficial for Baker? Because it feels like it's like, I figure you mentioned Cleveland. There was a lot of people, including myself, that looked at his tenure and goes, I don't care what the injury is. You're getting out here and playing. Like, this is going to be the evaluation.
Yeah.
Do you hurt yourself and your team more than you think by getting out here and playing not to the level that you typically will bring, especially as you're already somewhat of a borderline quarterback? Do you hurt your team more by not giving yourself the opportunity to heal up and get to your best play?
That's something I've always believed. I think it's admirable to be macho or tough or whatever and play through these injuries. But I think more times than not, you are hurting your team. You really are. Yeah.
With Baker Mayfield's situation, his last year in Cleveland, he definitely hurt that team because it was a bunch of times I was looking at them games and every time he gets holding his shoulder, and I'm like, why are they still playing?
No, you're hurting your team.
It was to the point I thought the coaching staff was just trying to throw him under the bus, prove that he ain't good so they can move on.
Maybe
I'm like, why? And then by the way, they had Case Keenum as a backup, so a lot of people was like, put him in.
Yeah.
So that's one of the insights that you're going to get from season 3 of Netflix. It's now Quarterback on Netflix. It follows Jaden Daniels, Joe Flacco, Baker Mayfield, and Cam Ward. I'm very interested in this because I do want to see what that first year for Cam Ward also looked like. I'm very intrigued to see that side of this. So that started on Netflix starting today. And one more thing here around the NFL. I got to get you your top 100.
Yeah, I was just looking. I was just trying to find it. Has it come out again?
Yes, we have gotten a couple more. Unfortunately, no quarterbacks to give us a little bit of insight. I'm going to be honest, I'm still shook by Lamar Jackson falling to 69 after being 2. I have been rattling my head. In fact, Figgy, we went to lunch yesterday, and I think I stopped conversation at one point. I was like, I just don't get it.
Y'all go to B&B's?
Yeah, we went to B&B's. We got ourselves a po' boys.
I mean, BB's.
Yeah. But I don't get it at all, and I will continue to look at this list a little sideways because I don't understand what the reasoning is. However, Cortland Sutton, wide receiver for the Denver Broncos, comes in at 68, and linebacker for the Miami Dolphins, Jordan Brooks, comes in at 67. So
it's still, I think the Lamar Jackson thing threw everything off.
It did.
Because I'm like, man, there's no way in hell Cortland Sutton is better than Lamar Jackson. And I know they're not really judging it in that way. It's just, to me, I can't respect the list now, man.
Really? You'll go that
I'm
far?
at that point because let's say C.J. Stroud do make the list. Let's say he make the list tomorrow or something like that. Are you really respecting this list more now? Like you put Lamar Jackson behind C.J. Stroud?
It's fair, but like I said, I respect both lists.
He was number 2 last year, and he ain't had that bad of a year to drop that far.
Spots.
Yeah, the team had a bad year. Don't get me wrong.
Where the hell is Patrick Mahomes at?
Yeah,
that's the
right.
case.
That's right.
Great question, and I don't know. It's like is there some level of vendettas that's happening here? Like, because again, even the narrative thing that you want to do, he's won 2 MVPs at this point, and he's won games in the playoffs, right? The question about him in the playoffs, I think even if you're trying to have it, it's not nearly as strong as it once was. Yeah. I don't see how you get him into the bottom half of this, even if you wanted to drop him.
That's crazy.
I just don't see it, man. Like, and I see people keep commenting like, "Oh, he had a bad year." Okay, I would take that bad year over a lot of quarterbacks, man.
Right. 713 said Lamar Jackson fell so that they would have more room for the Texans defense ahead of him. How many Texas defenders do we have? Because I mean, Sting is clearly up here. Obviously, Will Daniil.
Yeah.
Who else do we have in here that you feel like is going to show up?
Derek Stingley.
Yeah, you mentioned Sting. Kamari feels like he should. It feels like the way that he played, he should end up getting some love. But also, is that too much? Are we leaning too heavily into the homerism of it?
I would have thought Kamari cracked it, between 80 and 90.
Right about highest probably.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, the bit's not less fun now. Mm-hmm. The bit is less fun now
because we into it.
Well, it's not even just that we're into it. It's like this year is. I don't remember having an NFL 100 that made me kind of, I guess side eye as much as this one is right now.
I wonder if players are just kind of dismissive with it too. They just start putting names down.
It might be.
You know what I mean?
It's one of the things I always
do
ask.
A survey,
dude. I got a game. I got a game this week. You want me to fill out what?
Like I do not care.
Yeah, because they did it in November, December.
Yeah, like
I mean, they're playing games. They're working.
It reminds me of the test when you were in school where they were like, this one doesn't actually affect your grade. People are like, C.
I put a B right there.
Just get this out of my face.
It's like when you get those office online things you got to do. Yeah, sure. Click.
Oh, you open those? That's cute. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I've received a little bit of information about the process with Terrion Arnold that I think is fascinating. Does this at all change how you feel about the possibility of the Texans adding him? Let's talk about it next.
Yordan Alvarez. Scoop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to all the
Mick
folks.
Jagger.
Well, okay. Shout out particularly to Mick Jagger.
I just saw a recent video of him. I don't know if it's recent, but it was older Mick Jagger still dancing.
Oh, you darn right.
Acting all freaky on stage.
It's because he is.
Yeah, there's no act.
It's not an act.
I don't
This
even
is
know
who
how to
he
feel
is.
about this.
I don't think you're supposed to. I've tried not to feel very many things about the way Mick Jagger dances.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's, I guess, not how I plan on starting a segment. It is how we are starting this one. Obviously, if you'll recall at the end of last week, maybe you won't necessarily Lopez because you was fishing. Congratulations on that, by the way. We had kind of I wouldn't say a bombshell, but for this time of year, it felt like a bombshell that Terrion Arnold, the embattled former cornerback of the Detroit Lions, was reportedly had not just interest, but was planning, if not already engaging with 4 teams on the possibility of like going through a workout and physical in order to be, possibly those teams being the Houston Texans. And so that immediately kind of raised
the
eyebrows.
bombshell right there.
Yes, very much raised eyebrows because he is facing, 8 felony counts?
Just 8?
Right now. Yes, just 8. That's it. Didn't even get to 10.
Yeah.
Just 8 felony
We
counts.
bring you in for a workout. It's cool.
And a physical.
Yes, and a physical.
Yeah.
I know that's kidnapping within there, but just wanted to be as accurate as possible. But this is one of those things that I think over the weekend we've kind of had conversations about it, and I think a lot of people fall in line with a few different thought processes on it. Whether it's, hey man, it's a low risk, high reward type circumstance. He's a young guy, first round pick a few years back. Had okay first year, maybe a step down second year, and so is this a depressed asset that you could get for cheap?
Yeah,
and if there's a risk and you cut him, and then if not, you bring him through. The question I've always had through this is we have not even really started the trial for him. Like there's no resolution there. And so is there something that we don't know that they know, whether it's the Texans or, the other 3 teams or, maybe even Terrion Arnold's team that would indicate that, oh man, the proceedings of this are not as, in depth as you would think. And so, no, this is going to be all good. And I think other people would lean towards, well, then what did the Lions know that ultimately led them to cut him? Well, I've heard from a pretty, substantial, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it, source.
Reliable,
thank you, is the word I was looking for. That none of his coaches, Terrion Detroit, knew that he was being released.
Yeah.
I immediately, when I first heard it, I was like, man, is this some level of, hey, this is a culture thing? Because I know that Dan Campbell is very much player's coach, but he is accountability guy. Like, he feels like DeMeco Ryans in Detroit. Right, he has that kind of ethos, and so I was wondering how much of this feels like a statement, and that's not what this is. Like this comes either from the front office or ownership. Like that's how I read what I've heard, and so does that at all change the way that you view this? Because their decision to release him very, very quickly felt very decisive, and I wondered how much of that was like on a player level, like on a team level. No, this is an executive level decision. And that kind of raised my eyebrows, John.
I could see where that happens. It doesn't change anything with me. I think a lot of people know, but a lot of people don't know. Coaches sometimes are just as late to hear about things like this as anyone, including the draft. People think like, you see this big war room and everybody's, putting in their 2 cents and there's coaches in there. There's some coaches not in there. In a lot of drafts, assistant coaches are just altogether not even in the room, and they find out when we find out, whether it's the draft, acquisitions like this, even tryouts. I've seen guys like, wait, they're in terms of like like I've heard Texans, coaches say, wait, that happened, no, they're often the last to, so it really doesn't change my view on what happened. What it does affect is I think they knew something. The Lions knew something, and so how does that translate to the interest in him? Because they clearly are getting some of the same information.
Right, and where's this information coming from? Because one would ostensibly think that the Lions have probably as good of as an information source on what's happening here as pretty much anyone. And a lot of the information that we've heard, I think you could probably, especially in the ways that they've been fairly positive, you could probably lean on Terrion Arnold's team, his agent, are probably trying to create an environment that is, amenable to him finding another job and continuing his NFL career. Obviously, they have gotten victories in the court when it comes to him not having to wear a GPS monitoring, right, so he could keep playing football. So maybe you could say that the court seemed to lean more favorably to him and his case.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that teams are this progressive towards the idea of adding him, especially when it seems like the Lions made this move. And maybe they made this move from a higher level on, we just don't want to deal with this.
Yeah.
There's also the idea of maybe they already felt like a little bit of buyer's remorse on him, and so they wanted to get rid of him, and this was just the reason for it. But that feels a little too convenient. I feel like this is, like, there probably is more smoke here. Not to say that there isn't a level of, there shouldn't be a level of, I don't know what the right word is, like, I guess, ability to withstand some of that smoke, right? Because I think there's something to be said on the Texans side of this, which is their interest in this is notable. The idea that they have moved from a place where they were looked at as choir boys, we talked about this, Fig, and now they're in a place where they go, hey, this dude who actively has a case, we're willing to kind of engage with the prospect of adding him.
No, and that's true, and they definitely have legitimate interest, or else they wouldn't have done both the tryout or the work and the physicals. So there's definitely some interest there. But you have to also realize they're getting their information from the agent side and then from their own side in terms of like what is transpiring. I can't get over the fact that if people are confident that this is not going to be as bad, for lack of a better way of putting it, as you might think, there's audio out there of him. There's audio of his voice involved in this.
Was there audio of his voice?
I think I know the police said there was.
I know that there's
maybe that's
message.
I know they had the FaceTime too.
Yeah, that was it.
I don't know if they have the recording of the FaceTime. I did know that they had text messages that they have. And here's the thing that I keep coming back to. Not that we're going to litigate this case of his, but the I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it, the underlings that are involved in this, they got hemmed up months ago.
Right.
This feels very much like they rolled up on him.
100%.
And I don't know that these things are done in such a way where, like, we're putting all this effort towards it and then we're just going to make this. Like, it feels like this is something that is substantial. I'm interested in the player without question, right? The opportunity at a depressed asset. I'm just fascinated about the way that they're operating in this legal process, or at least the way that they're operating around this legal process, the Texans and other teams. I hope that they're right. Like, I hope that they are right in moving this. It just feels so odd to me, John.
And I think another factor, I know you wanted to say something, Figgy, but I think another factor is when you have people like Nick Saban, coming to bat for him and in talking about his character, away from this, I think that resonates with a lot of people.
Yeah, I think so too. And I don't even know if this mean anything, but shout out to my guy, Attorney Sam, friend of the show. He, when we originally talked about this, and we were like, man, he probably could be going away for a long time. It's over. He immediately texted me and said, man, I'm a defense attorney. I could get him off of this. Like, there's so many ways he could get out of this. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
So maybe they got the same mindset. Maybe they feel like they could get him off easy and he'll be playing week 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would speak to one of the, I guess, I don't want to say holes, but one of the places where you feel you have felt like there's a little bit of uncertainty, which is that cornerback room. I know that Seth asked this question, like, if you had to get one of these embattled guys or guys that feel like they would be some level of, I guess, quote-unquote distraction, the names that he put forward was Terrion Arnold, Stephon Diggs, Tyreek Hill, or Brandon Ayuk. Which one would you go for? How would you answer that one?
I think Stephon Diggs.
You think so?
Yeah. I think I'd take Stephon Diggs. Yeah.
I think so as well. Like, I put them on level. I was like Terrion or Stephon Diggs. But I do wonder, like, because some of this is like, are you displacing Jalen Noel? You do know that he has a rapport with C.J. Stroud. Like, that's one of the things that's really cool is you know that he has the rapport. I think Terrion Arnold,
he'd be second.
He would be. I think that he'd be a 1B to me. But it's just the thing is that active case, and so I don't have any more confidence that like this case gets dropped. But it seems like everybody is moving have that same level of confidence. So I'm going to lean on the idea that maybe they know more than me.
Yeah, and there is it sounds weird because it just sounds icky, but if Attorney Sam can say that, there are attorneys. All they want to know is, can we get him off?
Yeah.
Can we get him out of this?
Yeah, can we get him out of this situation? That's why I mentioned, I think last week, about maybe they got a fall guy ready to take the charge or something like that and try to get him totally out of the situation like he had nothing to do with it. But like I said, attorney said, like, when we was talking about this, I'm thinking like it's a wrap. And then I see that, I'm like, you can get him out of this. I'm like,
get him out of there in one day.
Like, this sounds awful, man. 8 counts.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out. We have not really seen much more to that end, but his agent Nicole Lynn, maybe just doing the agent speak, did say right when we talked about this, the expectation was within 45 days for him to find a team to play with. So it feels like we should have some level of answer.
Lopez, how you feel about this? How you feel about the Texans actually putting their name, like actually doing this? Because you've been around for a minute. And the Texans always been known as choir boys. You'll never take a chance on this type of person. And this person actually have a case.
No, I like the willingness to take a chance on a guy that has baggage. Kind of like what Seth was talking about. Which one would you take? Stephon Diggs has baggage. This is a lot of baggage. Even if he does get off, so to speak.
You think so? Even if he is not hanging,
people are going to be talking about.
The thing is, unless he totally changed his life, like you can see the type of people he kind of rolling with a little bit.
But I don't mind
that's the baggage I'm thinking about.
If you do your homework and feel good about him, in terms of everything else, like this was just a bad moment. This was a vengeful, mad, very bitter moment that he kind of went out of his skin a little bit. If you feel good about him otherwise, I don't mind it.
Yeah. It kind of made me feel good that, they are looking into, it's not the old choir boy thing anymore, even if he don't sign here.
Exactly.
I think, if somebody like a DK Metcalf, if something happened and he get released, I ain't got to cross the Texans off the list.
Exactly.
Because they might be interested.
There you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a fun night at the ballpark for the Home Run Derby. Plus, the ESPYs are coming up this week. And John has a really interesting question that I would like to entertain. We'll do all that next.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks away. Are you ready?
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Few events happening today in the world of sports, J-Lo. Obviously, one that is a little bit nearer to our hearts as we have a representative. Today is All-Star Day.
Today is All-Star Day.
The Midsummer Classic happens tonight at 7. This is on Fox, so you don't have to worry about the Netflix of it all. But Yordan Alvarez, obviously, said to be the representative.
Batting second, as usual.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right at home, batting second for the American League. Yeah, man, what is your feeling towards the All-Star game going into this? Because, I mean, we've had long conversations about All-Star games and where they are in our collective consciousness now. Like, how are you engaging with this game?
I mean, as per usual. I mean, you watch it, you kind of see if there's anything interesting that happens. It's not one of those that you just think, oh my, can't wait. You watch, it's entertainment. Sometimes some really interesting things happen. It's sports. Yordan is playing. By the way, this is the first time, I want to say in 7-8 years, that only one Astro has been in the All-Star game.
Yeah, man. You feel like the Rockies. Like, this feels nasty. You only send one person? I don't like this.
It does feel a little, this is the second time I've used this word, icky. It's like, oh, does it mean anything to you?
The game itself?
No, that only one Astro is in it.
I mean, yeah, man.
It does, doesn't it?
It feels like a representation of like the I guess grieving
where they are
that we've been doing.
No, where they are
this like
usually you have Altuve that's always making it. He might not play.
Yeah,
he might decline and all that stuff. Remember
they've had 4, maybe 5 at some points. Yeah,
No, it's a reminder, man. People live like this. You know what I mean? Like, people live like this where they come in and they just got their one guy. Thankfully, your one guy is not a guy that anybody could even claim.
Oh, he wasn't a token addition,
right?
Yeah, it wasn't by any.
We got to have one person from every team. In
I
the
guess
MLB.
we'll take Alvarez.
And this is the thing. I should not come with this level of energy because life comes at you fast. They say. However, I do kind of chuckle at the teams where there's a guy in there. You go, come on, guys.
Yeah,
we all know. It's not like he's bad.
The worst is when they put up their stats.
Yeah.
Dude batting 216, and it's just like, man, what is he doing here?
He is representing.
2019, the Astros had 6 All-Stars.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, in 2018, 6 All-Stars.
Yeah.
2015, 17 All-Stars. They had 6 All-Stars 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy, man.
That is nuts. So
Yordan got a hit a bomb for us, right?
He needs to. Hell, he might be MVP.
He got to win it all. He got to win it all.
You think so? All right, we're doing a lot. I feel like Yordan's going to get like.
Why not?
Yordan's going to get maybe 2 at-bats.
He's got a better chance.
Look at Reggie.
Yordan's going to get maybe 2. I am tempering my expectations because I know that I've come into All-Star games in the past with a lot of expectation, and then it's like a ho-hum at bat, and we're good here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like that's likely in my head.
Yeah.
That it's just a ho-hum at bat. I would love it. It's just like Yordan. Hey, you guys know what I've been doing? Why I'm the MVP? Boom, here's one in the stands.
I think he's got a better chance to win MVP than any because they're going to pitch to him. A pitcher, by and large,
that's fair.
They're going to pitch to him.
I mean, he's going to get Christopher Sanchez. Like, Christopher Sanchez is starting for the NL. So I am hoping that at the very least he gets, like, it's a fun at-bat. Like, that's all I'm hoping for. That's just give me a fun at-bat where there's kind of a give-and-take element of it, and that's all I'm asking for. I'm trying to keep expectations very low for myself.
Don't do that. Get high expectations.
Nah, because then that's how you get disappointed.
So
honestly, that's what helped me enjoy last night's home run derby where you have a fantastic, mind you, like walk-off victory in Philadelphia as Jordan Walker, the St. Louis Cardinal, has to, after Kyle Schwarber barely making it in from the first round to the second round, puts up a phenomenal final round performance, and then Jordan Walker says, hold my beer, and hit 6 home runs in a row to finish this off and walk off with booing Philadelphia Phillies fans. Like, I came in with an expectation of, all right, we'll see how this change back works, and I was left very happy. I'm going to hope for the same thing, but I'm coming in with low expectations, Lopez.
Do you remember who the 2013 Houston Astros All-Star player was?
No. Was it Castro?
Jason Castro.
So yes, then
he batted like 230.
That was one
catcher.
token.
He was a cat. Yeah, he was a token. Yeah. Hey.
In addition to the other active sports that's happening today, shout out to the World Cup being back. We missed
Now
it.
that's happening.
Semifinal number 1 is tonight. Semifinal tomorrow, or today rather. Semifinal number 2 is tomorrow. I believe it is 2 p.m. Central. We have France and Spain, the number 2 and 3 teams in the world, facing off here, and this one feels like it's going to be an absolute banger. I don't know what to expect, though, because both of these teams have been pretty strong going forward, but both these teams have actually been pretty solid defensively. Spain has been incredible defensively as well. So, like, even just Kylian Mbappe, he's going to score goals. Ousmane Dembele, he's going to score goals.
Yeah.
Spain has been really good, and especially Unai Simon, he had an incredible save last game as well. How do you expect this one to go?
Every single position on the field today is going to be superstar, in some cases, quality. This is what's the equivalent of this? Prime Patriots, Colts. Back in the day, Brady and Manning and all that stuff. I mean, it is. This is the highest level of soccer you will see.
So France and Spain.
France and Spain,
Okay.
and come on, Spain.
Come on, rolling with Spain. Okay.
Vamos España.
For entertainment and purposes, dollars.
What you gonna say about that, Reggie?
He's wearing a French jersey.
I don't know French, but I know they call it the Le Bleu.
Yeah.
So come on, Le Bleu. The Blues on the way. We'll see what that one looks like starting at 2. Some other things that are happening. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. There we go. The ESPYs are tomorrow. And we could talk about this more tomorrow. But we found out today, or at least me and you, John, found out that Marcelo Hernandez, SNL, I guess, he's a comedian that is on SNL, is the way I should say this, is hosting the Emmys. What you got to say about that, friend?
Who's Marcelo Hernandez?
I just told you, he's a comedian that is also on SNL.
The thing is, you had to explain who he was. That says it all right there. Like if you said Nate Bargatze is hosting, you wouldn't have to explain, he's a comedian that has, blah, blah, blah. Whatever it might be. When you have to explain who he is, there's reasons that he's going to be hosting.
Before we get there, let's use our audience here. 713-572-4610. Do you or did you know who Marcelo Hernandez was before this? Because I think that this might be larger, and this is a whole sociological conversation. I think that this, or maybe anthropological. I think this is more about who are the famous people that everyone knows now, especially as events try and get younger, right? Because maybe you could go to some of the older, folks that everybody knows, but I think we're getting to a place where we have so few superstars in the world of entertainment that everyone knows that are like new. The superstars, I guess, the monoculture that exists is still sports. Yeah. And so if you're a superstar in sports, you're likely to go pretty far. But I'm thinking like superstars in entertainment, I think we're losing those. And so I do find I think that we're going to find ourselves more and more as we find speeds of the world or whatever going, well, who is this person that is hosting? No,
that is more than fair. I find myself having to Google or whatever search a lot of these entertainers a lot of times, and maybe it's an age thing, but I don't think it's only an age thing. Like there are guys and women out there that have a niche audience that is a huge niche. Like it's an enormous, like they can make millions of dollars, and the vast majority of people across the entertainment landscape don't know who it is. We were talking about this before the show. Like I personally didn't know who Marcelo Hernandez was, other than once
didn't know your people, huh? That's crazy.
Yeah, well, he's Cuban, but either way,
that's kind of your people.
I do know that he's Nick Casario's favorite comedian, though.
Wait, really?
Is it? Get out of town.
I wouldn't have guessed that Nick Casario liked comedy.
No, Marcelo Hernandez is.
Why is that?
I think Nick Casario likes war movies.
No, he is 100% Nick Casario's favorite
He like watching
comedian.
tape. That's what he like watching.
100%. He went to John Carroll University.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what they say? What they say, Fig?
Jake, seek you.
I love that every time.
He went to John. Is he from?
No, he's from Miami. He's a Cuban guy. But he went to JCU.
He went up to Cleveland.
Yeah, why? Wait. There's more questions to ask here.
No,
hey, buddy,
you from Miami, man.
And you wanted to be in entertainment. What were you doing at John Carroll? And honestly, we need to find out if he knows football.
Yeah.
Like,
don't talk too loud.
Hold on.
He might get hired as the offensive coordinator.
That might be.
He might end up vice president of operations or whatever Jack Easterby was.
Hey, man. At the very least, it'll give us some who media fun.
Entertaining.
Look,
That's a football guy right there. And I tell jokes.
Hey, Omar, watch your job, man. They might go and get him to do media. Who knows?
That's right. But no, I recognize that. But I think you don't announce that Marcelo Hernandez is hosting the ESPYs, and people go, ooh, I got to watch that. There is a niche of people that love him, that will. But
there's a decent amount of response to people that know him on the text line. Not very unscientific, mind you.
But you know what I'm saying? There are bigger stars that could have been had. Bigger in terms of the wide variety of audience that recognize
To
him.
me, this reminds me of just like, remember when the Texans had an offensive coordinator position open, and you got all these sexy names, and then you get somebody like a Nick Caley that a lot of people might not know much about, but maybe he a little bit known within the NFL, but a lot of people, it's just not the sexiest name. You just got to see his work.
Yeah.
I feel like Marcelo's actually going to deliver in a way that Nick Haley did.
No, he could be
one.
hilarious. I am recognizing he might be awesome.
No, they might be on to something.
Yeah.
But I think just as far, because remember, these award shows used to just try to grab the biggest name. Chris Rock.
Yeah.
The Rock. Whoever, like a big name that will bring people in. But this one might be a good one. He might kill it.
I wonder how appealing it is. Because also, like, we've heard enough about how difficult these shows are and how critical everybody is of the people that do them. Like, I do wonder.
That's a lot of pressure.
Do people actually still want to do these?
No, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
It's a risky
And
proposition.
people think it's so easy, too, because he kind of went with this with the BET Awards. Shout out to comedian Drewski, who do a lot of skits and stuff. And they brought him in to host the BET Awards. And I heard he did, I mean, the times I watched it, it was kind of a little bit cringy. He was struggling a little bit. And they think you could just bring a funny guy up there, and it's much deeper than that.
It is much, much deeper than that. No, you are absolutely right on that.
One more thing before we go on what's popping. Congratulations to Mensa Man. Do you know who Mensa Man is?
Mensa Man?
Yeah. Mensa Man.
Oh, of course, Tom Herman.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. I like to call him Mensa Man because if you didn't know, he was in Mensa.
Yeah.
Because he is so smart.
He'll tell you.
That's right. Because I think that's required when you're in Mensa. It's like being a vegan. You know what I mean? You got to let somebody know.
You can be a Mensa Man.
Who, me?
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me in Mensa.
100%.
I don't think so.
Just pay the right amount and take the test. That's how you get into Mensa.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I thought they had to come get you.
No.
So if you
I
are,
thought it was like the Illuminati.
So if you are one, you got to keep announcing it.
You got to let people know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
That's
sure that's
kind
how
of
that
like
goes.
a New York. See, I'm from Brooklyn.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's New York people, it's vegans.
Yeah, see, I'm from Harlem, so I don't know nothing about that.
But yes, Tom Herman has another job. In fact, he will be coaching at Florida State. He has been hired onto the staff at Florida State. So
that's Lopez guy, and that's your guy.
That's your man.
Oh, for sure.
That's your man.
100%.
What's funny
how'd that work out, by the way?
I don't
know.
that well.
Yeah,
the last time he did anything that felt pretty good was at Houston.
Yeah.
Was that H-Town takeover? Which honestly, what a moment!
They beat Florida State.
What a moment that was in Houston Cougar football.
Didn't even go to lunch with Nick Wright, man.
No, he told him, no, I won't.
He says, "This Nick Wright." Nah, I'm good.
Now, look at how the tables have turned.
Yeah,
I feel like he would love to go to lunch with Nick Wright, wouldn't he?
I know.
All right, there you go.
Nick would be doing him a favor.
Yes, he could probably pay that bill too.
That's right. All right, you're in loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we continue my rewatch of the 2025 season with the Week 6 bye week. But in all seriousness, I think that I want to take a step back and think about where we were at that time in the year. What should we have known at that point? And a question I have, how confident are you in the way that this team looks at itself? Let's talk about it next.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about them being buyers versus sellers? I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just ability. A lot of your talent in your farm system is low. And then you look at an Astros team and you just go, what do you have to sell? It has to come from what you're already using. Is it AJ Blueball?
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this Tuesday. Before we get into a couple of questions that I have as we reach the bye week of my 2025 rewatch, which I took along with the Texans.
Of course.
I'd like to go to the phone line where we got the homie Lamont calling in. Lamont, what you got, man?
Hey, man, how's it going, fellas?
Hey, man, going well, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a couple of points, man. I won't hold you too long. I think it's time for us to take the kid gloves off of C.J. Stroud. I'm a Christian, and I understand that guy's a Christian, and it seems like all of the, the godly references, and I don't have anything negative about that. I mean, I believe in Christ. I believe in all of that good stuff. But it seems like we got a soft spot for him. It seems like we got a soft spot for him. And Reggie, the 25 season, once you get into that playoffs, and I'm just not talking about the game to be lost, I'm even talking about the game to be won against Pittsburgh. And you just see how that guy plays. I don't see why anyone has any hope inside of C.J. Stroud right now at all. And lastly, with this whole top 100 list, I do not think that C.J. Stroud is a top 100 in the city of Houston right now in the Texans. And the Texans only have 53 spots. And that's all I have, fellas.
Appreciate you, Lamont.
He's not even top 100 in Houston.
My man started with, I'm a Christian, and ended with, that man's not even top 100 on the team. Appreciate the call. I think I hear you with like the idea of the kid gloves, but the thing about it is, I mean, we've seen the capabilities, and maybe I am a prisoner of this line of thought, but when I see that you have produced this capability, now it's just about getting you back to it. And I said this talking on the Texas Collective podcast. The idea of clearly C.J. Stroud isn't what he has been at his height. That one is the thing that everybody can agree with. I think there's two schools of thoughts on how you get to him not being at the top of his capabilities. It's either you think that, there's just a level of pressure that he cannot handle, which is something that we will have some level of answers to, or you believe that there's, kind of the circumstances that are around him that have put him in that place. And I don't think it has to be all or nothing, but you lean one way as a primary or a majority of what's happening or the other. And I lean towards circumstance. It is very clear that there's been a lot of circumstance around him that has failed him in his capability of finding levels. I do think that there is some level of, there's still a level of responsibility that he has to hold within this. But I think that circumstances level out. You see significantly better play for him because when circumstances were decent in year one, you saw the little to get of him. I'm hard pressed to believe that this dude is just terrible, and that's not to say that there's not things that he needs to work on. Like he needs to be more steeled to some of these circumstances. And definitely, you talk about those playoff games this past year. Like he went off the reservation. That's clear, but. I'm hard pressed to be like what I saw was just some level of flash in the pan or some level of mirage that does not actually exist with C.J. Stroud.
Well, clearly it wasn't a mirage, and clearly circumstance matters. You just what you said. But part of, and we talked about this earlier, we did a whole segment, can he handle the pressure that's been ratcheted up? Part of that, we talked about the pressure of all these videos come resurfacing and, not being on these lists or that list or whatever. We talked about all that. Another pressure that you have to handle is handling not being in your best environment. Like there are C.J. Stroud is not the first quarterback that had to play in a system that wasn't his favorite. He's not. I mean, dozens, if not hundreds of quarterbacks over the years, have had to play in a system that wasn't his preferred system. He's got to handle that. But part of handling the pressure is like, hey, man, not pouting, not being, this doesn't fit me, so I'm not going to play as well. And whether it's deliberate or subconscious or whatever. So you're right. It is circumstance. But it's also, dude, as Lamont said, take off the kid gloves. Grow up. Be a professional. This is the system you have.
And I think that's...
This is it.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. When I'm talking about circumstance, what am I supposed to do with a line that's falling apart all the damn time?
I understand that. But that's a different kind of pressure. That's the actual pressure.
Yeah, when I'm talking about the circumstance that you were given, like, because one of the things that we're trying to do is like, hey, man, C.J. Stroud hasn't been good since that first year. I mean, the second year, we were kind of applauding, and we were talking about how everybody was failing him. And it feels like those failures have not been quite corrected, but now we're going, okay, well, now this is C.J. Stroud's fault.
Yeah.
Like, no, there's still a large factor of the ways in which he's been failed from this. And I think that is
100%.
That has not been corrected enough for me to go, yeah, no, this all now falls on his shoulders.
Let me be very clear. I would love to see him in a different system that has that highlights and really gives him the opportunity to flourish with what he does best. I personally would love to see it because I've seen it before and it's awesome. What I'm saying, though, this is kind of like, Figgy, you've mentioned this in the past. Oh, the teacher doesn't like me. Screw that. Do your damn work. I don't care if the teacher likes you or not. That's kind of what's happening here. So handle that pressure.
Yeah. And on top of it, it was a lot of stuff that probably didn't have nothing to do with the system that, his mistake. Y'all talk about the accuracy and, all that type of stuff that he got to fix on his own, too.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now it seems like the lines are going haywire. Al's on the phone. Al, what's happening, man?
What's going on, guys? Appreciate the time. And I'll preface mine by saying I'm military, but I'm a Christian, too. But
everybody, let us know what your faith is when you call it.
There we go. I love it. Faith hour. But I love what you guys are doing. I wanted to give opportunity to talk to somebody, and I'm thankful to talk to my lotion. But I'm counting myself. I need people to kind of talk me out of this. But for me, I'm pro CJ. But I'm also listening to everybody get a little emotional, and I'm wondering, man, I've heard that with Justin Herbert, almost like a unique Mendoza line for quarterbacks. And Justin Herbert and his expectations and what we did with him. And then I look at CJ and I realize, man, we put a lot of stock and onus on him being successful his first year. Good, a lot of talking. He did all this. Obviously, he didn't live up to the expectation that we set, that we established for him outside of what he expected for himself. And so when I look at it now, I'm like, this to me feels a natural progression, a natural part of a quarterback growing up and understanding who he is, what he can do, how he can do it. And like you guys were just saying, he's getting the necessary support around. So I'm listening to everybody talk about the pressure, realizing that for him, he can't even think about what we were saying or what we're doing. He has to go out and execute, because if he starts winning, this will all change. So, but I'm looking at the narrative and I'm like, where does narrative come from? And there's a lot of it built in from our expectations and the fact that we're projecting because they didn't live up to it at this point. Because if you can tell me what we're going to replace CJ with, and if we're going to be okay with that, and we just got to be realistic. I just want to be realistic about it, because I don't make knee-jerk reactions. I'm not saying we are. We're talking it through, but I just want to see what are we going to do in place of him that's going to be better than what he's shown the capability and potential of doing, and are we doing the things necessary for him to be a successful version? And I think that's what we're leading to, and I'm excited about this next year, regardless of what I've seen. I know what he has the capability and potential of doing. So I'm excited about what's happening. I just think that there's a unique line created by Justin Herbert that we're using to quarterbacks, and a part of it is based off of our expectations and him letting us down. So that's where I'm coming from. For me, I'm fine. I'm patient. I want to see what he's got.
Yeah, look, I think I hear what you're saying, in terms of the expectation and the situation he is, and where are we gonna land with where he is right now. My answer to that is C.J. Stroud has 1 year. There is no there. I think all the indications are he's got 1 year to really show what he can do, and whether it's because of the outside influences or the system or whatever, this is, again, cliche time. This is the hand he's been dealt. So you do have to make the most of it.
You know what's funny, though? Because we've definitely talked about this amongst a number of people who are interested in C.J. Stroud, like the experience, the story, whatever you want to say. That this is a big year for him, and that it's like one of the most interesting ones. When you start talking about like who has pressure, at least we talked about pressure in a number of different ways, at least in like kind of a narrative sense. I actually wonder if C.J. Stroud's pressure is that high, because it would be pressure if depending on him being in Houston. I think C.J. Stroud is a starting quarterback in 2027, regardless of that's here or somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And so, like, I think that there's actually a little bit less pressure than we care to give him. Like, I think their pressure actually does land pretty squarely with the Texans, because this is a Super Bowl, clearly a Super Bowl window. And so can you make this work with C.J. Stroud here? I think C.J. Stroud gets another starting job regardless.
No, I think he does, but I disagree on the whole pressure that he's feeling thing, simply because he's hearing it. He's feeling it. He's seeing it. He hears us. He sees these lists. He's seen that video to make the rounds again. He wouldn't be human if he's like all good. All good. It's on them. It's on them. I'll start somewhere. No, he wants to start here, and he wants to win. And so I think he's feeling it.
All right, the phone continues to go up.
Why
so,
not?
Well, let's just do this at this point.
It's called an audible.
All right, yeah, indeed, which we didn't see enough of from the Texans last year. All right, KJ is on the phone line. KJ, what's happening, man?
What's up, fellas? I'm always in contact with Figgy. Love the show, man. John, I've been a fan since you was a writer. Reggie, you've been a perfect fit, dude. I don't get to call in and tell you guys this, but I literally listen every day, and shout out to all three of y'all, man. Y'all literally make my work there a little bit more enjoyable.
Hey, we appreciate that. That's what we do it for.
That said, CJ's issue is really between the ears. First and foremost, let's get this point established. I hear people talking about the line and all that. He's not the first quarterback to come to the NFL to play with a bad line. Peyton Manning had one for years, his early years in Indianapolis. Joe Burrow hasn't had a good line since he got in the league, a consistently good line. Yet these guys still put up numbers. I think, and we saw CJ rookie year with the average at best line still put up numbers. My thing with CJ, I'm gonna give you a couple of receipts. It was like the second to the last game of the regular season last year. Well, the line actually blocked with CJ. It was a drop back. He did a 5-step drop. CJ literally had all day to get rid of the ball. No one came. He had 3 options at that point. He could throw it out of bounds. He chose the latter, the third, which wasn't even an option on the list. He threw the ball to the feet of an offensive lineman who was with no receiver in sight. That was an intentional ground that took us out of field goal range, basically took points off the board. That is a mental mistake. CJ has run multiple times this past season, run out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage. The play that we talk about Nico not being available, I played tight end at Texas Southern. The reason Nico wasn't available, if you remember that Pittsburgh game when Nico ultimately got out, Nico actually went out earlier that game on what CJ threw, a suicide ball, a scared pass. He was scared. He just got rid of the ball, put it in harm's way, hit it to the receiver, and got him knocked out. My point for saying all of this is, are there issues with the team? Absolutely. But there are fundamental mistakes that CJ's making that literally no quarterback would make under those circumstances. We saw the ducks he threw up against New England. We saw the bad play against Pittsburgh. My last point, and I'm going to let you guys have it. This is a meme that is going to haunt CJ for a while. When he had that fumble against Pittsburgh, and he sat down there on the ground like a 5-year-old kid with his lip poked out while his team was scrapping for them. Am I saying he should have gotten the fray? No, but just the image of your quarterback looking defeated like that as a defensive player, because I played defensive end as well. We hunt for stuff like that, and if we see a weakness, we latch onto it. CJ's going to have to let him drop, man up, put some hair on his chest and show that this was just an outlier, not the standard. Love the show, man.
Appreciate you, Cade. Backward, you talk about the demeanor. Yeah, man, I understand what you're saying there. I think also, though, that's all contextually based, man. Can you imagine if Tom Brady, and I know I'm doing the Tom Brady thing, can you imagine if Tom Brady wasn't nearly as good as he was? We talk about him as a petulant child over there throwing iPads on the sideline. Like, these things are very contextually driven. Mm-hmm. I would like to say, when you start talking about circumstance and, like, other people have been in those circumstances, you saw Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning having a bad line to start with. Peyton Manning, in his first 3 seasons, was sacked as many times as CJ was in his second season alone. Mm-hmm. Like, this is, when we talk about people have bad lines, did you have atrocious lines like CJ Stroud? Like, are we talking about, I think sometimes we forget the degree to which it has been bad, the circumstances around him here, and he's been asked to make up for these things, and the ways in which that cuts down a young quarterback.
I mean, you can't compare him to Peyton Manning, but Peyton Manning also was smart enough to get rid of the ball.
Do you know how many years it took into Peyton Manning's
just in terms of your sack thing?
Okay,
Peyton Manning would get rid of the ball, would live to play another.
Okay, fine.
Down. Yeah.
Do you know how many years it took for Peyton Manning to have an interception percentage that was as low as C.J. Stroud's worst interception percentage in his career?
What's that?
It was year 6 in the league where he finally had an interception percentage that was lower than C.J. Stroud's highest interception percentage. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I think that sometimes we get to the place where we can kind of wash away the early portions of bad situations for quarterbacks, and then because after they eventually figured it out. If C.J. Stroud figures this out if the Texans can figure this out around C.J. Stroud, then this will all feel a lot more minuscule, but we're in the midst of it, and so it's catastrophic right now. But I think you have to remember the circumstances that are here. Like, we've lived in it so long. I don't know if you've ever, I told you earlier, my grandma was a hoarder.
Mm-hmm.
When myself and my mom walked into her apartment, we were like, "How do you live like this?" But she was in it. Like, it's the boiling pot for a frog kind of thing, where you slowly turn up the heat and then you don't realize how hot it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've forgotten how bad it has been. Some of the circumstances that he's been put around in this offense.
No, I don't think anybody's forgotten. We constantly talk about it. The offensive line, this and everything about it. And we constantly talk about it. In fact, to the point that it's almost given him a little bit of a pass on some of these other things. Like, well, he's getting killed. Yes, he is. But there are certain things that ultimately fall on his shoulders.
They are.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, and I think this is the thing that Ron always harps on, and I agree with him in this regard. It feels like C.J. Stroud's the only one that everybody wants to hold to account for anything.
No, I get that. I totally get that. But if we're talking about C.J. Stroud and pressure and handling it and the system, yes, there are some bad things. If this is a decent enough offensive line and he does not show appreciable improvement, then we'll have the ultimate answer. And I think they will move on from him.
And there's a possibility that ends up being a mistake that you rue.
Of course.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
There is. I didn't expect that to be a phone line segment, but we appreciate you guys getting involved with the program.
It too, man.
Yeah, y'all did.
Callers.
Y'all did.
Yeah.
Y'all did.
Callers.
I got to remember to tap you guys in with the conversation more often. We appreciate you rocking with us here in the Loop. In fact, coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's get that. Let's talk about the Low T Center right now and get.
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so Figgy, I'm probably talking to you more on this one than Reggie because he's not the biggest fan of dogs, which is his biggest character flaw.
Really, that's the one?
That's it. But who doesn't love a heart? I mean, how many times do you scroll past a heartwarming dog tweet? Because I stop on everyone.
Yeah,
I follow dog accounts. We
Instagram
rate dogs.
Got me in the chokehold.
Yeah,
man.
do you follow We Rate Dogs and then a lot of these accounts?
I don't, but I follow a Golden Doodle page.
Yeah. So and on Facebook, y'all see these things. We have a very heartwarming story that has a happy ending. You don't have to listen because I know you're not a big fan of dogs.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go get some water.
Remember Jonah?
I don't. You mean from like the Bible?
Well, that's one Jonah.
Okay. I'm just checking.
But Jonah was the dog at a Marlins game that there was another couple just snuggling up with a dog and feeding it a hot dog. And Jonah was just like staring there forlornly, just looking at it like, where's my hot dog? I really wish I had that hot dog. And he was such a good boy. The Marlins gave him an entire day at the ballpark before the All-Star break.
You can afford to do that when nobody comes to the games.
He got a day at the ballpark. He went out with his owner to throw out the first pitch. He got a Marlins jersey, club seats, a hot dog toy. Well, here's the report.
You might remember this moment on our Marlins.TV broadcast where we saw a dog looking mighty jealous of another one having a hot dog at the game. Well, that moment went pretty viral, and the Marlins went on a search to find said dog. Turns out his name is Jonah. He came here to the ballpark today to throw out the first pitch, and ultimately, this is the very good boy right here. So, Jonah actually has a bit of a sensitive tummy, so I'm feeding him a hot dog treat right here. But Jonah, I was talking with him earlier, guys. He told me that his favorite players are Griffin Conine, because it sounds like canine, Reese Hines, because he also has hind legs, and of course Otto Lopez, because Otto has that dog in him.
Those are the worst puns.
That's the best.
I feel like
it's the best.
I feel like there's too many baseball players in the history for those to be the names that you came up with the puns. I thought those were really bad.
I mean, this is about as good a story as you can get. I mean, the look on his face, that first one when the other dog was eating, he was just like, I want that hot dog.
Yeah, that's how Jackson look at me every time I got anything. Every time I hear a rapper, he looking at me just like that.
You did notice in there that they were like, Jackson has a sensitive stomach. I bet his owners were like, dog, we would love to give you one, except you can't handle it. Like Jackson, or not Jackson, but yeah, Jonah's probably over there man, I want that hot dog. And it's like, hey man, if we gave you that, you would feel terrible.
It didn't matter to him. It's like, hey, sometimes certain foods give me a little indigestion. You think I'm not going to eat it? Of course I'm going to eat it. Of course I am.
Like you feel better if you didn't, though.
It's like giving somebody that's lactose some ice cream or something, man.
They love the ice cream.
Yeah, but
they don't like the after effect.
We ain't giving you no ice cream, man. You can look all you want.
These are my confessions.
I've got to be honest. I've dealt with laziness in my life. I think that I realized that it's still a problem. Like I thought that I was over it. It's still a problem. I am still a lazy person. I really like my apartment, but yesterday, for probably like the third or fourth time in the last, 12 months, my AC went out. And so, you know what time of year it is.
It's hot.
AC can't be out.
Yeah.
AC went out. Thankfully, it was more towards the evening. Yeah, this has happened before. And so I realized it. I'm like, man, it's starting to get warm here. Let me go turn the AC down. Nope. It's 78 in the apartment because the AC is just not. I've had them come in a few times. And it's happening to the point where a logical person goes, time to start finding a new apartment.
Right.
Yep.
I don't feel like moving.
So you're not going to, you'd rather be in the heat.
I am too late. They usually fix it in a day.
Yeah, that's a problem.
They ain't cutting it, man.
That's a problem. That's Houston, Texas, for God's sake.
I recognize the way that I sound.
That's right there, man.
I recognize the way that I sound, but I'm just like, hey guys, I don't feel like getting mover. Well, not even start there. I have to find a new apartment, right? You got to go through the whole.
You realize how easy it is to do these things now?
It's work, man. You know what's easier? Staying where I am.
No, the hard part is packing up and moving.
Man, who you telling?
That's the part. I understand that part, but I ain't gonna lie to you, man. When they stopped cutting the grass at my apartment, like on a day-to-day basis or whatever it was, I'm like, man, it's time to go. Look at this. This place was nice when I moved here. Now people littering and all that stuff.
You want to know how lazy I am? In my head, I was like, maybe I could just get them to cut my rent down.
No, God. No.
Maybe I could just
get that ain't worth the amount of money,
just
man.
Use this as
for you to be out without AC.
No AC in Houston, Texas.
Just for a day.
In the apartment.
Well, just this time one day, but last time it was a day, and next time it's going to be another day, and then they're going to stack up. And
I can find somewhere to be.
Yeah.
By the way,
you need to move, man. You need to move.
By the way, they're going to laugh at you. Talk about some cutting the rent down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, we about to go up on it.
That's right.
Next year around.
That's right.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to vent a little bit. I was venting to Reggie a little bit. So yesterday I had to pick my wife up from the airport. I had to go all the way out the bush last night, and she said her flight in I guess her flight was supposed to be there around 8:50 ish. So I'm like, all right, like first of all, I hate people. This is my confession. I hate picking people up from the airport. I feel like that's a real inconvenience when people ask you to pick them up from the airport because there's so much moving parts. Stuff like, my flight landed at 8:30.
Yeah.
So if you could get there and you trying to time it right, and then stuff happened with the plane, and we ain't reached the gate yet, or I'm still waiting on my bag, and all this other stuff. It's just a headache. I gotta confess, man, I'm sick of this. I'm to the point I think me and my wife kind of got into it last night over this because I was so irritated. I went out the bush last night and I was telling Reggie that I had to pick her up, and I'm like, man, I don't feel like going out here. He's like, it shouldn't be too bad because it's nighttime, it ain't gonna be that packed. Man, it was so packed.
It's the worst.
Oh,
it's getting worse.
It was so bad. It was traffic. It was lined up. I was stuck there. I was in that car going around. I was pretty much in my whole time in the car was like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that long. We didn't get home till probably like 11 o'clock.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
though.
you missed the home run derby behind us.
Yeah. That was kind of one of my confessions too. I ain't see the home run derby because I was in the car, and I was just so irritated. And I irritated my wife by being irritated, and she was like, "You know what? At this point, don't even take me. I'll find my own way." And I felt bad because I want to save money on the Ubers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind. But man,
He said, I want to save Uber money. Forget my wife. I felt bad, not for her, but for spending money on the Uber.
Yeah, like I don't want to do that. If I got a car, like I don't want to be Reggie and be lazy.
There's a short list that are just absolute musts. Your wife, your significant other is on that list, and your kids. That's about and maybe your very best friend you grew up with or whatever. Can you pick me up at the airport? The answer has to be yes.
And she been traveling like 3 times this month, man. Yeah. And I keep doing. I'm like, man, like I'm sick of this, man. It was so bad. It was so bad last night. I was in a good mood. I'm like, yeah, my wife coming home. Can't wait. Man, by the time she got in the car, I'm like, man, I was so irritated. And I think I irritated her over this.
They said it could be worse. On the text line, someone said, I have to pick my girlfriend up constantly from Bush because she's a flight attendant.
Oh. I wondered, it's the same, right? I mean, they don't have like a special place to pick up staff.
I was in that traffic for so long. I'm like, man, can I tell her to come out to the front somewhere else?
The front of the airport?
I have no idea.
Hey,
I'm like,
if you come all the way to Beltway, I'll get you.
Yeah, come out to JFK Street right here, and I'll pick you up.
That's crazy.
Is it just me, or the people who are moving the cars along getting a little more
ornery?
Ornery is a good way to put it.
Yeah,
they're like, you can only move on up, because it used to be you could sit there for a good 3, 4, 5 minutes, wait for them. No, they're picking up their luggage. Nope, got to make the loop again.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Are they getting?
Keep it moving.
Yeah,
keep it moving.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive.
They're getting a lot more aggressive. So it's not just me.
Nah,
it's getting aggressive. But for some reason, I don't know. Everybody was coming in at Bush last night.
Yeah,
I've never seen it that packed before.
Yeah, why is everybody in town for anyways?
I don't know. About a month ago, a little over maybe, I picked up my wife at Hobby, and it was light. It was pretty light. I mean, there was traffic, but it was pretty light. So I pulled up, and there wasn't a car in front of me or behind me.
I love Hobby, man.
And the guy comes up to me and says, "You got to move up." I'm like, dude, there's no one here. There's nobody in front. So I moved up, and I waited. She had already texted me, getting her luggage. I moved up. She didn't come out. He goes, Make the loop, brother. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
They are getting a lot
The other worst part about picking somebody up at the airport is sometimes they don't know where they at.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm at Terminal C.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I think it's B.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, I'm at Terminal B. Where you at?
Yeah.
I don't see you. What car are you in? I'm in a white car. I'm right here. I don't see you. I'm like, I don't see nobody. Come on. I am outside. And now I got to go figure out where you at.
Yep.
That is the worst, man. And I got to deal with it.
Yep.
I can't just say,
she's on the short list.
Yeah, I got to deal with it.
Yeah, there was it DreamCon this weekend, but I'm like, he's talking about coming. Though
this was Monday night, man.
Yeah.
Last night.
Yeah,
I've never seen it that packed before. And now they've flown out on Fridays and pick people up on Fridays, Saturday. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
The goods and bads of having a big city like Houston.
Yep.
The airport is just an absolute menace. That's part of your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, in honor of the World Cup continuing, and obviously you also had the Home Run Derby, and tonight you also have the Midsummer Classic, the All-Star Game. We bring all those together. Which sport is on a stronger footing in the U.S. right now? Is it baseball or is it soccer? Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
J-Lo, there's a few people on the text line even saying that, hey, man, they're on the older end of things, for lack of a better way of saying it. And they're like, nah, we know who Marcelo Hernandez is. They say it's just the you issue.
It's not. You know that.
I'm actually shocked you didn't know who he is.
No, and I said it up front. I get, I don't watch Saturday Night Live other than the clips, and that's where he really is established. I think he was in another movie. Somebody texted, maybe the new
Happy Gilmore. Said.
Which nobody watched. Anyway,
I can't say nobody. I can't speak for everybody. I know I didn't though.
Right. No, I get it. I get it's a generational thing, but the bigger point is he is not like across the board. And I also get that there are niche entertainers, that have millions of followers, but it's still that niche.
I'm pretty bad when it comes to comedians now, man.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea who none of these. I'm still talking about the old school comedians.
Yeah. Like if you said Nikki Glaser, people would be like, oh, okay. Across the board, young to old to demo, because she's been in so many different realms, and big time,
I think she had some moments too.
She's had some moments. He's more niche. I get it, but that was my bigger point.
We continue running in the loop right here. Sorry, I didn't have to do that to you. I apologize.
This guy over here, and I say this guy deliberately, had. I can't believe you said this.
So what?
He said, well, I'm not so sure. He's not better known.
I didn't say. I thought about it, and I did not say that again because I did not want to get stuck here. But here we are.
Yeah.
I'm not certain that Nikki Glaser is more known. Yeah. I'm not certain that Nikki Glaser is more known than Marcelo. SNL is like one of the few like live television things that gets people like tapped in. No, I think Marcelo has a pretty wide fan base right now.
More than Nikki Glaser.
Yeah. I think.
Come on.
Now, of course, this is not a fair thing to do. I think people do. I think Nikki would tell you that she has not had as much like of a reach and as she really should in the amount of time that she's done this.
Didn't she do the Emmys?
Did she do the Emmys?
Oh, she did one of the big ones. I know she did the Tom Brady roast.
Yeah, she's been in the roast space, but the roast space is pretty small, things considered.
I feel like that's where I got familiar because I didn't know who she was. And look, I'm the wrong person to be knowing all these comedians, but that's when I got familiar with her. And I think she hosted some big award show after that.
Yeah. So you're doubling down on that.
Yep.
I wish I could jump in this, man, but this is not my strong suit.
All I have to say is what I said earlier. Come on, man.
All right, no problem. Golden Globes is what you're talking about.
That was it. That was it. Yeah. That's a worldwide event, by the way.
All right, let's. Somebody said Nikki who? Okay, all right. Thanks, guys.
Gold what? Globe?
Globes. Yes, Golden Globes.
Globe, as in the world.
That's not how that works.
Yes, it is. It's
World Series. In the world. They be mad at us all the time that we call it the World Series. What are we doing right now?
He's getting you, man.
The Golden Globes.
He's gaslighting me.
Golden Globes is the world. The World Series is not the world.
No, it's not. All right, let's turn to this conversation that does have a sport that is the world sport, soccer, or I guess association football, as it would be known in a larger context.
What is it?
Association football, which is where you get soccer from the sock. Anyways, that's a etymology that you didn't need. Mm-hmm. But which sport is on a stronger footing in the U.S. right now, soccer or baseball? This one feels like it's an easy answer, John. Like, where are you coming from here?
You think baseball, right? Stronger footing?
Yeah, I think so.
I think the answer is soccer. And not because you're caught up in the moment, but because, there is a certain, I'm speaking of niche, there's a certain big niche of fans in this country before and after the World Cup. That is a big soccer base. I think the bigger reason, though, is baseball might be slipping on banana peels here.
Yeah, man. I think you're a little early here, but this is the thing that's scary because obviously All-Star break is happening, or All-Star weekend, or All-Star week, I should say, is happening in Philadelphia right now. You saw the home run derby yesterday, last night. Obviously tonight you'll see the All-Star game itself as the AL takes on the NL. Mm-hmm. And while they were out there, there's a lot of media being done, and these players are being asked about the looming
commissioner spoke today or is speaking today.
Okay, so I haven't an for today, but Paul Skeens, Juan Soto, Bryce Harper, all asked about the idea of a salary cap, and they're speaking very, very harsh terms, very definitive terms about no, we do not want that. I mean, Juan Soto, you would understand why he is in this place. Juan Soto is making $756 million on his current contract. He would be limited in the proposal that the owners have set up to a 6-year, $265 million contract. Like you just the top end players, the guys who end up at the All-Star game, at least the way that you would think, the way they're paid, are like, no, we wouldn't want that at all. And I think that the rank and file, I'm not even sure how the rank and file feel about this. They might also be in that place. I think that this is going to be such a far, like they're so far, I guess, a topic or, I guess a discussion point between the players and the management. I think that we are inevitably going to work stoppage, and we know what the work stoppage did to baseball the last time they did this in '94. Yeah. It took a Herculean effort that was based on drugs in order to get baseball back into it. And I feel like baseball is at a more precarious point that, you could end up actually crossing that line of, wow, okay, maybe soccer is on a stronger footing. But I think it's after that point.
But that's why I use that term, stronger footing. Soccer, obviously, especially international soccer, well, this is an old sports, crutch, but I think it's appropriate here. Which sport would you buy stock in? Which sport would you buy stock in right now? Just in the United States, not globally. We know there's 4 billion fans of, or whatever. But in the United States, would you buy stock in professional soccer and fans of that sport? Or baseball right now?
I mean, knowing it, I think that the money is going up. Like, let's use, if we're going to use monetary things here, TV deals. It's funny because baseball's been in a weird place with their TV. They are still growing, right? They're getting NBC involved with, like, the Peacock deal. Yeah. Obviously, now Netflix is buying in. Like, they're getting more money with this. Apple has bought in. Like, international, or I shouldn't say international, like Premier League.
That's the main one right now.
One of the most accessible leagues. They have seen over the last, decade, their television grow, and I think that they are really set up for another instance of that growing. It doesn't meet, I think baseball still very clearly has that, but we're seeing the whole TV, the whole way that TV is built right now for baseball falling, right? In that clip that you just played of Jonah, right? You're talking about the Marlins, and they're talking about their Marlins.tv broadcast. There's no regional sports network that's actually carrying Marlins games, right?
That's a website that is, on streaming.
So we're seeing baseball have to try and figure this out, and I think that, again, with all of that, trying to find a way to continue to be in front of your audience that is still there, and it's still stronger than soccer. I think soccer's trending up, and baseball is maybe starting to level on their trend up, and you could really hurt that with a work stoppage. But I think it all still is incumbent on that work stoppage, which is why both sides really should be smart about the way they handle this.
No, my answer, by the way, would be the same. I think baseball is probably on stronger footing for now, but if we're talking about stock, let's say for the next 5 years, because there will be a work stoppage. And I think most people are predicting that MLB is wide enough that it's going to be hard to bridge that gap, in time for baseball to not have a work stoppage. That's going to be really, really detrimental to the sport. We know it. We lived it. I lived it certainly in the 90s, in 94, I believe, and what it did for baseball and how it hurt baseball. Meanwhile, soccer, they're talking about expanding to 64 teams now in the World Cup, which is a mistake, but we're not talking about
if you
that.
give a mouse a cookie.
Yeah.
It is. This is what we're doing. We gave Gianni Infantino an inch. He about to take a mile.
And the other thing that I think is key here is the fact that that soccer is such a global sport, and the world has shrunk so much in terms of accessibility, even if it's just clips, even if it's just, tweets and social media posts. People are watching Erling Haaland a lot more, and they will because of what he was in the World Cup in the United States. They're going to be more accessible to see. I think baseball is stronger right now, but in terms of, future footing, buying stock, I'm not so sure.
It's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know that I can really call this on the backside of whatever work stoppage baseball has, because I don't know which of the governing bodies that directly affect the U.S. I trust more. Is it the U.S. Soccer Federation, or is it Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred? Yeah. Because Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred, they've actually done some really good things in baseball. Obviously, we see the changes that they've made to the gameplay, whether it's ABS, whether it's pitch clock. Those things have helped what we're doing here. I mean, I don't even think at this point baseball purists what we've seen. But at the same time, like the idea that you're going to go into this work stoppage and maybe get to a really dicey proposition. I do wonder, though, if they get what they want on the other side, if that actually doesn't help the entertainment value. I don't think it'll be good for the players, but if you do get a salary cap, does that not then create opportunities where people at least believe that there's even more parity than there once was in baseball, because you're not having the Dodgers being able to just outspend everybody. You're not having, I guess the Yankees to a lesser degree be able to just kind of use a lot of money and their revenue and their opportunity to be where they are in New York to outspend. And maybe that gives more people in the middle America more belief in their teams and more ability to tap in. Like there is a way that you come out on the other side of a work stoppage, obviously wounded, but with an opportunity to grow back. U.S. soccer has actively handcuffed U.S. in this soccer in America, and I know that they talk about the ways that they're trying to develop it. Yeah. But I think that they've hurt like the youth development portion of it. And in America, just like we are in Houston, we love ourselves, and we need to be able to see ourselves in it.
No, I agree with that. I think both those points are valid. It is interesting to see, though, as I said, because of the shrinking world and the more accessibility. I mean, the biggest stars right now are not Americans,
In baseball?
In soccer.
Or in soccer.
In soccer. The biggest stars are not Americans, and I don't think American sports fans really care that much. Figure you're wearing a Mexico jersey right now. And I know it's because of the World Cup, but I'm saying you understand that this is an incredible sport that is doing incredible things and is easily accessible. The other thing that is interesting is as we're talking, I see a tweet from Bob Nightingale. I haven't clicked on it, but this is what the tweet says. Claims salary cap would save MLB. Players call it subsidized mediocrity. I mean, this is not going away. This is as of today. This is something that you talk about. U.S. soccer is actively killing itself, hurting itself. I think, as you said, baseball is doing some smart things, and a salary cap might actually be best for the game in terms of competitive balance.
And at least for the owners making money and
and competitive balance. If there is a salary cap, but it's just not going to happen. It's just not going. They're not going to agree to that.
But then I wonder where do they create an impasse, or do we end up with a work stoppage that's crazy long? Like, are we killing an entire season?
Right, and that's why I said, where's the footing? Where are you buying stock?
Honestly, terrible. It's terribly scary. Yeah. Honestly, they're kind of lucky that this didn't line up with this year. Can you imagine if there was no baseball this summer, and all we have is the World Cup? Yeah. Can you imagine the lean-in? I think that actually creates an even bigger lean-in if we're just like we're starving for summer sports, and here comes the World Cup. Like, they're kind of very fortunate that it did not line up that way. But still, man, these baseball, this work stoppage it scares me. It really does.
Yeah, it should.
Real quick, before we get out of here, do y'all think, y'all didn't bring this up, but do y'all think soccer, the World Cup, all that stuff, do y'all think it can help the MLS in some type of way where they could get some of this buzz too?
I think they should. I think it'll be a quick, what do they call it, bump? I think there'll be a bump.
I know y'all talk about Premier League and all that stuff and the superstars that play over there, but this is here.
It is.
I wonder if that could kind of help too.
I think it will. I don't know that it's going to be one that is like particularly notable. Like, I think that sometimes we try and do the thing. All right, this is going to like be a jump start. It's going to be like a.
We've heard that before.
I don't know if it's going to be that. I do think you'll see a bump. I think MLS will 100% see a small amount of fans like, okay, I had not given soccer as much of a shot, and I will say the MLS product is significantly better than it once was. I think there was a point in time where you could look at it and you go, this does not feel like the game that I watched otherwise. It definitely feels like that. There's still clearly a difference from the top leagues as is understood, but it's definitely taken a step forward in a way that I think it could catch people's attention. I just don't know that. I think Americans, with the American exceptionalism that we tend to go with, I think it's hard for us to jump in on something that we do not view as like the absolute best. Like, how many people you out here seeing watch the G League?
Yeah.
And I know that minor league baseball is an American institution, but how many people do you see going out to watch AAA baseball consistently? Like, I think that's some of the aspect that shows up here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's conversations right now about, what the challenges are and what for new offensive coordinators. But Nick Caley isn't out of the woods here. What do you think the most pressing challenge and question is for Nick Caley in this upcoming season? Let's talk about it next.
All right.
Required. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday's going well. Ours has been pretty good. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us. About an hour away till we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Let them take over today. But, John, I was checking out, The Athletic had an interesting kind of article as we are 2 weeks away from the Texans reporting for camp. They had an article that kind of talked about all of the teams that changed offensive coordinators. Did you realize that there was 21 offensive coordinator changes?
There was not.
Yeah.
21?
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't keeping track. It didn't feel like that many.
You don't think about it, but there's obviously it's one of those things where also so many of the coaching opportunity changes happen because offensive coordinators are getting a lot of shots. But there's a lot of changes there, and so they went through those new coordinators and they talked about the new challenge or the challenges that they face. And I was like, that's cool. But the Texans didn't change offensive coordinator. However, I think that I am more interested, obviously locally, but just generally, in what the challenge is. What is the most pressing challenge for Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator here? What would you say that is? Because I don't know that. I think that sometimes with questions like this, you go, all right, well, I know definitively what the answer is to that. And I'm not sure that there's just one that is definitively the answer to it.
Well, no, there's not one. But the first thing that popped into my mind was the very basic and very damning, if you don't do it well, play calling. Like just literally having the play, because they talk about getting in and out of the huddle and being prepared and and all very important. I'm not downplaying them by any stretch. To be able to be crisp and sharp and have the breadth of the offense understood, etc. But I think his big problem was just flat out play calling, right play, right time.
So is that the most pressing challenge for him in this moment?
Yeah,
because I know
think
that
so.
When he talked to Jonathan Alexander, that was one of the pieces that came out over the summer in the Houston Chronicle. One of the things that he did take responsibility for in a piece that felt like, man, is he taking responsibility or what's happening? Was play calling balance. Remember, he talked about wanting to be a little bit more balanced with his play calling.
That's part of it. Yeah,
and I guess that points to it. I feel like one of the most pressing challenges for him also is how good of a pass blocking team can you be? Because I know that this team took an undertaking of wanting to be able to run the football. It was clear. There was stated goals. Not only with that, the way that they went and got people, they got dudes that are road graders, dudes that at least are inclined towards blocking the run up.
Yeah.
There's a clear. I think that there was a neglect of kind of the capability of pass blocking, which, I mean, there's going to be some give and take there. But then I kind of come back to the center of this offensive line, literally at the center position, and I'm dicey on how good pass blocking, how pass protecting it could be. Because your two most prominent options, not your only options, because shout out to Evan Brown, but your two most prominent options are a rookie that does not play the position, that has the physicality that's going to be necessary. But when we talk about this offensive system, clearly it is discussed as one that requires a little bit more of a familiarity. It requires a little bit more of a mental acuity and capability to get it done, right? And how reasonable is it to expect a dude who has not played the position at all, who's getting up to speed on that, to then also be ready to handle all the calls, handle all the communication? But at the same time, Jake Andrews has a little familiarity, but I feel like we're doing something where it's a little bit ahistorical from what's there. I asked you and Figgy this in the morning, and I don't know if you guys realized or how you guys felt when I asked you this. How many years or how long has Jake Andrews been playing in the NFL? Your initial reaction was?
I believe I said 5 or 6.
That was, you said 6.
Yeah.
Figgy, what was your reaction? Do you remember?
Yeah, I can't remember. I thought he was a veteran. I thought he'd been around for a
You thought he
little
was a
bit.
vet?
Yeah.
He has actually played football 1 year, and he's been in football for like 2 seasons. It was 23 and 25.
Yeah.
He's not that much of a veteran, right?
Yeah.
And maybe you could say, hey, well, more opportunity, he still has room to grow. But I'm like, we've been operating where his benefit in this is just the jump start on Keelan Rutledge, which is notable again because he's played the position before and in the system and helped communicate it. But it's not like we're talking about a 10-year vet at center either.
Yeah.
Right? So I think both of these bring me to the question of how high of a protection knowledge and setting and IDing and all those things. I know that C.J. Stroud has been given plaudits by like the likes of Shaplinsky about that in spring, but I wonder, like, how much can you be prepared to set up the pass blocking and then also win those when you either have a relatively undersized Jake Andrews or a Keelan Rutledge that doesn't have all the tips and tricks of a dude who's played at this league yet?
I think that's a valid point, but I also feel like that's more collaborative than Nick Caley. You know, like the question being,
but it's a challenge that he has to face.
He's part of it. Yeah, he's definitely part of it. But like when the question comes up, you know, the challenge is facing offensive coordinators. That's definitely part of it.
But I mean, he's going to have to find the answer for that challenge.
Of course. But you know, I think they have a lot of confidence, you know, in Popovich, in Cole Popovich. And clearly, they added players, et cetera. No, he has absolutely got to find the answer. I keep going back to when I say play calling, it ties in with that because it's not just the pass blocking that failed him. I think the pass plays were somewhat predictable and failed him and not very creative, and that is directly on his shoulders. Like the pass plays that this team calls. It also points to some of the issues that C.J. Stroud has, just on a regular frustration level, you know?
Right. And in my early amount of the rewatch, right, the freshness of seeing some of the, I did remark to you, or did I remark to you? Actually, no, you weren't here. I think I remarked to B. Scott on, I was kind of surprised at how many times there was actually like shot plays or opportunities that just broke down on one play or another, where it's, you know, this guy does not win his block or this guy doesn't win his route or whatever happens, right? Like this guy doesn't pick up the pass protection or the blitz. And then it falls apart with one little chain or and you know it's a chain type circumstance. It's the weak link that then ruins the entirety of the chain, and that happens so often with passing downs and particularly shots. Where I go, well, what happens if you're able to actually pull all those links together and use the dreaded watchword of execute what you're doing here? So I do wonder how much of that was there, but I also come back to how much of that is fixed by actually being able to run the football, because it did feel like at points last year defenses go, they can't run the football in a way that actually hurts us.
Yeah.
They can't protect long enough to stop us from getting back there, so it's not like they're going to go deep. If we sit on the short stuff, what else do they have?
No, that's more than fair, and that's their whole game plan in the offseason and going into this season. They want to be able to run the ball to mitigate their shortcomings in the passing game. You know, it's simple as that. You know, just to be able to make safer, cleaner throws and not have to be as creative or as daring, you know, in the passing game.
Is it possible that the most pressing challenge, though, could be what this person on the text line sends in from the 832? The challenge is focusing on scoring touchdowns in the red zone.
Oh, yeah.
Because there is something to be said. As much as there's frustration, there could easily be frustration from the quarterback on the way that the offense has worked. And obviously you want to have an offense that is some level of a point where been like average or above average. But even with how up and down the offense was, if they could just find ways to punch in touchdowns, this still looks way different off of last year, right? If you just take last year's offense and are able to punch things in those shorter situations, that changes a lot. How is it possible that is just the challenge? Like if you just focus on making sure that is right, whether it's Demo punching it in or getting Higgins to be a better red zone target, or at least the connection being there.
Yeah.
Is it fair? Is that a fair way of looking at this?
No, it is. I think, when we talk about red zone, a lot of times we imagine in our mind's eye second and goal at the 2, and give it to David Montgomery and a better offensive line, presumably or hopefully, and they can punch it in. Second and 2 at the goal line second and goal at the 2, you should be able to punch, but that's not the reality of the red zone. The red zone a lot of times is you're on the 6, and then you get a penalty, and it's second and 11, and you have a shorter field. You do have to be creative with your targets and your passing game when it's not just we know we're running, we're going to ram it down your throat, and I think that's part of the red zone issue as well. It's not just, hey, we're going to run the ball, we're going to be better in the red zone. Yes, you will in certain situations, but how many red zone opportunities are not, third and goal at the 1? You got to be able to be creative and call a play that works when you're that tight,
No, that's fair. Yeah, I'm very intrigued because all of these questions that we set up, like they're ones that they're clearly important to them getting this done. They're also not ones that there's sometimes where you go, I feel pretty confident in the idea that this can get knocked down, right? Like one of the questions that comes up in this conversation for Clint Kubiak, who's obviously going to be the offensive play caller for the Las Vegas Raiders, even as he's the head coach, how much time will you give to Fernando Mendoza to develop? I think that's definitely a big question for him. That's one that could kind of be figured out pretty quickly. Mike McDaniel for the Chargers. How can he help Justin Herbert to get over the hump? Like, these are things that, not the easiest things in the world, but I could see the path. And I feel confident that Mike McDaniel is the dude to do that. Nick Haley, I'm looking at some of these answers, and I don't think there's, and I'm not even doing like the capability. Man, there's not really easy answers to some of these, right? This is not just, the simple answer is this, and then we move along,
That's a great point because, when you think about an NFL offensive coordinator and their respective quarterback, that relationship is usually very fluid, very comfortable, very much on the same page, and I think they're both in lockstep in what they're running. I mean, are they? Will they be? On this team?
They should be. They need to be.
Yeah.
Like, just on the kind of the popular thought process of 2 heads are better than 1. Like, if you're working in tandem and collectively, you should be able to attack a problem better. Like, that's where it needs to be in my mind. And I hope that it's there, but correct me if you think I'm wrong. We've had weird vibes between the quarterback and like just the organization, right? We've talked about the ways in which they've kind of been oddly non-committal, or maybe oddly isn't the right word, but kind of in this weird place. He's our quarterback for this year, and it's like, but you have to put that last part on there, huh? Like, it just feels like there's a little bit of standoffishness within that feels like it's not productive towards the end that we're talking about. But maybe I'm wrong. Like, maybe ultimately
I don't think you're wrong.
They're all pulling the same direction, but that doesn't feel like, if that is notable, like it's helpful to what we're doing here.
Like, I guess, and maybe I'm reading too much into it. Like, so many offensive coordinators, especially at the start of their relationships, because these relationships tend to ebb and flow and sometimes break down. They're like, you're my guy. You're my guy. We're going to run this offense. We're going to work together. Have you ever had that feeling here?
From Kaylee, I think yes. From others, from elsewhere.
But Kaylee's a reflection of, like, I mean, they not only have they've gone even further into the run game and away from what.
Well, how about this as a challenge, right? Like, is this a challenge for Kaylee himself? Like, what is he getting as instruction from the top? Like, from whether it's D'Amico
that's what I'm saying.
Like, that's also a challenge because I've had a hard time thinking that it's just been like D'Amico Ryan's warden on, I want you to run the ball and I want 4 yards in a cloud of dust, because he says it and it sounds like a little dismissive, like what coach wouldn't want to score points. Yeah. But logically, that makes sense to me, right? Like, hey, my defense can look even better and we could put even more pressure if the game script is such that we're up 3 touchdowns in this game. Like, I think you would want that.
Yeah.
But it is, I mean, it does feel like there is still some level of, whether it's the head coach or the general manager or whatever, there is some level of, we want you to tamper this back, though. And that is a challenge in and of itself. stuff, like finding a smaller sandbox.
Yeah.
If that's what you're given.
Yeah, I never got that feeling. That feeling you said, Lopez.
Yeah.
Like, this is the guy.
You're my guy.
Yeah, to me, I kind of had that little feeling with Gerard Johnson a little bit and early on because they had a previous relationship just before he got in the league. But like you said, it seemed like, hey, this is going to be your new teacher. This is our offense, like it or not.
When new coordinators come in, they are brought in by and large for the quarterback. Nick Caley was brought in for the system. That's a big difference. That's a very like why is your guy Black Mike? You know, why is he?
I love that so much. I love that happened.
Why is he with the Chargers? Because of Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
Why is Clint Kubiak now in Las Vegas?
Quarterback.
Because of the quarterback? You know, go through some of those names. Go through some of those names that are new coordinators.
Nick Caley was a tight ends coach.
Right. Like all those coordinators that are new, it may not work, may work, whatever. But they were brought in for one reason, for the quarterback.
Yeah, Sean Mannion with the Eagles.
Right.
Mike McCarthy with the Pittsburgh. Well, that's a little bit different. But, the likes of Zach Robinson for the Bucks, Brian Dable for the Titans, 100%, you could say that.
That's they brought him in for the quarterback. They brought in Nick Caley for the system. That's a big difference.
I hate that you brought this up, man.
There's real questions for Nick Caley. It's one of the places that I have been focusing my attention, and we've got a few weeks until we see like the early they are doing for this year start to be put down when training camp starts. So, there's still. I think it's kind of encouraging that there's a really low bar that they have to clear because the defense is so good. But it's still notable, man. They've got real work to do on this offense to demonstrate their capability of putting all these pieces together. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Yeah, so we got a superintendent who is, or a former superintendent who is facing felony charges, and I want to know if this guy's lying about something.
Okay, we could do the lie detector test next.
In the loop.
The Astros are at the
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Hurt in the accident? Injured? Don't wait. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Tuesday to everyone.
Man, you got me excited for a second.
What are you doing to us?
I know, man.
I was like, weekend coming. No.
Yeah. So, real quick, off the top, shout out. Again, I've been talking about this last week. Shout out to Ed Ingram. He's doing the back to school kid supply giveaway.
Yeah.
He's doing that Saturday. And I told y'all about how Atomic Wings got into the mix too.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got some supplies and you want to donate, like some physical supplies, or you could hit the link or whatever, go to Atomic Wings off of $2.90. So if you give away some physical supplies there, drop some off, you get free 5 boneless wings.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good deal. And Wednesday is the last day to do that.
Okay.
Next Wednesday.
This one. Yep, because the actual event.
It's Saturday.
Yep, the actual event is this Saturday.
Wait, so when is the school supply drop off with the ice cream lady?
I want to say this Wednesday. I know for Atomic Wings it ends Wednesday.
Okay.
I actually got to
go. Because I want to go get that churros.
Yeah. Churros. Yeah, and also real quick after that school supply giveaway on Saturday, they are having a fireside chat with Ed Ingram.
Oh wow!
So they doing that in partnership with the Garden Church, and it's going. You say you're gonna bring some of his teammates there.
Well, this is great.
So if you want to, if you go out Saturday, you want to stick around even more, feel free to. And I want to say doors open at 12:30.
All right.
So again, salute to Ed Ingram. Salute to his lovely wife, putting all this together. So just want to throw that out there. Real quick, as I continue the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610, I want to know if this former school superintendent is lying about something.
Okay.
So he is facing felony charges, and here is WGN News. Shout out to WGN News up in Chicago, legendary station. That one station you used to get on cable.
That's right.
Yeah.
The reason why there's Cubs fans everywhere. Yeah.
All the time. So shout out to them, but
everybody.
here is WGN News with the story, and the first thing you're gonna hear is the reporter trying to catch up with the former superintendent outside the court.
Was he chasing him?
Yeah,
these are the best.
I love it. He was walking out, but that's the first thing you're gonna hear.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna answer nothing, but the reporter gonna try to do his job.
You grew up in that school district. Is there anything you want to say?
Bill Tulios had little to say today, but that wasn't the case more than a year ago when we first confronted him with thousands of dollars in questionable charges on the credit card issued to him by Argo Community High School.
Again, a fraudulent charge.
So somebody got a hold of your
Somebody
credit
got
card.
a hold of my card.
Last year, Tulios became noticeably sweaty as we pressed him to explain charges for adult websites.
Those are actually a subscription to a news source, Epoch Times. Whether someone wants to say it was one thing or another thing, this basically came down to the point where it was an accident. And instead of trying to hide or cover up, as people are trying to say, I actually came forward and did the right thing, as a public servant should do. Because of a mistake, if someone wants 10 pounds of flesh from me, come and ask me to my face.
So you think this is a
Personal attack. I think it's more than that. I think it's something else. I think it's totally something else. What do you think it is? I can't comment on that right now.
Oh, come on,
Prosecutors think it's a crime. The Cook County State's attorney says investigators found more than $4,000 was spent on adult websites.
Yikes.
$5,000 on Visa gift cards, some of which went to pay for more porn, and $4,000 charged for golf equipment.
Wait, what?
Good Lord.
One of these things is not like the other. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that.
Hey, you can only do that so much.
I guess so.
Is my man's right here lying?
He is lying so bad. He is lying.
He copied pleas in all sorts of directions. First, it was somebody stole my credit card. Second, it was like, nah, you don't understand. This is actually for something else.
Yeah.
And you just don't know.
It's bigger than this.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you. But
they
it's
out to
bigger
get me.
than
Who is they? They out to get me.
Yeah.
Brother, you are terrible at lying. You are so bad at this.
This is my favorite part right here when he was explaining how they out to get him.
Yeah.
Personal attack. I think it's more than that. I think it's something else. I think it's totally something else. What do you think it is? I can't comment on that right now.
That's my favorite.
Prosecutors think it's a crime.
That's right.
That last part, prosecutors think it's a crime.
Yeah, man.
My favorite part is when he goes, some of which was used for porn.
I honestly do think, as much as like
that's awesome, some of which was used for porn.
As much as stories like this are clearly, I would love if they just didn't exist, where right, we wouldn't have, either, financial malfeasance or like whatever the bad things are. I feel like the reporter, when they get this story, they're like, oh, yeah, baby.
We're in.
We about to go to work.
Yeah.
We about to do this. Like,
when they discuss stuff like this or either trying to break down rap lyrics, that's the greatest. Talking about scamming and boosting.
They're like, I know. Let's lean. I'm going to lean real heavy into. And I love that you can hear when a reporter's like, I nailed the writing.
No,
on this
I got this one.
He's like, you think it's a conspiracy. Well, some people think it's a crime. They're like, I did that one, baby.
This was him a year ago, sweating as we tried to interview him.
Honestly, I like thinking about reporters sometimes as your messiest friend. Who, like, let me tell you something. Like he said that it was just a mistake and that somebody was out to get him. But when I was talking to him, he was sweating. His eyes were darting around. He looked like he was lying like a cheap rug. That's all I'm saying. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. So I think this guy's toast. And in the words of the legendary Judge Judy,
your story is baloney.
Yeah.
Shout out to Judge Judy.
That story is baloney.
Do you know why he's toast?
Why?
Because some of it was used for porn.
All right, thank you, John Lopez. By the way, cut that up. I might use that for something. I don't know what I'm going to use it for.
I might just drop it randomly. I'm sitting here breaking down tape.
Please don't do that.
This was used for porn.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. But, goodness, why? The work account.
Why anything like this? These stories are every day, man.
I'm always amazed by the people that do it with the work account.
A school district superintendent.
You didn't think nobody would check?
You have to be somewhat smart to be a superintendent.
Golf clubs, all that stuff, and porn.
Yeah.
Stupid, man.
Yes, it is.
Some people just stupid.
Yep.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. So I know it's kind of at the lunch. I think some people might be taking a later lunch. But if you are eating any type of fruit or vegetables or lettuce,
I know where you're going.
You might want to put it down real quick.
Yeah.
So here is Inside Edition with information on a parasite that's going around the country.
Thousands of people across America have been stricken by a dangerous parasite.
I eat healthy, kept getting diarrhea for 7 days straight.
My body was hurting. I was having headaches. I was sweating at night. My stomach had butterflies in it. And then the next day, like, bam, all day on the toilet, not cutesy at all. Some Taco Bell restaurants are pulling lettuce and other raw ingredients off their menus as a precaution. This sign outside a Taco Bell in Detroit says, "We are currently unable to sell lettuce, cilantro, onion, pico de gallo, and guacamole. Any items ordered that normally come with these items will not contain them." The parasite is called Cyclospora. So far, 3,000 cases have been reported in 32 states. Michigan is the worst hit with 1,000 cases and counting. The symptoms are nasty to say the least. Explosive diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, muscle aches, debilitating fatigue.
Man, at first when I heard, because I saw another article pretty much throwing Taco Bell under the bus, I'm like, man, Taco Bell been going through this for years, man. You almost got to go to the bathroom after eating Taco Bell.
Isn't that part of the experience?
Yeah. I'm like, this ain't nothing new to Taco Bell.
That's right.
Like, what they doing?
That's not a bacteria. That's called lunch.
Yeah, all right. Okay. But unfortunately for everybody else, like, this is not just a Taco Bell thing. No, this is a food supply thing where, this parasite is out there, and it gives folks, what she call it? Explosive diarrhea. She sounded too excited for that.
Diarrhea. It's like you're on a game show.
Yeah. So
a new car.
So if you probably, how can we get ahead of this? And here's the answer. I guess it was like a health inspector giving the answer on what to do. And this kind of take me back to 2020. Remember, 2020 is a whole bunch of PSAs about make sure you wash your hands.
Oh, yeah.
All of that stuff. This is what the health inspector said to do to kind of prevent the spread of this nasty parasite.
Food safety expert Beth Torin showed me how to reduce the risk of becoming ill. First step, wash your fruit and vegetables.
First thing is to wash your hands. I take off all my jewelry so that nothing can get stuck. And then I would let it run over these.
How long?
Probably for about 5 or 6 minutes.
Really?
To find out the origin of the parasite, investigators are interviewing those who've become sick to find out what they've eaten. But since it can take 2 weeks for symptoms to show, they may not remember exactly.
Hold on, it takes up to 2 weeks?
I guess for you to get the symptoms.
1 to 2 weeks is when you get the symptoms. That's actually what's made it really difficult to track. I see, like, Dr. Seema Yasmin used to work for the CDC and like doing that kind of tracking. And our CDC has gotten less funding to do those things. Yeah. So they're already kind of hurt by it. But then that particular note about this cyclospore is that, it's really tough to track down. So we might be dealing with this for a little bit as they try and figure out how to kind of mitigate the effects of it. So be careful out here what you're eating.
Remember, wash your fruit
and your hands
and take off your jewelry.
Wash your hands.
And by the way, it is in Texas. Texas.
Oh, this one they showed the whole country. Texas was lit up too, but at least it ain't bad as Michigan.
Yeah. Dang.
I think the confusing thing about whenever Texas is lit up, that could be up in Lubbock, that could be up in Dallas.
Yeah, you never know.
Like you never know. But when it's like Michigan or something like that, it's like whoa.
And the other thing, they said diarrhea for up to 7 days.
Yeah, it's been bad,
dude. That could kill you.
I've seen people that were talking about like they didn't lose weight, they just lost their mind.
Yeah.
While dealing with this, it sounds like it's really bad. Like
7 days.
The people that are like, I never eat vegetables. I bet somewhere Al Michaels is like, see. Yeah. Told y'all about these vegetables. What did it get you? Diarrhea. Look at you.
That's right.
Yeah, word to the I guess she was an influencer or somebody that was in the earlier video of this. It's not cutesy.
Whew. All right. Well, an informative edition of the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 every weekday, 1:20 p.m. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Fig.
Real quick. Make sure you wash your hands.
Yeah.
Wash your fruit. All right.
But you should be wash your hands just generally. That's a PSA from us. Wash your hands more frequently. But apparently lettuce is one of the primary veggies that you need to be.
Some of which was used for porn.
Not the lettuce. It's not I think we're confusing two of the stories and mixing them up. I don't think that's how that's supposed to go. I just want to be clear. None of the lettuce that I know was used for porn.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't know. Anyway. Go ahead.
I can't. I'm fair. Anyways, coming up next, get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Something happened in the world of basketball that I want to ask you. Do people like when this happens? Because I feel like they shouldn't. I'll tell you what I mean next.
All right, let's talk about fishing. That's always fun. Yeah, it is. Pass it.
have some fun, and let's Chumba.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in just a moment. But Lopez, I know you saw this because you keep up with a good amount of basketball stuff. Victor Wembanyama, the San Antonio Spur, the alien 7'4", I think is what we're currently listing him as, but feels like he's still growing somehow. He signed an extension for the Spurs, which I know people are asking, saying, hey, man, I don't give a damn. He over there. He's not
some of which went to pay for more porn.
I don't think that's how that worked. I sure hope
that's a big extension.
I really,
God, that was a perfect time.
Really hope that he doesn't use that. Honestly, that $252 million for that. But I guess I can't say just some of it. I guess that's fair. That is, but. It represents like the 25% max, I believe.
Yeah, rather than, is it 30, 35?
He was eligible for a 30% max, and he did not take it.
Yeah.
And this is very, like, a Spurs-esque, and there's a lot of other teams that have had kind of guys do, or at least in theory have this. But I'm like, do people like that this happened? And I guess you could very much, in this instance, take it from the perspective of that is not your team.
Yeah.
I don't think you're not supposed to like that this happens, that you have a superstar player that does this, I guess, unless it's your team. But I've always thought that this is one of those things that we glamorize that we shouldn't, because if we're going to have a salary cap, the whole idea of the salary cap is that it's supposed to distribute talent, and that only works if everybody tries to get what their value is.
Yeah, but I think there's a distinction in terms of like the super value, like a player like him, because then he's making sure others get value.
Well, he's making sure that others get value with the Spurs.
Right.
And so the idea is like, hey, man, when you have a player of that magnitude, you're supposed to use up a good amount of the salary cap within that, and then that helps that other talent spread around to other places.
To get theirs.
Yes.
Yeah.
To get talent.
Yeah, but I think, ultimately this is probably – I put this on the doc, first of all, he's such a Spur. Well, like that is such a thing that, that they have done in the past multiple times and other teams as well. But, it just seems like they've done that a lot over the years. But I think when you get to that level, is he really going to affect the market by taking 25 instead of 30?
I think it's less about the market portion of it, although I do think that the Players Association has to make sure that this doesn't become like a trend, right? Whenever things like this happen, I just imagine that somebody is going to call like, hey, guys, don't get too wild with this because you're kind of giving money back, right? But I'm looking at this less from like the next player who's coming to get a max, because I think the max are capped anyways, at least in the NBA. It's more from the team building standpoint of that is 5% of that salary cap that, again, it goes back to the Spurs to be able to continue to create a better team. A Spurs team that already is kind of beating the odds in the way that they've built this. I don't like that. And maybe I'm just being a hater. And if that's the case, so be it. I am a hater.
Right.
I don't like that the Spurs got 5% better when it comes to like being able to set. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that this is counterintuitive to the way that the system's supposed to work. I think you're supposed to get your value, and then that's supposed to make it more difficult on that team to like have more and more
would
talent.
You like it if he was a Rocket and he did it?
I mean, probably, but I also recognize. I also recognize like this kind of serves to undercut the whole salary cap thing. And if we're not going to have a salary, or if we're going to have a salary cap, I don't like that this does not help it do the thing it's supposed to do.
I think undercut the whole salary cap thing might be a little dramatic in terms of just how significant it is actually undercutting. I think it's a very simple thing. If it's your team, you like it. If it's not, you don't like it. Just because this is not going to be about affecting the salary cap for years on end. It's about managed to convince a guy of his talent who's going to be making $1 gazillion elsewhere anyway to take 5% less for the sake of the team and win championships. And when you win championships, everybody makes more money too.
Well, but it's the team building aspect of it, right? Because Tom Brady, yes, did this for years. In fact, I strongly believe, you're not going to get me to not believe that there was salary cap circumvention happening as well.
Maybe.
Through the having a business on the premises of the Gillette Stadium area, right? Like I think that that happens. But it's like, yeah, man, when that person takes less money than they're due, that team has more within their salary cap to do more that they should not be able to do if that person is taking the value that they're supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm probably the dork that actually cares about this where other people don't. That's why I was interested if anybody cares about it.
I think it's worth caring about, and I think it's worth making the point that you made. I just don't think it's like, oh boy, what a precedent. It's not a precedent. It's something that they are helping themselves to win more and convince the player who may well make nearly as much off the court as on. He's kind of that Ohtani type.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really affect them. But the market, the NBA is not going to go backwards.
When you say that, what do you mean?
In terms of salary cap and upper level.
No, they're not.
Pay.
But again, that just creates more opportunity for like a Spurs team that's already up, especially with the salary cap being as stringent, right? We've gotten to this place where now these second aprons and second apron have become so penalty inducing that like teams doing this or players doing this, players of that magnitude doing this create so much more of an advantage.
Yeah.
Because any little space is such a big value.
Yeah.
And so, a team's already doing well, already has a superstar player like that, is then getting an additional advantage that, in theory, should not be there because
and again, he's
leaving money on the table.
I mean, you shouldn't like it. Nobody should like it unless you're a Spurs fan.
Did you like the weekend that Bruce Thornton put up? We hadn't talked much about it. He had a couple of games in Summer League, the second round pick, number 31 overall for the Rockets. That point guard, 6 foot, pretty stout out of Ohio State.
Yeah.
Really good game one, barely any turnovers, put up points. A little bit less good game two. How did you take it in? I mean, from what you were able to gather, like, do you feel like he can actually make an impact? Because that's the question that I was looking to answer from the first outings of him.
I think what I took of it is he's definitely everything that we thought about him in terms of rotation and part of the team is going to happen. I don't think it's fair. Because it wasn't fair when Reed Sheppard was scoring 30 in Summer League.
Yeah.
It wasn't fair to him, going into his rookie year to say, oh, boy, here comes the next great thing. But it was fair to say he's going to be part of it. I mean, he's going to be in the rotation. And really, he wasn't a whole as much as he was this past year. But I think it's fair to say that was a very positive, in terms of, just sort of appearance and exhibition to kind of make sure you understand he's going to be part of the Rockets' plan, the rotation eventually. He absolutely will.
Yeah, I think that's fair. One of the things that's tough is as I'm sitting here watching Summer League trying to see like, hey, can this player be helpful to what they're doing? It made me upset.
How so?
Because like this is one of them. Like I'm having to look at the Summer League and go, can this dude help you be a team that puts these things together, puts your star or your players together better to go and contend in the West?
Yeah.
Like you should not be in this place where he has as great of an impact as it feels like he might.
No, that's fair too.
That's the thing that's a little frustrating for me because I did like what I saw from him. Right, he definitely kind
of
makes good decisions
that way.
You can't overreact, but he makes good decisions. And I don't know, Fig, did you find this audio from yesterday that we had from Bruce Thornton? And during the game, he had an in-game interview where, he was asked about a few things. They're in-game interviews. How insightful can they be? But one of the things that's very clear is, like, he's talking on the court and he's helping kind of move guys and put guys in the right place. I do think that's helpful, but then I come back to the place where I'm like, damn, I'm looking to a rookie in the second round to be like, can he help add some of that kind of direction type things that you did not see, honestly, enough from your Rockets team typically. Like that's the thing that gets frustrating when I start.
It's kind of hangover from the offseason so far.
100%.
Yeah, that's the main thing because I think talking about the Spurs, talking about Oklahoma City, even the Knicks, they're looking for pieces that can add. It's just that they've got other things going on, and you were waiting for the Rockets to do something bigger, and they haven't yet. So,
I mean, like the Marcus Smart ad, I do think that that's going to be helpful. I mean, he's going to end up starting some games here and there. Fred isn't playing back-to-backs or whatever. And I think that pulls Bruce Thornton into being active. And I think that he seems like he can handle some of that. It just, in thinking about it in that way, again, made me frustrated that, damn, man, we're talking about that far on the perimeter to help make this a little bit better when I was hoping that you would see some moves in this offseason that'd be a little bit further up. Like some of those middle tier moves, and it didn't feel like there was enough of those.
Some of which went to pay for more porn.
Don't think that that's what the Bruce Thornton move was for. However, we on that note, We remind you that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Some of which went to pay for more porn.
I don't think that that's how that works either. We also appreciate D&M Auto Leasing. You don't want to do that one. You don't want to do that one. As we welcome in the crosstalk, the fellas from the drive. It is Clint. It's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
What's good? Not too much.
Yeah.
How we doing?
Fantastic. I thought Clint wouldn't come back till tomorrow.
Clint made it back.
He's back.
Yeah, I mean, did I have a day off and not take advantage of it?
No, I thought you told me Wednesday I was going to bring you some OG sauce.
Oh, yeah,
remember?
no. Tuesday. Maybe I fat thumbed that thing. But
I got some OG sauce on my counter waiting for you.
Man, I appreciate it. Father-in-law was asking me. Y'all know father-in-law, I mean, I think we need to get you and him and Ron, get y'all together and on these grills and have a little competition or something.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You thinking about maybe maybe adding flavors to the OG sauce?
I'm actually,
maybe like a hot.
I'm thinking of a hot mustard.
Ooh, I was wondering. I was wondering.
Have you noticed there's not a lot of good hot mustards out there?
I haven't.
Like there's Dijon and there's some of those, but I'm talking about like hot mustard.
Hot mustard,
like you could put on sausage. Hot mustard, like you get at a Japanese restaurant.
There you, yeah.
Like a hot.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were.
That could be good.
That'd be good. There's not a lot of them.
Not a lot of them.
Yeah.
Unique. I'd give it a try.
Yeah.
Sitting right there next to that OG sauce.
You're damn straight.
I mean, the OG sauce.
I'm bringing a case so you can grab some tomorrow.
I will.
What is your base? Like, is yours? Would yours
tomato based, molasses, honey, cayenne pepper.
Let me some.
I can't tell you everything. But
but yours wouldn't be considered a vinegar base.
No, it's tomato based.
Okay, tomato based.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't. Pardon the ignorance. I didn't know.
Yeah, a little brown sugar
from Carolina.
Is that vinegar?
I don't mind those. It's just not me.
Is vinegar Carolina?
Like Carolina. They got that white barbecue sauce in Alabama. You ever had some
Alabama
of that?
in Tennessee?
Yeah,
like
Alabama white sauce.
White.
It's like mayonnaise.
Yeah. I'm probably out on that.
Yeah, it's good on chicken, man.
Yeah,
there's a spot in Nashville. They take the full chicken and dip it in there.
They dip it.
It is good.
There, huh?
It is good, but
in
it's very specific, like you said. Yeah,
drop it in there.
Yeah.
Would y'all want to hear John Gruden on play-by-play? We were talking about that earlier. John Gruden wants to get out here and do play-by-play. Like, he doesn't want to do the analysis portion of it. He wants to be the play-by-play guy.
He wants to do play-by.
He wants to do that part.
I didn't let that.
No, I do not want to. He is not. That
did not register for me.
Play-by-play.
My first thought.
I mean, he's obviously better than me. I'm just saying in general. Like, he's not a play-by-play is a
it's
skill.
Joe Buck. Yeah.
That is a very unique skill, and you got to be. I mean, you got to be very well spoken and very. I mean, that's a sharp one. I thought you meant
CJ Stroud's dropping back, man. And he's looking to the left.
3 hours.
He's just going. He's going to try to come analyst role too. He's going to over.
He's going to do a solo broadcast.
My first thought was with you guys. I'm like, I don't want to see that. Then I started thinking, Pat Summerall played in the NFL. Frank Gifford played in the NFL. If you can commit to it and do the work. And he loves the media. He loves broadcasting.
It's too raw, John.
No, I don't know how it's going to end up, but it's not unprecedented.
No,
is my point.
Being a former coach or player and doing it is not. But he specifically is too raw.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's too, and that rawness is too much of his character.
And, sure,
like that's what makes him interesting. Is that what Reggie just did?
Yeah, the man's.
I mean that ain't gonna. I don't think that's gonna fly. I don't think the world has changed.
And Pat Summerall, it was a long time that he did play-by-play. He didn't just jump into it in his 60s.
Yeah. No, it's 30 years. It's 25, 30 years.
Not only did he not just jump into it in his 60s, he didn't also jump into it after being an analyst for 15 years.
Yeah. Now, Gifford did.
Gifford, I couldn't remember who was running that booth.
Yeah, Gifford was running it.
Al Michaels was in there. And
correct me, I'm a Gruden.
Deerdorf.
I'm a Gruden fan, but correct me if I'm wrong. That's like Gruden needs to focus on either – potentially getting back into coaching somehow, or if media is the game, then it's stay in your lane, right?
He was good on Monday Night Football.
He was great on Monday Night Football. The thing I was curious about, there was two things. One, is he able to kind of tamp down his excitement? That's a dude that's just excitable, and I wonder, is he able to kind of handle the reins of being the play-by-play that's supposed to be the more steady one? And the second one, cool enough. Because it's not a coincidence he works at Barstool, with all due respect. You know what I mean? I feel like the more legacy companies were a little bit timid on hiring John Gruden. Are they good again on doing that? Because he would need one of those in order to do this, right?
Yeah, I think he could get another chance with one of the quote unquote legacy companies. I think now I don't think he's gonna go in and go, hey, I want to do play by play. This is what specifically what I want to do.
Right.
I think he's got to go down there and sit across the table with somebody and say, hey man, where can I start and get back in the mix here?
Yeah.
I mean, where will y'all allow me to be a part of this thing?
That is true. He did.
I think he could take Adam Archuleta's job over there at Fox. James Lofton's still doing it. I think he can most definitely build himself up.
Yeah.
Get himself there again.
Yeah.
I like that you got him playing like play-by-play chess, just overtaking people here and there.
Not play-by-play though. He needs to be an analyst. He needs to be on that analyst side.
Yeah.
I think the controversy probably helps him a little bit. I think people I think people would kind of look at it and be like, oh, I want to catch this a little bit because John's on it again.
And you know how
well, whoever does it would have to be willing to bite the bullet of the initial week of everything resurfacing again.
Yes, and I think people will. You know, given a certain amount of time, anyway. Yeah.
All right, fellas. Excited to hear what you guys got for.
I'm excited about this.
You think about the soccer?
You think
France, Spain has kicked off?
Mm-hmm. You think Fox would say to themselves, any thought of, maybe we should just switch these?
What do you mean?
Switch this All-Star game in this soccer.
Well, no, they can't because this is 8 p.m. in Europe. It's prime time.
So that's why they're doing it this early?
At 2 p.m.
FIFA's like this has been the kickoff time the last how many World Cups? No matter
specifically, this is prime time in Europe. Like
is that why they're doing that?
It's 8 p.m., 9 p.m. over there. Yeah.
No, I mean the kickoffs have been like 2 or 3. No matter what the host has been the last couple of World Cups. Like this is just kind of FIFA standard.
I mean that Argentina and Switzerland kickoff that felt normal.
It was real late.
Solid part.
Yeah. I mean, look, I need France. I need France.
No, Spain.
No, it's Seth team. I need Seth to lose.
Clint needs France in our World Cup.
I'm just kidding because I'm in the pool. If Spain wins, I win.
What do you win?
I think it's like $900.
Oh well, hell, I'd go Spain. I mean, I'd rather you win $900 than me beat Seth in this pool.
I need Spain and Argentina, and I'm in the money.
Yeah,
I am so much more into this than the All-Star game.
Oh yeah.
They were mad at me that I was trying to keep expectations low on the entertainment value of this All-Star game, particularly as it pertains to Jordan as well.
You didn't have to try very hard to do that.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, man, I just want to see a good at-bat from Jordan. I just want it to be a fun between him and Sanchez. I just want that to be.
I'll watch it tomorrow about 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Jordan's at bat, I'm talking about.
That's it. That's right. That's it, right there. I mean, it is. It doesn't, I don't know, maybe I'm tripping. It just feels like that don't look like an all-star team to me. And again, I'm not going to sit here.
Lineups?
Yes. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm an expert on what everybody is doing.
I feel the same way.
But, like, I've just pulled up random years of all-star teams, and I'm like, there's Alex Rodriguez. There's Derek Jeter playing next to him. There's Jim Thome. Like, I mean, bona fide stars and Hall of Famers at that time.
Wow, the Shea Langoliers disrespect.
Yeah. Oh, I'm disrespecting Shea, and that whoever that catcher is for the Atlanta Braves, who I'd never had, who was an all-star starter.
Oh, I also don't, because I looked at it and I was like, Doug Baldwin. His name is Drake. His name is Drake Baldwin.
Yeah, I don't know who Drake is. I don't have Drake Baldwin. I do not. It just doesn't feel.
I feel the same way.
Well, none of these sports guys are, and it's proven I think in the All-Star games. There's not a sport on the planet that can afford for their All-Star weekend to not have real All-Star superstars. Correct. Like your superstars have to be involved in. I mean, could you imagine what home run derby would be if it was, if it were? And look, I know there's a couple of guys. I mean, all due respect, Kyle Schwarber. I mean, leading the league in home runs, great, but he wouldn't be. Like, if you named 15 to 20 MLB All-Stars, he wouldn't be on your random list. Like, not All-Stars. I'm talking about just give me the favorite players for you to watch. Star players. There you go, Red. Star players. He wouldn't be on that list, right? I mean, the fact that you don't like when you turn the home run derby on, you're not watching the biggest names in the sport. When you turn the dunk contest on in the NBA, you're not watching the biggest names in the sport.
That's the worst.
But it's happening to all. For me personally, as a casual fan for some of these sports, it's like when I turn on the TV, if I'm not watching the best the sport has to offer, I don't have any interest. To be honest with you, I got zero.
But at least The slam dunk contest, yes. But at least the All-Star game in the NBA, like when you look at the starters and the guys that are going to play, like it's generally the guys you know. This one here, man, like I pulled up. I mean, Tony Gwynn's been a reserve.
Yeah.
Like it. Tony, rest in peace, has been a reserve. Like some of these dudes that they're strolling out here, like.
How much of this is also like baseball becoming like kind of regional again?
Yeah,
but
it's been regional. Like it's been regional. Like,
well, at least the national reach is falling back, right? Especially without like the TV, ESPN, and that type of thing.
Like do you know Ben Rice?
No, I ain't got Ben Rice.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's been regional, we know the first baseman for the Yankees. Like, it's just like, I don't know, man. It just, like, I look at if you go look at the American League lineup, I think there is one person that you know right now, if they stopped, they'd be in a Hall of Famer.
Trout.
And it's Mike. I believe Jordan is going to be there, and he's close.
Yeah.
Right, I think
Witt's on that trajectory.
I think Bobby Witt is on the, but they're in the All-Star game. There used to be 6-7 dudes that you knew, and then other guys were like Bobby Witt on the track. Here, man, I mean, Shea Langoliers.
Shea Langoliers,
is out here, man. Jesus,
Shea Langoliers.
I ain't got him either, boys.
Do you know what team he plays on?
Nope.
The A's catcher. I want to run. I started running these names with Tyler down. He said, "Yep, he got them." Pulled up the 2005 All-Star team.
Oh, I know them.
He had them all. Baby.
I know them.
Edgar Renteria.
Edgar Renteria, man. Yeah.
Honestly, I hear what you're saying. I do think that this kind of speaks to like the state of baseball, like as a national knowledge sport. Like I think football has eclipsed so much more of the space now, where we're not even looking at baseball, where we know what's happening at the top end of it or whatever.
No, I hear you on some of it. I know Shohei's not in; he's injured.
Well, that was that was a different thing.
Yeah, but I don't know. I've never felt it this strong.
No, it's weird.
It's been regional the last couple of years. I felt like I've looked at the list and been like, all right, yeah, I got this.
The lineups came up yesterday afternoon, and I went kind of like,
come on, man. Dylan Cease is out here starting the damn All-Star game.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Looking forward to is it Tuesday? I don't even know what day it is anymore. Looking forward to a Tuesday show for you. J-Lo, catch you tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
All right, appreciation again to DNM Auto Lisa for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
All right, the drive is live, and we're all back together again. Clint's in the building. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us all, including Tyler Milner, who is back there. And what is on your shirt?
Is the greatness that is known by Phil Collins.
Oh, Phil Collins. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't have to do that Tarzan soundtrack for us, bring that heat, but he did it anyway.
That's not what I thought was coming when you thought
Phil's man.
Phil Collins is that Tarzan soundtrack, but I just said and this man Reggie's over here nodding his head like it was a banger.
It was. No one has ever brought the heat like that on a Disney movie soundtrack.
Well, let's hear it.
Come on.
Let me get on it.
I mean, you got it. Hell, if it's a banger, Reg.
I don't know, man. That Lion King soundtrack, man. Jason Weaver on that Lion King soundtrack, boy, he
strong,
that.
But he ain't Phil.
Man. I mean, we got to sit here and think about that one for a second here. Just throwing out claims like that.
Wasn't Rusted Root on that Lion King album?
Oh no, let me see who was on that.
I think Rusted Root is on there.
If this tune doesn't get your toe tapping, as Clint would say, I can't get a beer with you. I can't.
This guy here, man.
D.
Nobody.
Every track.
That toe ain't twitching yet. You got to do something for.
He said
every track
damn track
on Tarzan is
one of
fire.
I have not just never given myself a chance.
Bump it on your way home tonight. You won't regret it.
I probably won't, but I just hadn't thought of it. I hadn't. So you watched that, and Tyler must have watched that, Clint, and was like, that first time you watched it, like, man, that's a good song. Man, there's another one. I got to get my hands.
End of you thought, man, this soundtrack is one I got to pick up.
100%. Have it in my iTunes to this day.
Tarzan, really?
Damn, man.
Where do you like? What? Give me the scenario at home where you go. Yeah, I got this Tarzan. I got this Tarzan soundtrack on my.
Well, I'm wearing a loincloth. Megan is Jane. I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm
I like where you're going with this. Okay, so now we're role playing.
Oh my
I genuinely like each song from the Tarzan soundtrack. They're great songs. Phil Collins is a musical genius.
I mean, I think I'm. But you got them on. You got them ready at the. I mean, right there in your hand. I mean, are you in the pool on a Saturday listening to this potentially? Is this popping up around the pool?
A few weeks ago, I was in the pool, had my poolside playlist going on shuffle. 10th or 11th song was one from this soundtrack.
Tyler, I don't know if I'm ever getting in your pool, but you better not bring up Phil Collins.
I mean, if shuffle brings us to the greatness that is Phil Collins, what are you gonna do?
I mean, I'm gonna judge you. I'm gonna judge you even more than I already do.
So your little girls are dancing and having a time to the song.
If I'm in my my banana hammock in your pool and Phil Collins comes up, we're gonna have a problem.
Well, I'm gonna be wearing my
loincloth, walking around passing out drinks.
I did not have that one on the card today. I did not have that one. Man, that guys, that Tarzan soundtrack.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even being hyperbolic.
I know you're not. I could tell. I know you're not.
No, if you were joking, it wouldn't even be funny.
No, it wouldn't. No,
the seriousness is what drives this.
I did not have it. I did not. I just hadn't thought of that soundtrack.
I mean, you thought Phil Collins was good with Genesis.
Whew. Yeah, I didn't have it. I didn't have that one. You know what? I'm glad in that crosstalk, this was a safe space. That we developed a safe space there about this. That home run derby, man, I tried. I really did, man. I've listened to shows all across the country. Just kicking off their shows, raving about that home run derby. How they were in it.
Yeah.
They were in it. And listen, it was a great finish. Jordan Walker, who I know most of you did not have prior to the evening. St. Louis Cardinals. If you didn't know it, sent down last year in the middle of the season. Now he's come up. He's really turned it around. Young guy. Many people didn't have him. But I mean, I've heard, people were just, and it was a great finish. They're just losing their minds. Clint, I tried. I tried it for work purposes. I tried it for everything. And I just couldn't. First off, it took me a minute to remember that it was on Netflix to find it. And then I got there, I gave them 3 hitters, man. I didn't even get to the hometown guys. I didn't get to the guys that most people know in Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. I didn't even make it to them. I got in there after about the 3 hitters, and then I ain't gonna lie to you, I turned to Monday Night Raw, and I just moved on. And I am very glad that we can just come together and just that didn't do anything for me. And you start rolling through the names there. We clearly know you don't have Ben Rice, Jack Caglione. I know. I'm
nope.
certain you don't have him. I only have him because he plays for the Royals. Murakami of the White Sox, you don't have. Mm-hmm. Wilson Contreras, you may have him because of the fight he just got into.
The Red Sox?
Yes,
yep,
there you go. Good job. Junior Caminero.
Got him raised.
Yeah. I mean, there's many people didn't have Jordan Walker the day before. I was just not drawn to take time to watch it, and I did it for work.
Now,
I hate when you do that, and then I couldn't even hang in. And I'll be honest with you, I blame Jordan. If Jordan would have participated in this, I would have been into this.
Yes, if Jordan would have participated, I would have been in it. No question about it. I was on about the 3rd hour of a 6.5-hour drive, so I did not. I drove in late last night. I did not see.
I was comfortably at home,
but that's where I was going. To be completely transparent, even if
Jordan should have been,
even if I were at home, it would not have made the cut on my TV.
And you mentioned it. They're just that lineup. When they pull that lineup, like it's a bad thing when you got to pull 9 All-Stars up.
Like literally?
Literally. Like Jack Caglione is not on the All-Star team. He's got 14 homers this year.
Oh, you're talking about 15. The home run derby, and they're not playing the next day.
You got to pull those guys out. But no, man, it just done nothing for me, done at all. Yeah, someone texted Ron, never happy Hughley. I am happy. Go ahead. Generally,
I may be able to get with you on Ron not being hard to please. I don't think this is the time for that. Like I mean, there's times when I'd be like, yeah, I'll probably side with the texter. This ain't the time for that. This is no. I would argue that the home run derby is the hardest thing to screw up in pro sport all-star events.
And again, I watched the highlights and I watched the condensed version of it, especially at the end. There was drama in it.
You enjoyed it?
There was drama in it. I think he needed 6 home runs to hit in his last couple of swings, and he was able to do it. But there's certain things like this that you got to get me to the party. You got to get me into the party.
Yeah.
And
I think baseball, anything. If you're talking about Major League Baseball, that's the number one step anyway.
Yeah,
you got to get folks to the party.
Somebody said that. Joseph said he didn't even know the home run derby was on last night.
Didn't even know it was on TV, huh?
That just wasn't a setup to get me to the party. Jordan would have got me to the party.
Mm-hmm. I think Jordan would have got a lot of folks to the party.
Jordan got me to the party. Obviously,
Jordan is not just saying it's just a Houston thing. I mean, I think Jordan Alvarez is becoming, I think, nationally known as the best hitter in baseball.
Like I would have been sitting there waiting for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand that Shohei couldn't go, and I know Judge was hurt.
No Jordan, no Judge, no Shohei.
Like Ronald Acuna, any of the guys from the Braves that are thought to be, top players and players that people are really into. No Vladdy Jr. He wasn't in this. Like, yeah, I mean, it just wasn't guys that pulled me in. Like, you got to have a mixture of young stars and guys that pull you in. Like that. Yeah. I don't know, man. Hopefully the All-Star game tonight gets you rolling. Is that appointment TV for you all tonight? All-Star game?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
No chance.
More likely to be jamming Phil Collins' Tarzan soundtrack.
Yeah. Well, that would be a close for me. That probably neither of those are going to happen.
I'm definitely in for the second at bat for the American League.
Tarzan soundtrack or All-Star game? Which one you more likely to
non-Jordan at bat?
Yeah.
Non-Bobby Witt at bat.
You're trying to get there. He's trying to get there.
Still got to go to the All-Star game, man. I love Phil,
and he
man.
Sings, he plays every instrument.
Phil's not
it's electric.
By the way, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right. Executive and coaches, they talked about the ranking of your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. I am really intrigued on this. C.J. Stroud, barely. The last name on the list. We'll see what Clint thinks about how ESPN executive, coaches, scouts rank the Texans quarterback. We'll do that next.
You just made the list. Jordan Alvarez is
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Spain has taken a 1-0 lead on a penalty kick. As 20 minutes in, Spain takes the lead. And France, who a lot of people believe are the favorite, a lot of people think these are the two best teams right now meeting in the semis, Argentina and England tomorrow. But they've taken a 1-0 lead, a penalty kick that Clint disputes that should have not been a penalty.
100%. I don't know how you don't review that and get that right. I think they did review it. My man is fixing to. Did they really? I don't think they did. My man was fixing to kick the ball out of midair, and the other player ran and literally jumped into the path of his leg. So he kicked him, and the other guy got the free kick.
It was in the box. Yep. Yeah, so they called it a penalty, and Spain takes a 1-0 lead in the semis to get to the World Cup final. So we'll keep you updated here as they get it. They got started here right as we started the show here. All right, Clint. We've been these top 10 rankings, honorable mention, and others receiving votes. Throughout the time that Jeremy Fowler of ESPN has been doing it, executive coaches, scouts, they rank the top positions. They got to quarterback, Clint, and C.J. Stroud was if you look at the order of the list that they have it, the top 10, the honorable mentions, he was the last name on the list, which had him 20th, right behind Daniel Jones and Bo Nix. Your thoughts when you saw that, watching him play all of his games, understanding the quarterback position, everything gets looked at. Your thoughts about where they had him rated?
Well, I don't have a problem with him being rated behind the guys that he's rated behind that are actually the what they call them, honorable mentions.
Yeah,
I got a problem with him being in the same mix with Daniel Jones and Bo Nix. I think he is, even giving everything we know. I think he should be ranked. He should be slotted above those guys. So I don't know how. I know how. I mean, hell, it's just the reality of the situation. It appears to be vote based, and this is where he landed. It just seems to me that he would land more in that honorable mention category, and maybe even at the bottom of the honorable mention category, more so than the receiving votes. Votes.
He was the top honorable mention last year. He was 11th last year, right behind Baker Mayfield. And this year he's dropped, as you said, below Bo Nix and Daniel Jones, which is a big shift. What do you like when you look at this? How do you think they got here? Is it because this is more than just I would think the playoff game? If we're looking at all of these guys and how they take this serious, how do you think we have gone from that space of him being regarded, even off of that second year that we saw take a step back from the first one, to now all the way down here thinking those guys he's behind?
Well, I think it's hard to. It's impossible. In my opinion, it's impossible for anybody, whether it's us talking about it or it's execs and scouts and coaches. It's hard to remove the situation that the quarterbacks have been presented with what you see, right? And so I think that ranking, falling 20th and being in the mix with Bo Nix, although it's different reasons maybe, but he's in that mix with Daniel Jones and Bo Nix, I can't separate the fact that he's had over his career a worse offensive line than probably any quarterback out there. I know at one point Caleb Williams was next, but they fixed that problem. He's the only quarterback that seems to continuously have that problem year over year. And the play caller situation, 2 first-year play callers 2 of the 3 years that he's been in the league, 2 of those years were first-time play callers. It's hard for me to separate. I can't help but look at those problems that have existed in Houston on the offensive side of the ball and say that hasn't put CJ in the position that he's in. So now then you drill down a little bit deeper. He's regressed since that rookie year. The rookie year was awfully impressive. There's no way around he's regressed. All right, the finish to last year, it was so bad. And the turnovers are when you're talking about quarterback play, the turnovers are the worst of the worst, right? And to do it in the biggest moment, I think execs, scouts, and coaches see that and hit him with that right there. And then the part that the hill that I'm going to die on and the reason that I personally think he hasn't had a contract yet, I think the leadership piece, the take control piece, the handle adversity piece, I think coaches, scouts, and execs, I think those kind of conversations exist in that world more so than the analysts in the fan world. So I think that has a part to play as well.
Yeah, I do find it, for me, hard to see if everything's equal, that like if all of these, and I feel like that's how you would judge it for the most part. You take what you've seen from them and then you think, all right, if all's equal, from coaching to players around them, if all's equal, where would they fall? And that's a steep drop to me for him if it's all equal.
The big moment piece is a major problem, and are you a general at that position? I think is a real knock to him. So. But I don't know. I think it's impossible, Ryan, to separate the two. Like, I can't sit here. I'm not the fan. I can't sit here. Like, if I were just grading quarterbacks or just ranking quarterbacks, it's hard for me to not have CJ. Just ability, just pure ability. Not talking about the leadership piece, not talking about the general and the alpha, and not talking about the dealing with adversity and the big moment piece. If you're just talking about skill set and the ability to pass the football, it's hard for me not to put him in the same tier as the Drake Mays and the definitely the Justin Herberts and that level player. Which, by the way, I think both those guys are ranked too high. But that level of player, it's hard for me to not put him in the same category just based off talent with definitely Sam Darnold and those kind of guys. I can't put him in that top tier from Dak up. Right? From Dak up, that list is strong. But once you get to Justin Herbert, I believe it's 7, and the guys below him, it's hard talent-wise to not put him in the same level as those guys.
He's above, like a lot of these guys that are honorable mentions. I think with the exception of maybe Jaden Daniels and Baker. Baker, I think, was at the very bottom of the list the year before. But he's routinely been ahead of Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, all just thought of to be a quarterback above those guys. Jordan Love, probably around the same. Sam Darnold before this year.
Yeah.
I mean, even last year when Sam had that season where Sam's Viking season was better than it was last year. He was still thought to be above him, even after the season where
it took Sam over that some ghost stuff and early on in his career.
yeah. No, man. Interesting thought of where people view him now, and the drop of where they view him. All right, we've been doing this and hopefully running into training camp. Believe it or not, all right, a statement here. We look at some questions and conversations that's been surrounding the Texans. Do you believe them or not? We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, look here, y'all.
1-800-684-4611. Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The strange, the bizarre, the unexpected.
The Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it or not.
All right, a little believe it or not, as the Texans are starting to get closer to this training camp getting started. There have been plenty of things that have been said during the offseason about the Texans, said from the building of the Texans in regards to the Texans, and we want to kind of parse this out. Is this believe it? Do you believe it or not? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump into this as well. Let's look at the young fellas, Clint. What we have been hearing. Now, I don't know how much we've been hearing about, his readiness to play the center position and his readiness to be able to do everything that is needed from the center position in this offense. But the one thing we've heard about from his peers to coaches and even people who've scouted him is the physicality of Keelan Rutledge and how he is ready physically to play in the league. Believe that or not?
No, I don't believe it.
Damn.
I don't believe it. I think he adds to the piece of we're trying to get more physical up front, and he fits well in an offensive line room that's trying to set the mentality of, I don't think you have to teach him how to go out and bite. I think he was one of them puppies that bit, and as he gets older, dog, he's going to bite. I think he is a physical individual. I don't buy the actual hype around the impact that he's going to have on this football team. I think it's been blown out of proportion. And whether that's fair or foul, I think from where he was drafted in the first round to the immediate comments by the head coach and the general manager that have been nothing but about the physicality and this and that, and his own comments about the physicality piece, to the belief that he's going to be the starting center from the word go and be able to display that level of physicality at this level that's going to change the entire offensive line, which most people that cover the NFL believe is one of the worst offensive lines in football. I don't believe that it's that level of quote-unquote. Because here's the deal, Ron. He is an individual I think is thought to be a guy that's going to change this offensive line. Not alone, but he's going to be the tip of the spear, especially if he's supposed to be a starting center, right? I don't know that it's possible to lead that with physicality. I don't know that when you bring to the table that it's almost a meathead approach to I'm just going to be the most physical guy in the building. And then, by the way, you're going to have to start from jump. You're a first-round draft pick. The expectations are through the roof, and you're going to play center. So we're going to need you to communicate like a robot as well. If you can do that, I don't believe that the cal piece for Keelan Rutledge is going to bear fruit for the Texans much.
See, I believe it. I don't know how effective he is going to be at center or whatever or wherever he plays, but I do think, and maybe I'm just thinking of it of a comparison of what we've seen, but I do think from a physicality standpoint, I believe he is going to be or at least attempt, and that's going to be probably the best part of his game is the physicality. I think that, again, I don't know what that's going to mean in terms of how he plays overall, but I do think when we watch the Texans, I think Keelan Rutledge is probably going to either fit in or be a guy that you notice is a physical player.
How many guys, and this is a question, I'm not being a smart ass, how many guys, linemen, have you seen lead with the physicality piece and then that bears? I'm talking, when I say lead with physicality, what's old buddy's name that
Quentin Nelson.
There you go.
See,
that perfect example, right? Do you when they've done nothing but lead and build the hype around this physicality piece with this kid? right? One would say that that's the reason that they jumped early and drafted him earlier in the first round than thought they would, right? Or thought he would go. So you just gave a perfect example of what I'm talking about. In a year or 2 years, do you believe that we can be at another city having a conversation about physical offensive linemen and somebody go, oh, you're talking about Keelan Rutledge kid, right? Like that's the level. Like you got to start, you got to play really good ball, and then you got to be an absolute man amongst boys to lead. I'd even drop it down. What's the kid's name in Denver? Miners?
Yeah.
He was one that came out of a small school, Grand Rapids or something. Came out of a small school and may have even, if I remember correctly, may have been even a little bit undersized on one piece or one part or the other. But when you watch him play, there's a level of physicality that's just like, that's a dude's a mauler. Like, I think
you think
we see that?
Yeah, okay. I don't know if it's going to. I'm not going to say that he is going to. It's going to spill out to everybody else, and,
right?
And you know he's going to affect all the other guys around him. But I think he is around a more physical group. I don't know if Wyatt Teller can still do it as well as he did before, but I think he is still a physical player. I think Braden Smith is a physical player, so I think he'll be around that. But I do think he himself will be somebody that's going to be a big part of his game. I don't know how that's going to be when it comes to pass blocking, anything like that. But I do think he is going to be a guy that comes off the ball, and that's going to be a big part of what he does.
I hope you're right. I just don't believe it, Ron. I'm going to tell you, maybe it's some PTSD because since I've been covering this team, this organization, I don't recall. Now we talked about guys that should have been or may have been who are led with. But I don't recall one offensive lineman watching a game. Now, you can go watch tape and you can see where guys will get a pancake here or there, or you see where an offensive lineman will get a guy on skates and drive him all the way out of bounds kind of deal every now and then. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about live play where you literally watch the offensive line and you go, I just can't wait to see this dude maul somebody.
Yeah, like that's a pool and you see somebody take somebody out.
And even the dirty part, almost borderline illegal physicality of just pancaking and jumping on and you know, there's just, I don't know that there's been an offensive lineman lead with that level of physicality since I've been covering the Texans. In fact, I know
I think that's fair. But again, I think that's going to be the number one positive thing that you see from Keelan Rutledge to me is there might be some times, well, I don't know if he knows who he's blocking, but he didn't got in somebody's ass.
Yeah, I hope you to match the hype that they because this question to me, do you believe it or not that all the different physicality comments coming from all the different people and the hype that's been built around his physicality, like this can't just be the best part of his game is he's physical.
Yeah.
No, this has to be like you're an above average offensive lineman. I don't care if you play guard or center. You're an above average offensive lineman in the NFL, and by the way, the elite part of your play is he just seeks out physicality. He just seeks out the physical side of playing a very physical position. Like this isn't just he's every now and then he flashes and there's just a level of physicality we hadn't seen in a while. To me, the hype they built is this dude's fixing to change the room with how he plays on a daily basis. Again, going back to practice last year, I know I harp on D'Amico's decision to just unleash the defensive hounds on C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Like if you're that physical of a guy and that nastiness is who you are, you ain't taking that ass whooping at practice every day. You're pissed. You're so pissed off of that you want to fight somebody kind of stuff. Like that to me when I hear the hype that's around Keelan Rutledge, that's what my expectations are, and I can't right now. He may make a believer out of me in the first couple of weeks.
I think he
might
get into a fight,
but that would go a long way.
I think he might get into a fight.
Have we seen? Tyler, have we seen an offensive lineman fight since we in camp?
I can't remember one. I remember Derek Stingley. I mean,
Stingley, Schultz.
Schultz is the closest thing to an offensive lineman.
I think Jimmy Reed got in one. I mean, it was Jimmy Ward got in one.
Yeah.
I think Schultz and Sting's the last one I even remember.
That's the closest thing to a lineman. Yeah, they weren't getting into fights.
Yeah, well, I mean, so a fight early in camp would go a long way with me for Keelan Rudge, because there's probably for me personally an unfair level of expectation for him that's come with this physicality talk.
Somebody texted him. They've been talking about this guy like he's the second coming of Larry Allen. Is it felt like that to you? I mean, I just think that is the number.
I mean,
it's the number one part of his. Yeah. Like when they've watched it, that's the physicality is the number one thing you see.
But I'm closer to the texture right there. I'm on this one.
But you think it's been overkill?
Well, I think it's been just the talk of everybody knows that the offensive line needed to be fixed. Now most of us would say that first and foremost we need to protect the quarterback, right? But the everybody in all of football would say the Texans' offensive line is the problem, yada, yada, yada. They got to get better. They got to run the football better, yada, yada, yada. They got to protect the football better, protect the quarterback better. And your response in the first round of a draft is to draft a guy and immediately start talking about his physicality and how that he changes. He's exactly what we're looking for and exactly what we want our offensive line to look like. Well, you got to be able to see it. And now Larry's a little bit of a stretch. But that is, I mean, only because I've got personal experience with him, that is the level of physicality that we're talking about. I mean, is he a guy that in an accelerated walkthrough or maybe a half padded day goes out there and throws somebody up on out of bounds and up on a cooler or something just because by nature he's that physical, right? I tell you who else was like that. Eric Williams, nasty. I mean, practice was just nasty. And so is it that level, or is this just, is it the 2026 version of an offensive lineman where most have been taught to screen and roll, where this guy's like legitimately setting picks? I don't know. We'll see. I don't quite believe the hype yet. Right?
I think it's been the hype of the entirety of what they feel like the offensive line is going to change to. I mean, that's what we heard from Braden Smith to Wyatt Teller to drafting him as they're going to be physical, and then obviously he was the first one that they drafted to go really into that line with that. We had John Harris on during the radiothon. That's the first thing he talked about was his physicality.
Well, if you're going to play at the NFL level and you lead with physicality. You don't lead with smart, man. Knows the game, man. Can communicate the game like a he's elite. That those parts of those facets of his game are elite. If you're going to lead with physicality and never mention the other, you better damn near be Larry Allen.
Well, I'm not asking you, Keelan, to be Larry Allen.
Maybe a little bit unfair, but you get the point.
I'm not asking you to do that. All right, coming up, the Astros, they are on a much-needed all-star break. They just got over 60 games left to get themselves into the postseason. For you, understanding the expectations coming into this season, what can happen this year that is not a failure of a season for the Astros? What has to happen? We'll discuss that next.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about them being buyers?
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Nobody knows what it means. Provocative. It gets the people going.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Now that's better than Phil Collins.
Competitors.
Welcome back in. 1 hour down. The Drive is live. Clint's back in the building. Tyler is in here.
That happened fast.
Huh?
That happened fast.
It happened fast, man. I feel like we all had a bonding experience. We went to the restroom all at once.
P as a team, win as a team, baby.
Yep. All
I've
at
always
once.
heard.
I'm not going to lie. I don't mean to put people out there. Tyler, you're a little quicker at the draw than I thought. That was I
gotta be. I gotta get back to the sport.
That was quick. That was quicker than I thought.
I didn't even hear him come in behind us.
I saw him come in, and it was quick.
I'm a sneaky peer.
You outlasted him.
Well, I'm the older one. I pee a little slower.
That went by a little fast, and I thought, man, nothing wrong with it. Got in and got out efficient.
That's right. NASCAR.
I mean, you probably, if you can pee, if you can get your pee that quick, you probably should have held it to the next break. Just get that pressure built up a little better.
I've heard holding it is not good for you. It's unhealthy.
No, it's not. It really
bad
is.
for the kidneys.
Yep.
Oh.
And the bladder.
It's a bad idea.
Well, I mean, look, we can apply that to many things that Tyler does.
No lies detected.
Man said no lies detected. All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What for you do the Astros have to do the rest of this second half? Just over 60 games left. What can they do this season in which you would say, all right, this was not a failure? This season was not a failure. 713-572-4610. What do they have to do for you to be like, all right, I'm good with the result? Maybe not even good with the result, but at least this wasn't a complete failure. What has to happen?
Well, I think they've got to get in the playoffs and be a legitimate threat.
So they have to make the playoffs for you.
Make the playoffs is the very, very least. That's the bottom. Yes, they've got to make in this awful-ass division. And
even with the expectations before the season. Before the season, I think they were around 80 to 85 wins is what people were projecting, and them to be second behind the Mariners in the division. That was the preseason projections. And even what you've been able to watch thus far, for you, it is a failure if they don't make the playoffs.
Yes. The division is significantly, not just the division, the American League is significantly worse than I think anybody imagined. The division is not good, and you have been awful and injured a good chunk of the first half of the season. This lineup with, again, now if injuries become a major problem or continue to be a major problem, then I think this changes. But right now, I think if this group as is doesn't make the playoffs, that is I would be unbelievably disappointed. And I'll be honest with you, for me, if they don't make a move at the trade deadline and along with get some guys healthy and be a threat. Now, I'm not talking about a favorite. I'm talking about a team that gets in there, even if they're looked at as, hey, man, look out now. The Astros could be a problem in the playoffs. Could be. I'm not saying you are who you once were. I think getting in the playoffs is the bottom, the very least expectations, and then I would add that I expect them when they get there with Yordan Alvarez in the middle of this lineup to scare the hell out of some folks.
Listen, me and Tyler are going back and forth. We don't have to hit the sounder on this. We'll just come out some really, really sad news for the Houston Texan family. From the Texans, it is with profound sadness that we announce Houston Texans co-founder and senior chair Janice S. McNair has passed away peacefully in Houston this afternoon with her family by her side. Miss McNair was 89 years old. So Janice McNair has passed away. The Houston Texans have this directly from the Texans. So prayers out to the entire Houston Texan family. Obviously, we have at least a relationship with Cal and Hannah. So prayers out to them and their family and what they're dealing with. But again, if you're just jumping in, co-founder Janice McNair has passed away at the age of 89. So a tough day for a lot of people in that building, I would imagine.
Yeah, tough day, man. What her and Bob were able to do and bringing football back to Houston and making us all proud and putting a product out there and a brand out there that made us all proud. I mean, I think it was absolutely a joint effort between Bob and Janice, obviously being a big part of it, and what a great job that the family has done, the organization has done, kind of keeping the goings-ons of late with Miss Janice on a kind of everything being calculated and kind of under wraps and protecting her as she aged and yeah, man, I know big like you said, big prayers up to the family, particularly all of them, but definitely the ones that we know, Cal and Hannah. That I know this is tough times for them. Big prayers up for them and their family to get through this as strongly as they possibly can.
As you said, man, she and obviously her husband Bob brought football, and the reason why we are talking about this team and talking about the Texans, and the reason why there is a C.J. Stroud to argue about, the reason why there is a Larry and Stafford to get angry about with the Texans, or Tony or Trey or any of you guys who listen, is partly due to what Janice and her husband were able to do to get football back here in Houston. So a really sad day again, just in case you are just joining us, just checking in. The Texans just released this themselves. It is with profound sadness that we announced Houston Texans co-founder and senior chair Janice S. McNair passed away peacefully in Houston this afternoon with her family by her side. Miss McNair was 89 years old. So we will obviously continue to gather any more information on that and get back to giving you any updates on that as well. But to the previous conversation we were having, it is tough for me to watch this team and think like it's a failure if they don't make the playoffs. And I get where you're coming from with how bad the AL is, but man, a part of it is they're not up to where they normally are. And I just look and I'm like, how many pitchers do they that I trust? both in the rotation and the bullpen, like two, and a push. Peter Lambert is gonna make a believer out of me. I mean, another 6-inning performance and 1 run and 7 strikeouts. But they have one of the worst outfields when Jordan isn't playing in it in baseball. And I didn't come into the year with the guarantee and thought that they're a playoff level team. I think for me, I will be disappointed, Clint, and it will be a failure if they are not above 500 and competing for the playoffs. That's to me where I am, just trying to be as realistic as possible with what they have shown us thus far, what they have what they have on this roster and what they may have the ability to get on this roster. So for me, they've got to be above 500 and at least compete. If this thing drops to them being below 500, then to me, I think that's a failure.
Yeah, look, for the nature of the American League right now, it changes the dynamic for me as an Astros fan across the board, right? Like, it's one thing to be outside your World Series window and hey, that thing looks like it's shut. It looks like those days are over and there's going to have to be some rebuild and some rethinking, how they do things around here. There's no doubt about that. But if there's not enough in this organization right now with Altuve and some of the I know Los is hurt, but him being involved, like if there's not enough enough desire to win, enough of that competitiveness in this organization to look up and go, hey, I know the window's more than likely closing, but boy, we could take advantage of a weak American League. We could not only get in, but if we get healthy at the right time, we may be able to make a little bit of a run here. Like if we're so far gone from what we once were, which was one of the most admirable organizations in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, them and the Dodgers, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're so far removed from that we're not even interested in taking advantage of a bad American League and hoping that you get healthy at the right time, then I'm just mistaken on who these guys are, I guess.
They just have a lot of holes, man, and a lot of issues. And the other part, we were discussing this a bit, Clint, is they have a lot of issues. And as Robert Flores was on with us last week, a lot of teams also have some similar issues. Like the Astros right now, what would you say? The number one, you talked about Dana needs to, they've got to seriously add something. The number one thing they got to add is pitching, probably.
Absolutely.
In your mind. There are a lot of teams that still, believe they've got a shot that need to add that too, right? And with their farm system and everything they have to give up, it may be a bit difficult, a bit tough. So I don't know. It's look at this team and what they have, and yes, they have the best player on the planet right now. And it will. You know what else? You know what else will be a flat failure if these jokers start losing, and they lose so much that it potentially puts Jordan's MVP case into a private. I don't think that will matter. I feel like they could finish in last place right now the way that he's rolling. But like right now, his series against the Rays and those moments he had against the Rays really matter because they're still fighting in this. But yeah, as someone just texted and said, man, they're a game and a half out. This is the Astros. They're expected to make the playoffs. That's right. Your expectations hasn't shifted enough.
No. If the American League wasn't as bad and the division wasn't still up for grabs at this point, then yeah, I could probably as an Astros fan go, hey guys, it's time to sell this thing. It's time to rebuild it. Boy, if the competitor in you is so far gone that you can't see this opportunity that's been presented to you with how bad it is around you, and you don't want to take advantage of it, you don't. That's a tough pill for me to swallow.
Who do you, if you had to pick one, who do you think is potentially the most important player in the second half? Like this
You don't mean the overall. You mean like who?
In the second half, the rest of the way as they get back going after the All-Star break for the Astros, who in your mind do you look at and think like this guy has to
Spencer Arrighetti?
Got to be right.
Yeah,
it's got to be either him or it's got to be a pitcher, whoever you think can be the number two. Clearly, it feels like maybe they're not going to allow Christian Javier to be that. But Spencer Arrighetti, I'm with you on that. If Spencer Arrighetti can find a way not to be the dominant guy that was 7-1 with a 1.34, but just a guy somewhere in between that and this guy who just gives up 8. Like if he can be a solid pitcher, be in the Peter Lambert type of space, I think especially to get into the playoffs, it changes so much for this team.
Well, it gets you there, and then who knows what happens if you can just get to that point because Ronel Blanco is close. I mean, we forget about how he was pretty damn good. I mean, especially with the issues the Astros have been having, he would be good God, you could use him more than ever. But yeah, I mean, if it's for nothing more than to get you there and buy time until some of these other guys you can figure out what they're actually going to bring to the table. But Spencer's got to be a big part of that. Spencer's got to be a big part of getting there.
Yeah, text line coming through. Without a doubt, it's Hunter Brown. You got to get Hunter back to dealing if you want to get Hunter Brown and Spencer getting back together, back to their form, to their former ways. Yeah, listen, Hunter's important. I feel like even though Hunter Brown is not pitching to the Cy Young level that he did. He's still going to be somebody that's a top of the 3 rotation guy. He's the one starter you trust. I don't know if you trust any of the others.
Well, I answered that question assuming that Hunter Brown and Yordan Alvarez continuing to do what they're doing is not, or at least be some of the best pitchers and hitters in baseball. I'm assuming that if that don't happen, the Astros don't have a chance. I mean, we're cooked. I mean, that's I mean, if Hader, Brown, and Yordan Alvarez, and you can probably even add Christian Walker and Jeremy Pena and some of those guys in there with that. But I mean, if they don't continue to play at a big time level at their respective positions or at the plate, then we don't have a chance anyway. I mean, the one that's an outlier is the one that you really don't know what you're going to get and how often you're going to get it, and I think that's Spencer.
Yep. Somebody said one of the outfielders. I hear you. I got to go there pitching.
One of them's going to play better because it's going to be Yordan. I'm gonna tell you that.
That's not happening, man. I don't know why you.
It is. Come that damn playoff time. You bet it is.
You gonna be there pissed. All right, coming up, we'll recap the major news of the day. Just dropping here in the last several minutes, the passing of co-founder Janice McNair. We'll keep you updated on that and give you the latest there. It's Tuesday. We do a little real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, and I'm gonna tell you, this is definitely real. You gotta breathe well to sleep well. You gotta sleep well to live well. It's a pretty easy, simple.
sports. Leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Spain tacked on another one. They now lead France 2-0. I believe Spain has given up just one goal the entire tournament. And now France, who I believe have been the favorites here, and I believe we're the favorites going into this match as well, they are down now 2-0 with us coming up on the 66th minute here. They have got to have one of them Argentina pull one out of the hat type of situations.
Hopefully they paid the refs too.
Might need to, as they are up against it. The big news here. The big news here in Houston is the passing of co-founder and senior chair Janice S. McNair. This is coming out, a statement from the Texans. It is with profound sadness that we announce Houston Texans co-founder and senior chair Janice S. McNair passed away peacefully in Houston this afternoon with her family by her side. Ms. McNair was 89 years old. As we've said, and I think I can speak for everybody here at Sports Radio 610 here in Odyssey, Houston. Clearly, we work together with the Texans. That condolences to our McNair family, and really prayers up for them. We will have nobody better than to kind of give some insight on the importance of the McNair family, in particular, Bob and Janice, than the Hall of Famer, the General John McClain. He'll join us coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll hear from him and get his thoughts and obviously his memories of the importance of the McNairs, in particular Janice McNair, who's just passed away. So that is that news. If you have just joined us here today, that came out about 10-15 minutes ago. All right, it is a Tuesday. We do a little real or fake. I make a statement, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in and you let me know if it's real or fake. Real or fake, Will Anderson Jr. will have a 20-sack season. Real or fake?
I think it's fake.
Ooh, you don't think so?
I think it's fake. I think Will is too honest of a player, too committed of a player. Like I think in order to go get 20,
you got to have a little hell with it.
Yeah, you got to have some to hell with it. I'm going to do what I want to do. I think Will's always going to do his job in the defense. I don't think he's going to vary. Number one, number two. I don't know that I've said this a million times. I don't think we've seen the best of Will Anderson, the pass rusher, yet.
I don't either,
and I don't know. I don't know what's there, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know how or what we've watched from him so far. Is he playing at or above his ceiling, or is there still? I know there's room from a toolbox perspective and a pass rusher perspective to be more dynamic and do more things. Does he have the ability to do those things? Does he have the want to do those things? Or is he more interested in being the complete player that can play the run, that can obviously rush the passer, that's got speed and power? Where does he literally live in his NFL career? We know he'll work to get better at whatever he needs to, but how much of that is indeed pass rushing skills, right? It's clear if you watch him, there's a lot. There's a ton of more dynamic pass rushers with more weapons that they use. Does he even care to have those? Does he even have the skill to do it? I don't know. But I think to get to 20, you've got to be either an elite pass rusher or you've got to be willing to abort mission and go get the quarterback. And I don't know that he's got that in his game.
I'm gonna say Fake. If he has a chance, it has to be however long Danielle Hunter is on the other side of it. Once Danielle Hunter leaves him, I mean, unless they replace him with someone of that ilk, he is going to get a ton of attention. 12 is the most he's had in his career. Myles Garrett had 23 last year. Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt are the most recent. We know J.J. did it twice in his career in 2012 and 2014. So those are the latest ones to do it. Aaron Donald in 18 as well from the inside got 20.5 sacks. So I'm with you on that. Tyler Milner, jump in here. Real or fake? The players voting Lamar Jackson 69th last year on the top 100 is fair. Real or fake?
Well, it's a great number, but
it is.
No, that's not fair. It's not fair at all, so it's real.
Yeah.
Lamar is a lot better than 69th whenever it comes to the NFL in its entirety. As a pass slinger, as a runner, whatever you want to call him, quarterback under center in Baltimore, he's much higher than that. I think it's absolutely real.
Real or fake, Clint? The players voting Lamar Jackson 69th on the top 100 list is fair. Real or fake?
Oh, I think it's fake.
He dropped 67 spots.
So is it fake or real? Now I'm all backwards.
It's fake that Lamar Jackson should have been voted 69th.
Okay.
There's no
it's fake for me too.
Yeah, okay. There's no situation, supporting cast.
They're saying it was based on last season, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's fine. There's just like Lamar Jackson to me is not a quarterback. There's some quarterbacks that you can go from season. If you're a pocket passer and you're not completing balls, then we've got to question whether what you're doing. If you're turning the football over, we got to question what you're doing. Lamar Jackson is a guy that literally you can put him on the worst team and he immediately makes them better because of his athletic ability and how elite he is in that. There's no planet. There's no place on the planet Earth where Lamar Jackson is the 69th best player.
He dropped 67 spots.
What did the coaches and the execs and scouts have him? Was he fourth, fifth?
Fifth.
Yeah, the fifth best quarterback in this league is the 69th best player. I can't.
Now, I know he had some.
There.
Yeah, I think it's fake. I know he had some. I know he had some injuries last year, but damn, I mean, he was second last year. God, hey, listen, I've looked at the quarterbacks that have made this list thus far. And I believe when you look at numbers and everything, and mind you, the voting is done in December, that C.J. Stroud is going to be on this list. And C.J. Stroud's numbers, to be honest, are better than Lamar's, just because Lamar, I think, missed more games.
God bless, brother.
But, I mean, to think how much we're talking about C.J. and C.J., the likelihood is going to be higher than Lamar Jackson on this list. It's gonna be crazy.
Wow!
When you look at this, so yeah, I think it is. That is a hell of a drop from being the number 2 player.
Nowhere on the planet is that true.
69 to 69. All right, coming up as we continue. I hope people don't get too caught up on the words and not actually the thought process of this, because I think Rockets fans should be concerned about this, what is happening around their team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, what you should be concerned about is that's you too, Ron, and you too, Tyler. What you should be concerned about is it's hurricane season. Whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold, or this hurricane season, we have power outages around these parts, y'all. Unfortunately, it's part of living here. If you lived here for any amount of time, hell, you know it. But right now, you can get a free estimate on a Generac Home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, y'all. And why not shop with the best if that's what you're looking for? The reality is that power grid around here, it ain't worth the damn. Grid failures and outages are going to happen. You need to take control of your power today and do it with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100. You can always check them out online at GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Yordan Alvarez is an all-star starter. No surprise at all. The big fella is well on his way to an MVP season and will be representing the Astros in a big way as the American League's designated hitter in next week's Midsummer Classic. Congrats, Yordan.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee, and 13, call Lee. West End Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients the best hope to overcome cancer. At UTMD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Take part in the Lincoln American Values Offer and lease a new certified pre-owned 2026 Lincoln Corsair at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Right now, this low-mileage vehicle can be yours for just $286 a month for 24 months. Find it today at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection, westpointsales.com.
5330 due at signing, 5K miles per year with approved credit, tax title license extra. Stock number S6C021. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Hey, John Lopez here for Kalshi. Man, what a World Cup Final Four we have, so to speak. Absolute monster teams and monster players. Who do you like? With just Argentina, England, France, and Spain remaining in the FIFA World Cup, there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Personally, I'm liking Spain and Argentina. Spain is trading at just over 20% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $455 if they beat France and end up winning. And to beat France, they're just trading at 41%, meaning if they do, a $100, $234 if they beat France. How about Argentina? They're trading at 46% to beat England, meaning a $100 trade pays out $209 if they do. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use promo code Lopez to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
This July is America's 250th birthday, so declare your independence from low testosterone at Low T Center. Start with a free T test, stay on treatment for 90 days, and receive $250 back. It's the Low T Center's 250 for 250 offer celebrating freedom. That's fixmylowt.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. What are your rights and responsibilities? Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proof adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar 20.
Biggest news of the day: Houston Texans. They announced the passing of the co-founder and chair, Janice S. McNair. Her son, Cal McNair with a statement, Clint. Mom was exceptional. She exuded kindness, radiated joy, and had endless amount of hope and love, and lived in an incredible life centered around faith, family, philanthropy, and football. It's impossible to describe the profound gratitude that my sisters, Ruth and Melissa, and I feel for having her as a mom. Outside of our family, nothing mattered more. Her beloved Texans, I remain honored to lead this franchise and build on the foundation my parents set when they brought football back to Houston. Mom leaves an indelible mark on our family, our team, and our community, and her giving spirit will always be embedded in the fabric of our organization. While I'm heartbroken, I take great comfort in knowing she is now reunited with my dad, her favorite teammate. Texans chair and CEO Cal McNair. Again, we will hear from John McClain, the Hall of Famer, who is as much information as anybody, and was here when all of this got going, and has a great relationship with the McNairs. We'll hear from him coming up in the 4 o'clock hour.
That'll be good, man. John obviously was, behind closed doors over there a lot with the family from the very jump, from the very beginning, yep. and definitely when Bob was still around and Janice was more active in the organization. So yeah, man, John will have some great insight and some great stories. I'm sure it'll be great to have the general back on with the drive. Hadn't had him on in a while. It'll be great to have him on with us, man. It's yep. been too long.
So yeah, stay tuned for that coming up in around 4:30 or so. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll hear from John McClain to talk about the passing of Janice McNair. All right, I was listening to Amazon Prime Summer League. And Haynes, who is an NBA senior insider for them, had some comments about the future of LeBron James. And I'm listening to this, and it immediately made me turn to the Rockets. Here's Chris Haynes on the future of LeBron James.
I talked to LeBron James' agent, Rich Paul, and he said LeBron James has all the information needed. So now it's all up to LeBron James to make his decision. So as of right now, he is in deliberation phase. And so we can expect, well, we hope to expect, I should say, that he will make a decision at some point soon. But definitely the Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers, they're in the mix, along with the Golden State Warriors, Denver Nuggets, Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Philadelphia 76ers.
Shout out to Glorilla on the soundtrack of that in the background of that. But, Clint, I'm wondering from you, 713-572-4610 as well. Do you feel concerned about where the Rockets are as an organization, or what type of team they are right now, that LeBron isn't even considering them as an option? And when you look at the teams they ran down, the Warriors, the Cavs, the Heat, the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, the 76ers, and I'm not meaning this in the space of, oh, the hell, I don't want LeBron James. Again, I'm not saying, I know some of you don't want, but does it concern you that he is looking at the landscape of the NBA and saying, all right, this is a team I feel like I'd be comfortable to go to, I can win with, maybe win a championship with, that the Rockets are not even on his radar?
Yeah, it works both ways for me. I'm disappointed that the Rockets aren't in the mode where they go, hey, man, LeBron is available, and here's where we sit right now. Let's go get in the mix, at least be in the mix of getting LeBron. And, yes, it's disappointing that, we've said it for how many years, Ron, before Durant got here? How many years do we sit around and go, hey, man, build 3 through 8 and then go get the couple of superstars that can get you over the hump? And you got one of them in Kevin Durant, and hell, he had a great year and played an unbelievable amount of games given how old he is, and it still wasn't enough. And for a player like that to not view the organization as, hey, man, if I go in there, I can make these young cats better, and we can do some things.
It's just not even attractive to him.
No, it's not even attractive.
It's not even like
That's
Giannis
the scary
either.
part.
Giannis either. But Clint, if we take our minds of what we watched of them all year long, and we understand like the coaches and everything, on paper, the Warriors got a bunch of old dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're rolling through.
Yeah.
I don't even know that they have any young guys that are any. I mean, you just look at this comparative to the Warriors, to the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, the Sixers. The Rockets have two players that are 23 years old. One is a back-to-back All-Star. That's a center. That's a 7-footer. That's over 20 a game. Double-digit assists. This guy is 23 as a center that can score, pass, and rebound. And his defense has improved. And then Amen Thompson, who is maybe the best all-around defender, potentially one of them in the game, whose offense, however you look at it, has – at least numbers-wise, improve. This is another guy that's 18, 8, and 6. And you have Kevin Durant, who was second-team All-NBA. And he'll go play with James Harden. They're on the list. And he's got to go play with James. I know they got, other guys over there, but on paper, they've got all-star. They got an all-star center, another 23-year-old who was all defensive player, that these players you would think are ascending. They attracted Kevin to get here. He could play with – if I were to say to you, all right, here we go, Fred VanVleet in the backcourt, him and Amen Thompson in the backcourt, KD, LeBron, and Şengün, with Reed and Jabari Smith coming off the bench, and Marcus Smart and Steven Adams. In your mind, you would say, well, damn. That seems like a team that's got a chance.
We're at least trying.
That has it. That you could look at that. I feel like LeBron could convince himself, man, I think we could probably get these guys if we can get. It's not even a fault.
Well,
I didn't
it's
mention
clearly
that
not an
staff.
option. There you go. There you go. Get to
now,
what probably scares LeBron off.
And I don't even think it's just because of the bad kind of history that him and Udoka's had. I think even if him and Udoka had great, perfect history, there is something about there's something about this group that on paper can make sense. That because Giannis had a decision too. He didn't have him on his list either. Yeah,
Right.
It's not just the Astros. The Rockets didn't get him. They didn't. Giannis didn't want to go there either. So there is something here, even though on paper it looks like it would make sense that he'd rather go to the Warriors. He'd rather go to the Cavs. He'd rather go with LaMelo. And I know Edwards is there, but that is interesting to me. That is not it. This isn't the Rockets are turning it down. This is he looks at this and it's just like, nope.
Well, it's not that. Hey, you should do everything you can to sign him. It's you'd think you'd at least be on a short list, or a long list in this.
Yeah,
instance.
they have a and again, he is going to make like a very affordable contract to everybody. He's going to get like $15 million is what he's going to play for next year. And Lord knows these athletes love to live here and don't mind spending a year here in Houston. And this players love football, basketball players love being in Houston. And man, it's not even a thought. Someone said they watched him. He got to see them up close in the postseason. It didn't have Luka. And that is. I mean, I wonder what he was thinking in that playoff series, playing them. And even though he didn't have Luka, he didn't have Austin Reeves in some of that. He's probably just thinking.
Well, it's a great point to bring up, because that's where to me the LeBron thing is if you go up against a team and you realize just how low the IQ is, that's probably something you can't work with.
Yeah, he probably watched them up close in a 6-game series, and he knows he is working without Luka, without Reeves in most of that series.
Yep.
And he's like, hey man, I got Marcus Smart and
them guys
out here was able to pull. He was willing to work with DeAndre Ayton. Like he's like that is. I think it is, and again, as I'm saying, it is not like I'm saying yes, LeBron, bring LeBron here, but the thought process that he and Rich Paul, his agent, talked about winning is a big thing, and you can see the teams he's listed. You could see the addition of him changes their teams, and he looks at it.
From the Rockets' perspective, again, take out the fact that the coach may think that LeBron's a B word. A B.
Like Tyler was going to jump in and say it.
Like take that out of the mix. The reality of it is, if you're the Houston Rockets, if you're in charge of developing the organization and advancing the organization, I don't know how you don't look at LeBron being available and go, yeah, this could be a missing piece. And I'm not even talking about LeBron being the LeBron that he once was and overrating what he still brings to the floor physically. But the piece of bringing the IQ up and developing young players, I would argue that's more needed in Houston than anything. And so it just makes basketball sense that LeBron would at least be on their list to at least flip the stone and see where he's at. But obviously – it's either there's no stone to be flipped, or they're not interested. That's interesting.
Yeah, on paper, you look at what they have. He could. I mean, he's right. They would be right in the mix with all these other teams that they added them. They've got
can't win with it.
I mean, say yeah, man. I'll go play with James Harden, Kevin Durant. Oh man, I'm out, man. I'll go play with Draymond. You know that's got to feel like 82 games to deal with him.
Yeah.
Come on, man. No, man, that's wild. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, I got did a little thinking over my absence on Monday, and on the show Hughley is C.J. Stroud, number one. We got a luxury here in Houston. Tom Brady audio hits a little different if you're a Houston Texans fan, and I've got some really good audio. Let's see how it lines up with what the organization is doing at the receiver position. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about advanced hair restoration. Look, this time of year, the summer, it's time to feel and look your best, fellas. I know a lot of y'all out there working on your tan, out there getting a little jog in. Maybe you're working on your tan, laying by the pool. I'm not talking about any of that. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your hair, right? You probably felt like it's something that you just simply can't control. There's nothing you can do about it. Maybe you've given up. Well, guess what? If you want to restore that bald spot, you want to reverse that receding hairline, or you want to add a little volume up top, folks, where it's been thinning for years, Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event is rocking and rolling right now. So, fellas, now's the time. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. So it's next day type of stuff, and it's guaranteed that your new hair's going to grow. Y'all, this opportunity doesn't come around much, man. There's absolutely nobody in the hair restoration game that I trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. Right now is the time, because not only is Advanced Hair Restoration, they have a little sales event going on. Odds are your schedule's a little more flexible in the summer than it is most of the time. So check it out. Take advantage of that flexible summer and get the most hair for your dollar. It's pretty simple, man. This summer sales event with Advanced Hair, it's for a limited time only, y'all. Get the details and schedule a free consultation today. 8688-HAIR, one-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks away. Are you ready? We are. The best football conversations in town.
visit trimfireradio.com.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about pup?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big shout out to Hot Springs Village Golf, boys. Just the experience as a whole, man. Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Hot Springs Village. It is a retirement community up in just north of Hot Springs. They're in central Arkansas, and they have got they've got about 8 or 9 golf courses there, and they are absolutely beautiful. Tyler, I would have whooped your ass on these golf courses too. They are absolutely beautiful, and so I played a couple of them this weekend and yesterday, and I just want to tell the folks in Houston, hey man, if you ever get a wild hair, you want to play a little golf, a little guys trip or something, get you one of them stay-in plays up at Hot Springs Village. It is tremendous golf and good times, great weather, and I had a good one, Tyler. I got a little work in, a little practice in for our match.
Okay, you need more.
Oh, I always need more.
Yeah.
Always need more.
Well,
but I got
are never
got a little more in. Big shout out to Hot Springs Village. Just the golf in general. Today's Dirty Daily is powered by that.
So, you know what? No, stop it. Somebody out there, stop this and force these. Put up a round. Do something. Force these two to play. They have been talking about this since Deshaun Watson was the quarterback.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's got to be.
Sorry about that reference point.
Anybody out there? Just let me know.
Somebody.
Let us know.
Ridiculous.
Text, email, 713-572-4610.
I don't want to hear anything about your hips, your knee.
My hips? What's wrong with my hips?
You have hip flexors.
I do. I got a hip problem, not just hip flexors. I got a hip problem on this right side, but it don't affect my golf game.
He gonna say, what are you talking about?
That's why I was playing.
I didn't know I'd told you about it. No. It was a retirement community.
He didn't know he told me about it, except for all these times he's doing hip stretches and flexes during 5 o'clock
I had some time as I was on the golf course and as I was doing some traveling. I had some time to think about it. And we spent a lot of time talking about C.J. Stroud here. In fact, we're going to listen to some little Tom Brady audio here in a minute. It's going to circle back to C.J. Stroud, but you and the way that you hang on to how C.J. Stroud needs to be used. You are C.J. Stroud.
You don't think I'm being used right? I hear you.
No. No, you're
the showman.
I don't know if it's an opinion or take or what you want to couch it as, but I think I saw a video of you ranting and raving about how CJ needs to be used. And while I don't disagree with your thoughts on it, I just got to thinking, Show being so bullish on how CJ should be used could potentially be CJ's problem. Like, we need CJ to do what Show is not doing, and just understanding that they're going to use him a certain way. Like, you refuse to just understand or realize that Nick Caley's going to use him a certain way.
Oh, I understand he is. I just want people to quit with the, hey, no, he needs to, like, we need to see the CJ from the first year. Well, I just want to know what you think that the deal is. Hey, man, let's bring in a guy who has a system that probably goes counter to probably the things that I do best, and a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience, a guy that's not that's not a what would you say, a top of the line thinking offensive coordinator, a cutting edge offensive coordinator. And then let's just get back to where we were year one.
Well, when I hear you talk, I just hear you refuse to think that that CJ's just going to be a drive the ship guy, and I can't help every time I hear it. I'm like, it's not an agree or disagree. Because anybody that watches the Texans would agree. Most folks would agree. Like, hey man, let CJ cook. But when I hear you talking about it, I'm like, that's exactly what CJ's thinking in his head. That's exactly what, is CJ going to continue to think like Show, or is he going to submit and just and think like Kaylee?
They're all fixable.
Just keep saying that in our heads.
Show is
think like Kaylee.
Show and CJ got a lot in common. I was listening to the little clips that y'all posted, T, and I thought, boy, I tell you what, I hope CJ CJ thinks like Kaylee and not like Show, because if not, it's going to be a tug of war all year long.
Speak Kaylee.
Speaking of Kaylee, when he first got the gig here, they let the cat out of the bag, Ron. We were all trying to figure out, is this going to be Rams' offense when he came from McVay? I think there's still people on social media getting at me talking about when I badmouth the offense. Boys, you don't like McVay's offense? This ain't nothing like the Rams' offense. And they let the cat out of the bag initially, Ron, and they said, that CJ was watching, what was it, 04? Early 2000s.
Yeah, early Brady.
Early Brady. Early 2000s, I think is what they said, Tom Brady. And I'm one that I believe that the mentality on the offensive side of the ball, the builders of the offensive side of the ball, Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, the New England way of doing things, I think that's the way they want to build this squad. And we have a luxury here in Houston because Tom Brady is still in the game. So Tom Brady is still putting out audio. And when Tom Brady speaks, if you're a Houston Texans fan, you want to listen a little more intently, because what he's talking about is exactly what I think is trying to be replicated over here at NRG with the Texans on the offensive side of the ball. And so I think we've got one of those things when Tom Brady speaks, it's not just Tom Brady. Hell, we can relate it to our football team in a way that not many can. And Tom Brady joined the New Heights podcast, which is them Kelsey brothers, which is unbelievably entertaining. It got brought to my attention by Houston Stressens again. He's putting out some good audio. But he's talking specifically about football. He's talking specifically about building the offensive unit, and he's talking specifically about the receiver, the pass catcher position. I want you to listen to this, and we're going to bring it back to the Texans after you hear it. Here's Tom Brady talking about, again, building an offense, slot receivers, outside receivers, and this mentality, I think, is exactly what's on the offensive side here in Houston.
Our team was built differently than a lot of others. Like, we didn't always have the highest paid players. In fact, when a lot of guys would have a chance to get free agent contracts, Bill would, trade those guys and let them get paid somewhere else. And then we'd have to replace them with lesser talented players. One position that's unique in the NFL is receiver.
Yeah.
Like Jamar Chase makes $40 million a year. T. Higgins makes 30. Tyreek Hill was making almost 30. We didn't have those players. So we had to find production from other areas, and slot receivers in the NFL don't get paid top dollar for receiver. So in a way, we paired this team kind of receiver group with some rookies and some, I would say, more role type players at receiver, because we had these inside players, I'll call them, that play tighter to the formation that could still be very productive because they had great route trees. And they were maybe not vertical speed as fast as vertical speed, but they had short area quickness. And that short area quickness is what the game's all about.
That's Tom Brady talking about how they built their team, really, but how it affected their offense and how they went about offensive football back in the early 2000s. We're studying Nick Caserio here, I believe, is trying to build this team with the same mentality. I saw a chart this morning, Ron, that had the salary cap dollars allocated to the offensive line position. It had the top 20 teams, and the Texans weren't on there. In other words, they've allocated fewer dollars to the offensive line than 20 other teams in the league, even though you can argue the last 3 years they've had the biggest offensive line issues out of anybody. But the point is no star players that are making that big money is kind of how they want to build this thing. Now, I know a lot of people are sitting there, Ron, going, well, what about Nico Collins, right? And that's why this audio stuck out to me, Ron, because I believe – and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that they're wanting to build this thing in that kind of spread the wealth mentality. A lot of average paid players is better than a couple of guys, game changers, that are paid top of the league kind of money. But you look at it and you go, okay, if we're just talking about the wide receiver position, they actually paid one of those guys $30 million a year. Nico Collins is a $30 million a year wide receiver that's prioritized, however, and he's used in the manner of what you just heard Tom Brady speaking about. Is they were more like role players outside, and then we kind of highlighted the slot receiver, right? And that's the problem here is I think they're trying to build it like they built it in 2000, but they somehow ended up paying a wide receiver $30 million a year that they don't prioritize in any way, shape, or form. Side of the run, they have failed to find the slot receiver that's got that twitchiness instead of the speed that they can depend on to be a high volume guy, right? They tried. Was Wood around with was Bobby Trees, Robert Woods around CJ's rookie year,
Yep.
right? And then they tried with Diggs, who got hurt. I think he was going to be used a little bit in that role. He got hurt, and they got him up out of here. And then it went to Christian Kirk, and they got him up out of here. And now all of a sudden it's a guy that I think is a really good receiver, but we don't know who the hell Jalen Noah actually is, right? So I hear Tom Brady talking about how Bill Belichick and Nick Caserio built those rosters in New England, and I see a lot of similarities until you get to the $30 million you paid the wide receiver. Not his usage. His usage is exactly what Tom Brady was talking about. The way you prioritize him is exactly what Tom Brady's talking about. But you gave him $30 million a year. You just re-upped him. And that main piece that's so important to this offense, they haven't been able to find one of those guys. So the mentality is exactly what they want to do, but it seems like they've got a couple of pieces that are out of position.
Yeah, I think also when you look at Brady and them, Brady and that crew, they had a really good offense, pretty good offensive line to start with, and I think they're trying to replicate that because their coach was a genius, and I think they're trying to do that with Cole Popovich. I think that's just
Josh McDaniels, and to be honest with you, it was Josh. Who was it? Josh
Charlie Weiss ahead of him.
Charlie Weiss and Billy O was there for that damn near undefeated run. Wasn't he the OC there?
Yeah. Listen, and I think a big part of this is also these are things, and the way they ran things also were things that ran into the skill set of Brady too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think these are like him getting it out quick to the slot guys, tight ends, the middle of it. Like I think these things also worked hand in hand with Brady.
Well, that's the other piece of this audio that I think is so sexy for all of us here in Houston is like what you just heard Brady talk about is what I think is a very difficult mindset for a C.J. Stroud to really any quarterback, but C.J. Stroud to completely buy into. You know what I mean? Like the thought of, hey man, we're just gonna work inside and win with twitch and make yourself available, and we're gonna get the ball out of the quarterback's hand. We're gonna stay ahead of the chains. We're gonna make the right play. Like and never be this team that goes out there and goes, my guy's better than yours, and we're gonna go get it. Like never be that team. It's hard as a quarterback to really embrace and own what like Tom Brady's mindset of offensive football. And against your fans is to watch that and see if CJ can do it.
Listen, and again, I think CJ has a skill set where he is going to be a good quarterback in damn near every system that isn't the option. Right, I think his skill set allows him to be able to be good, right? Just like he was last year. He wasn't like this his rookie year, but he played 13 and a half games, and he's over 3,000 yards passing, 19 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. That does not suck. Over 63% of his passes. Like he's going to be good, and you would think he's probably going to be in year 2 of this offense, and maybe they are kind of collaborating. That's the word they've used a little bit more, so it could get better. It's just we saw the way he played the first year of his career, and they have gone away from that version.
Yeah.
And even Bobby and them, the second year, they kind of moved and took more chances. They've gone away from that, and now it's just a completely different system. So, I mean, everyone's like, you want to see him play like the guy that played year one. They've increasingly gone away from that.
Yeah.
that style of play in which we've seen him be MVP worthy.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see to draw the parallels to what was going on in New England, and I think there are a lot of them here, and I think that's by design. I think Nick Caserio is the one doing those things and building it that way. But the interesting piece is it seems like they're paying a guy as he was Jamar Chase, as Tom Brady said, as he was Tyreek Hill, and then trying to use him like one of those role players. That's one of the most fascinating things, or not fascinating, frustrating things to me. If you're talking X's and O's and scheme of on the offensive side, there's a lot to talk about, but the usage of Nico Collins has been mind-blowing with both coordinators, if we're being honest. And I know he's had some good years. Hell, he emerged and he became a Pro Bowler, and he's one of the better receivers in the league. And so it's an interesting thought to wrap your head around. But the reality of it is, you watch a game with a Jamar Chase caliber receiver in it, and watch how he's used. Puka Nacua, watch how he's used. Justin Jefferson, watch how he's used and moved. The kid in Seattle last year, watch how he's used and moved. All the guys that are in that top receiver category in the league, and then you watch Nico Collins, how he just stands over there on that damn sideline. I mean, it comes out of the game half the damn time. It's wild to watch how he's been used. So, but when that audio comes out, in my mind, it makes more sense.
Just one of the guys.
Just one of the guys, baby. Do your job. The ball's going to go to whoever's open.
And hopefully,
if that's the case, you don't need to pay a guy $30 million a year.
Hopefully, the guys are better around it, and it works out more. So hopefully for that. All right, coming up, as we will try to get caught up here, information in history on the big news of the day, as Janice McNair, a co-founder of the Houston Texans, passed away earlier today. We'll talk to John McClain, the Hall of Famer, and get his thoughts on the life of Janice McNair. That's coming up next.
Hey, look, if you're out there and you're even thinking about selling your home, I'm here to tell you, man,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Spain, it's official. They are in the World Cup final. They defeat France 2-0. I think France was favored in this, but Spain, early PK around the 20th minute, and then they got another goal in the second half. And they've given up one goal the entire tournament, and they shut out France, who had been favored and had been scoring at a high rate. So Spain will move on to face the winner of England and Argentina coming up tomorrow. So the World Cup is starting to come to a close. That'll be in New York, New Jersey area at MetLife. So that's where the final will be. Tomorrow's match will be in Atlanta. But the big news of the day here is the passing of Houston Texans co-founder and senior chair Janice S. McNair. As reported earlier by the Texans, she passed away peacefully in Houston this afternoon with her family by her side. Miss McNair was 89 years old, and we are happy to be joined. The first name that came to our minds when Janice McNair, we heard of her passing, was John McClain. And he is nobody is more connected with the Texans, especially in the media, and the McNair family. And you've been here from the beginning, and we appreciate you taking out the time, John, to join in. It's been a while. We miss you. It's been a while, but we're glad to hear from you. Just your when you heard the news of the passing of Miss McNair.
Ron, I knew Janice for 30 years when I met she and Bob when they began their pursuit of the franchise to replace the Oilers after the 1996 season. And I've thought about her. I did know her pretty well. I used to go visit her in her suite. She would come to training camp and sit in her air-conditioned tent with her buddies, and I got to go down there and visit with her. And I always had so much respect for her. She was a kind person. She never raised her voice to anybody. I'm pretty sure that when Cal needed a spanking, it was Bob that gave it to him, because Janice was very low-key. She always said, don't misconstrue my kindness for weakness, because if she needed to make a difficult decision, she could do it. And Lon, she was so dignified. I remember when John Lopez was part of our group that surprised her to let her know she was getting a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Houston Sports Awards and the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, and we surprised her before it came, and she's like, I don't deserve this. And that's the way she was, Ron. She never wanted credit for anything. She was fine with staying behind the scenes, but she carried herself with such grace and dignity.
John, how, and I mean, obviously know she was around, but when Bob was putting this thing together and you were covering every step of the way of bringing football back to Houston, I know, as you just mentioned, she preferred to be in the background, but there were a lot of times where she was at the very least right next to Bob when big decisions were being made. And in your experience, how involved in the organizational decisions was she throughout them in those early days?
Bob trusted her, kind of like Cal does with Hannah. Mm-hmm. And Bob would run decisions by her, tell him what he was going to do. She was especially involved in the charitable donations they made. They gave away somewhere between $750 million and $1 billion, not just in Houston and the state of Texas, but in South Carolina, where she was from. He was born in Tampa, moved to South Carolina. They were all about giving, and she was at the forefront of that. They didn't like the attention. They told me one time when I was at their house doing a story that they were trying to get a franchise for Houston. They weren't used to all this attention, and I said, well, then you need to drop this pursuit right now because your lives are going to change. They're going to be, everything you do is going to be out there. And Bob used to talk about how much confidence he had in her, how much he trusted her. Cal was the same way. I thought it was a pretty cool deal. After she was in a wheelchair, but her mind was perfect. She always had a notebook where she kept notes on practice, the game. She had a roster, and she was sharp right up until the end, and she wanted to know about her team. And one of the things I liked, when Cal used to leave after Bob died, after his long battle with skin cancer, and Cal would go home, he would call her every day and tell her what had happened that day at practice. She liked to know. She didn't interfere. The McNairs don't interfere. Nick Caserio has control over personnel. They don't try to get involved in personnel, but they want to know what's going on, and that's the way Janice and Bob were.
John, I think one of the really cool things that we've witnessed, I know I have since I've been here covering the team, is obviously there was is a tremendous relationship with Andre Johnson, and I always thought that was unique in just how it seemed like Janice and Andre had a relationship that was not like many owner-player type relationships, especially after the player was done playing. And I'm sure Andre wasn't the only one, but can you speak to that relationship and just kind of how close the family actually is and was to the players?
That's a great observation, Clint, because Andre was their first star, their first superstar, in the Hall of Fame, and she got such a kick out of that, and they did have a special relationship. He would see her, like if she came out to practice, he would make a beeline over to see her, and it was the same thing because they had so much respect for each other, and they're a lot alike, quiet. You never saw Andre do what so many receivers do, douse himself with gasoline and light a match so he could get attention, and that's the way she was. They were both quiet, but once they got to know you, they could be really fun, and they just hit it off. And I'm glad you brought that up because I'm writing a remembrance for the Texans website Friday, and I got to point that out. Thank you.
John McClain joining us as we are remembering Janice McNair. If you are just joining us here, she passed away earlier today, coming from the Houston Texans, passed away with her family by her side. John, just the impact of her and Bob, and nobody can speak to that better than you, when this all started in the 90s and how their impact has created so much here in Houston.
Ron, their impact, there would have been no team here. We'd have been the world's biggest minor league city if it hadn't been for the McNairs. Nobody else stepped up to try to get the team. People are like, oh, my God, they're going to pay $800 million. What idiot would pay $800 million for an NFL franchise? And they were it. And Bob he could play politics. He could twist arms. He could rub elbows. He could do anything it took to negotiate. And the NFL wanted to go to L.A. Bob and Janice were always sure we were going to get the franchise because they had the owner. That was them. They had the stadium, the funding. They had the fee, the expansion fee. They had all their ducks in a row. And L.A. didn't have any ducks, much less in a row, and that's what they got. That's how they got the franchise. And people being so fired up about the Texans right now and training camp starting in 2 weeks, none of that would have been possible without Janice and Bob McNair.
All right, John, man, we appreciate you helping us remember Janice McNair. We'll be looking forward to reading your piece that you have on her. We greatly appreciate you taking time out to spend a little time with us.
It's my pleasure, Ron. And by the way, that is 2-0.
Thanks, John. I'm just trying to speak to our listeners. They may be more 2-0. They may be more 2-0, folks, than 2-0.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, that's the general, the Hall of Famer John McClain. As he said, he's known her for over 30 years. Knew her for over 30 years, and knew the McNair family really, really well. So again, sad day, but good to hear from the general and to get his insight on Janice McNair. All right, coming up, how many people had an issue with where C.J. Stroud was placed when it came to the QB rankings from executive coaches and scouts? Or are you like, hell yeah, that's where he deserves to be. That's exactly where he needs to be. He was the last name on the list, the 20th name on the list. We'll discuss that next.
All right, fellas, look.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You don't get a lot of pure sex when it comes to your teases. I just don't believe I said that, man. It
wasn't AI.
I think you spend time doing that. That was AI. That was not. I think you put together those words that I've said over the years to say, play that again. I don't think that was me.
I'm not sure I have the capability at the moment.
Of course. See, that's the AI right there.
Hey, Grok, can you... It was not AI. I do spend time on it.
I know you spend time parsing words together.
I spend time finding these ridiculous things you say because they're hilarious.
I don't.
I like it.
I know I bag a lot on Arby's.
As you should.
I know there are a few things for me. Arby's, Omaha.
Not the Payton Audible.
No. The city. Nothing wrong with the city. I just think they're getting too good of events for what they are.
You're gonna have some Omaha. It's at your
I don't
front
care.
door
I don't give a damn. I mean, I think it's a damn shame. Little Rock should get the college baseball playoffs.
Let's not go straight to Arkansas.
I don't know.
Oh, well, they're putting it in Omaha. Hell, come on, man. No, Little Rock, Omaha, same level. They may have it. Y'all got a zoo, don't y'all? They got a zoo in Little Rock.
Yeah, we got a zoo.
Yeah,
we got a zoo. We got a minor league team too.
Yeah, they don't got that. Yeah, well, no, they do. They got the Omaha Royals, but that's all right.
Y'all know I love Arkansas.
The hell with that place. It's Omaha. It's just why do they get so many big events? It's just ridiculous.
Why did you take out Arby's?
Sorry.
First?
And on Arby's, you know how I feel about Arby's. It's
disgusting.
That's not disgusting. They just have too many lanes. You got to. I mean, they've got euros. You know how I feel about them. They just got too many. They got ribs. They got chicken fingers. They got chicken wings. They got sub sandwiches. They got. I mean, hell, I forgot about the roast beef. But that little cheesesteak number they got up there, I keep seeing that commercial for. That may almost get me. Almost get me. But I got to be smart about Arby's. Arby's caused my first car wreck.
Please explain.
First car wreck, man. Pontiac Bonneville.
Is that the one with the bike rack on top that you never used?
No, this wreck led to that me getting that car.
I know you didn't have a bike on it.
No, hell no. Why would you do that? No, Mom had bought me a Geo Tracker. I was never able to pick up that stick shift. So she just had to start driving it while I was driving. I was working at Just for Feet at this time.
You had a Geo Tracker and couldn't figure it out, man?
And I got stuck so many times on
the
heels,
Geo
man.
Tracker. The Geo Tracker back in the day was a deal, man.
Yeah, I mean,
did you have some speakers in it?
I never got past being able to drive it. I pissed my mom off so many times.
You couldn't drive a standard or ride a bike?
I couldn't drive a stick.
That's what a standard is.
No, is that what a standard's called?
Yes.
Well, no, I couldn't drive a standard.
Automatic is you just push the gas.
Yeah,
a standard, you got to shift the gears and use a clutch.
Yeah, first timer. I know.
Tyler, are you kidding me? He couldn't ride a bike or drive a standard.
Do you know how to drive a stick, Tyler?
Grandpa taught me at the deer lease when I was 12 years old.
But you can get into it right now confidently.
I might grind the gears a little bit, but I can get you where you're going.
Yeah, I'm pissed off at times I had to run out and switch spots on heels. Just put it in one. Just couldn't do it. I didn't have it. Anyway,
I picked it up pretty. I had a cousin that was. I was young. He was older than me, and he got a stick shift pickup truck, and we'd get stuck at a red light, and I'd have to get out and run around there and get in driver's seat.
Oh man, my mom had to do that. She's not a good teacher.
Oh, is a teacher?
I think so.
You think I can teach you how to drive a standard right now?
Maybe. I had to go away from her to teach me how to drive a regular car. I had to go. My cousin had to teach me.
I mean, you can do it by pretty much sound. I mean, you just.
We should probably start by learning how to ride a bike.
No.
And then we'll work our way up.
I know.
I feel like
there's video footage of me riding a bike. I can ride a bike.
I mean, his knees already messed up. He falls off that bike, he's liable to mess up his other knee.
I want to. You can save gas. Apparently, is what I've always heard on the
with a standard
on the stick shift.
I mean, if you're a good standard driver, you'll probably use a little extra gas revving that thing up. But you can. I mean, it's easy. You just play it by ear. Really rev that thing up a little bit and just slightly let that gas out. I mean, that clutch out a little bit until you start moving, and then kind of just gauge it. Just you feel it.
You always let that gas out and run out somewhere.
I do. Other than my wife gets mad at me because I don't. She cannot believe that I don't break wind in here with Ron when I sit in here for really more than 4 hours.
He's respectful. It's
like it legitimate. Like it never hits me at home. At home, it just hits me, and it just like it never hits me here.
Smart, man.
It hits me all the time, and I don't fart because Ron gets upset, and now he's still calling me names.
Yeah, the amount of times you've disrespectfully done it in those small rooms is it's enough, and I won't ever forget it.
I have not had flatulence in front of you in months upon months.
I don't care how long it's been. You've done it a good 5 to 10 times.
Oh, not even.
And it does. It sounds. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Yours sounds like you got bubble guts. So yours isn't just a normal, just a little passage of wind. Yours is
go big or go home.
I mean, how much Uber Eats did you have at 2:00, and how greasy was it?
But I had to start a shift at Just for Feet.
Okay,
we get back on it. So I'm in the Pontiac Bonneville. I had to start a shift, and I normally would go I-70, bam, jump on the highway, bam, 2 exits, quick. Get right off to Just for Feet.
Hold on, show.
But to get to Arby's, and I had a taste. I really had a taste. I just wanted a beef and cheddar double,
pretty good,
and a curly fry.
Curly fries at Arby's.
Large, and I wanted the honey mustard. Had the 2 of them. Had the honey mustard in the cup holder.
You upsized everything.
You know I did.
I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
You crazy? I had upsized.
What drink did you get?
I can't remember back then when I was 16, or 17. But to go to Arby's, you got to go 40 to 70.
Oh, you got to use a whole other highway.
I got to go 40 highway to 70.
Teresa ain't gonna like this, Ron. Teresa ain't gonna like this.
Well, I was good. I got in, and man, I wanted to try to just pull up in the parking lot if I had time to just devour that before going on to my work shift. But of course, I went ahead and started early with the fries. So I've got my honey mustard, whatever, and I get on. There's traffic. I'm in the lane to get onto the highway.
Is that my
and we're
boy,
just
Ron?
not moving. And I look up in the rear view, and I could see, well, this guy's really coming hard. Look up, and I look out still, and he just absolutely
barreling down on you.
Drills me.
Oh,
right.
he hits you.
Yeah, we're in the lane to get on.
Entrance ramp.
Yes, just on there. Everybody, there's no movement. This guy was fixing his trailer. He was standing up on the rail, on the bumper, standing up on it, trying to fix something on his trailer. He went flying down the hill because the guy hit me, and I hit the trailer in front of him. He went flying down the hill.
Holy smokes!
And damn curly fries went all over the place. That damn beef and cheddar was all over the place.
Stuck to the dashboard.
Nah, man, I think some of it flew out of the window. I had the windows down, man. I was hot, man. Didn't get to eat that sandwich.
And you were on a highway you weren't supposed to be on, weren't you?
Well, it's not that I wasn't supposed to be on, but I just went. I wouldn't have had to go on that way had I not had a taste for Arby's.
So Arby's called, yeah?
Well, Arby's and that guy.
I mean, well, no, you would. Usually you'd say, man, you'd have been driving somewhere, but you were stopped on an entrance ramp. Odds are there was not another entrance ramp in Missouri stopped like that. So you were right. Arby's put you in a bad spot.
The anger that started from her voice when she found out, that then quickly shifted when she found out I was hit from behind. She knew, we'll get us a new car out of it. We're gonna get paid out of this.
Did she ever ask you if he's all right?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Linda, old Astro Granny, had to remind my dad to ask my brother if there was an accident. He was hot. She said, "Did you even ask him if he's all right?"
Gosh, damn it!
Turned into one of the brand new Ford Escapes.
There you go.
And then she showed up when I was at that barbershop with that damn car with them belt and them bike rails, bike racks, that damn hatchback. Talking about it was a deal I couldn't pass up.
You could have had a
deal
tracker.
I couldn't pass up.
You could have had a tracker, and you. God,
I tried, Clint. I didn't have it.
Kids out there, this is the deal, kids. It's the lesson behind the show lesson. Learn to drive a stick, or you're going to end up driving a Pinto with bike racks on top.
I was about to. It was not a Pinto. It was a Ford.
What was it again?
I thought it was a PT Cruiser.
It's a Ford Focus.
Ford Focus with bike racks.
A Ford. No,
get
Ford Escort. Excuse me.
Escort. Yeah. You could have had one of them clean. Back in the day, them trackers were clean, boy.
Oh, it was. It was nice.
Hey man, you put some speakers in that thing with some
Steve
rims.
Had one.
I had a partner that had some blue neons up underneath it and put neons underneath
it. Was nice.
Which has kind of made a comeback. Ain't it? They just put them under their wheels now. But these kids nowadays don't understand. We used to do it all the way around our vehicle. Man, it was that Geo tracker was clean, boy. You could have been catting around Kansas City in a tracker. Instead, you had an Escort with bike racks.
I did. Yep.
Are you kidding me?
I wasn't happy about it. She had me. I'm looking at Honda Accords. I'm looking at Civics. She just showed up when I was in the barbershop talking about I couldn't pass up this deal.
Was it a 4-door Escort?
Yes.
That's a station wagon.
Yes, it was.
That was a station wagon. That wasn't no Escort.
Did it have wood panel?
It was Escort. That's what it was called. It
Escort
did not have
wagon.
I started to say this wench. I can't believe she be stuck with this.
Hopefully it's huge. I'm telling you, man, around with that Escort wagon, man.
It started with she wanted me to get my ass kicked. I believe she wanted me to be bullied.
Bugle boys and Escorts.
Bugle boys. Man. I mean, pay less shoes. She had me in.
Oh hell.
She didn't care. Oh, just wheels.
I just got the red carpet.
I had that curfew on Saturday night. I was a junior in high school at 10:30.
Bad things happen after that, man.
Thank God for her siblings. Dad, Teresa, he gonna go crazy when he go to college. You gonna sit there and got him in here till 10:30. Then he gonna be able to. Nobody tell us.
I know I did.
Coming up, 5:00 fire. As a lot going on. News from the Houston Texans. We'll get you caught up on from hearing from Cal McNair on the passing of his mom. MLB All-Star game tonight as well. We'll get you ready for that. And in Spain, they advance over France, and we'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive. But remember, hey, folks out there, DraftKings, it is live in all 50 states, which means, yes, it is.
and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is news from the Houston Texans. Sad news from the Houston Texans as they sent out earlier today. If you're just joining us, it is with profound sadness that we announce Houston Texans co-founder and senior chair Janice S. McNair passed away peacefully in Houston this afternoon with her family by her side. Miss McNair was 89 years old, and the Texans chair and CEO, Cal McNair, also with comments saying Mom was exceptional. She exuded kindness, radiated joy, and had an endless amount of hope and love, and lived an incredible life centered around faith, family, philanthropy, and football. It is impossible to describe the profound gratitude that my sisters Ruth and Melissa and I feel for her as our mom outside of our family. Nothing mattered more to her than her beloved Texans. I remain honored to lead this franchise and build on the foundation my parents set when they brought football back to Houston. My mom leaves an indelible mark on our family, our team, our community, and her giving spirit will always be embedded in the fabric of our organization. While I'm heartbroken, I take great comfort in knowing she is now reunited with my dad, her favorite teammate. We talked to John McLean earlier. If you missed that, he was on with us around 4:30. You can find that on the podcast page on the Odyssey app. But a tough loss for the McNairs, the Houston family, and as you heard there, the Houston community.
Yeah, Ron. I mean, just prayers up to the family and the organization. Obviously, everybody's so close to Bob and Janice as they brought football back to Houston, as they made this thing possible for all of us fans out here. Just a sad day, man. I mean, you talk about John to hear, as you mentioned, John was on a little earlier talking about super soft-spoken, preferred to be in the background and not be in the forefront kind of deal, and didn't want all the attention. And it's no surprise that Cal now, as the owner of the Texans, and as the at least from the ownership perspective, he being the voice and the face. No surprise that he's on the soft-spoken side and prefers to be, to let the players and the coaches and the general manager front. And just when you can do that and be successful, man, it makes things a hell of a lot easier. So tip the cap to the job that Bob and Janice were able to do, obviously with the Texans bringing the football back and the time that they spent here in an ownership role, and the legacy that they left, man. Big, obviously prayers up for the family, and pray that everybody stays as strong as they possibly can through this process, and the Texans and Cal McNair and Hannah McNair will continue to represent admirably as Bob and Janice always did.
And no doubt you'd assume that we would see tributes to her. I would imagine there's probably going to be a patch on the uniform or on the helmet, sticker on the helmet. We'll see her acknowledged, I would imagine, throughout the year. So it could be a very special season this year for the Houston Texans following the loss of their co-founder. Again, if you're just joining us, co-founder of the Houston Texans and senior chair Janice McNair has passed away. Any more that needs to be updated on that, we will certainly do so.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight the All-Star game is live in Philadelphia. Dylan Cease versus Christopher Sanchez. Sanchez is the hometown guy. He plays 59. inning scoreless streak that he had earlier this year. So he has had a heck of a year. But I am really curious how into the All-Star game people are. Yordan Alvarez is the lone representative for the Astros, and he is bat number 2 tonight for the American League as the DH. So he'll get at least an at-bat, maybe 2 in this game, and I'm sure people will be watching that. But how fired up, how into this are you, the All-Star game tonight?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not at all. I mean, 0 to 10, I'll give you a 1, and you mentioned the reason.
Oh, God, you said a 1?
Oh, yeah, you mentioned the reason. Yordan Alvarez, best hitter in baseball, obviously being given his due respect with that 2-hole spot in the American League. And so I'm interested to see kind of how he performs just because he's one of us. He's an Astro. But beyond that, man, like it is just – I've tried and this isn't just a baseball thing. This is really – you look at the Pro Bowl in football and what it has become. You look at the All-Star Weekend in the NBA. Kind of what it's become. At least the NBA is kind of searching to figure out what hits and what doesn't hit with all the different formats that they've used. Major League Baseball.
The formats they're doing it makes it kind of interesting a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's at least an effort to acknowledge that your All-Star Weekend isn't what it once was, and the slam dunk contest isn't what it once was. And look, I know I'd argue that the three-point shooting right now today is what is the same appeal that the dunk used to have back in the day. So I get it, but it just for me it lacks the pop. I all of it. I'm not just talking about the NBA now. I'm talking about Major League Baseball. Bring it back home. There's just, whether it's the home run derby or the All-Star game, the exception of seeing how the Astros that are involved perform, with the exception of that, man, it's a hard watch for me, man. It's hard to flip that one over there.
Text line tonight, last 2 coming in. There's an All-Star game tonight? Question mark?
Who knew?
I am a man and I love baseball, but I'd rather watch the Hallmark Channel than the All-Star game tonight.
Ooh, I would not.
That's tough.
I would not.
There's some good ones over there.
I think my mom and my mother-in-law may watch the Hallmark Channel every now and then. I'm be honest with you, it's a tad bit depressing. I'm off that.
I mean,
I'd rather watch the All-Star game. It just seems to lack star power. And maybe and not all these guys are young guys that are up and coming, but it just seems to lack, like Drake Baldwin. And sorry, Drake, I've come to you multiple times. Is that the Braves catcher?
Yes. Brandon Marsh. He's been around for a minute. I mean, maybe he's really come on. We saw C.J. Abrams, a pretty good player with the Nationals, but and then in Rice, not a really highly known name, but he's hit a lot of home runs for the Yankees. Shea Langoliers is starting for the American League, and like Cody Bellinger, he's not that type of guy anymore. It feels like the star power is
What about from a healthy guy perspective?
Now, Vlad was supposed to start, and he had to step out for injury, and so was Aaron Judge and Shohei. And
so you've got 3 of your top guys that it would make a home run derby, take a home run derby to the next level. I'm guessing.
I'm not sure they would have all competed in it.
Well, I'm saying if they did, if Major League Baseball really and the players actually put into this what they should put into it. You got if those 3 guys were healthy, you'd have those 3 guys. I don't know. Mike Trout, I just saw him taking BP before the game. I don't know why he wouldn't be in the home run derby. Our guy, Yordan Alvarez, don't know why he wouldn't be in the home run derby. So, I mean, you get down to – you put those names in a home run derby, hell yeah, I'm watching.
By the way, those 2 guys are probably the 2 lone big star power hitters.
Yordan and Trout?
Who have, like, over the last 20 years, who hasn't participated in the home run derby. Mike's never done it.
Yeah,
he's the only other big-time star slugger you can think of over the past 15, 20 years.
Well, I don't blame some of the guys with
like Mike Chronic.
Sorry, yawn. We're talking about the All-Star game. I don't mind back in the day or back last year and before when they were it was a clock and you're swinging as many times as you can. The out thing makes it a little bit more controllable for these guys. So I just don't. I don't know, man.
The pregame show is the most appealing thing as they run up here on us right now with Jeter, Ortiz, and A-Rod. I mean, it's almost that might be the most appealing thing.
It's one of those things. From don't care enough to participate. Why the hell should I watch?
Yeah, I think baseball players care more to like to participate in the games. Now, the home run derby, I'm not sure, but in the games. But it just feels like the league is lacking star power right now.
Well, the cool thing is the kid that won the kid that won the home run derby last night actually made more money last night than he's going to make all season long. So that's a plus.
Yeah, you got guys making $700,000.
Yeah, $700,000 in the home run derby.
Yeah. Now, it's just Dylan Cease. I don't know, boy. Just a interesting thing, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm really intrigued to see what the numbers are going to be, because like I said to you, I don't care what I think they probably had a better chance with Spain and France in that prime time to get better numbers. But All-Star game tonight, Jordan hopefully gets 2 at bats, and it could be a thing if he has a big night and gets going like he has all year.
5 o'clock fire.
Speaking of that, did that Spain defeated France 2-0. John McClain, as they were live from Arlington, Texas, 2-0. I feel like that's the first time I've said nothing. I feel like I've been saying Neil most of the time that I've been here till John McClain's ass came on here. But they win 2-0. They will go to the final. Was that what you needed to happen? Was that the outcome you were looking for?
No, I'd like Mbappe to be in the final. Actually, to be honest with you, and I needed France to beat Spain. That Spain was out. Now I'm gonna have to have England win tomorrow, and England then go on to beat Spain in order for me to win the points.
That's right.
But yeah, no. Look, I don't know. That is a typical game. That was a Final Four game that we just watched. It aired at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, whatever the hell the time was. Number one, number two. It was really, it was a 1-0 game for a good chunk of the game, and that 1 point was scored in controversial fashion on a free kick or a penalty kick, whatever you want to call it, where a guy literally jumped in the path of the other player's leg and jumped into the path of his leg. The guy that was kicking never saw the guy. He ended up kicking him and accidentally kicking him as he was trying to kick the ball out of the air, and that resulted in a penalty kick where they scored, where they made it 1-0 and led the rest of the way. So, not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of how it turned out. Didn't really move me. The time tells you a lot about what's going on here. But yeah, I don't know. Not a fan.
Yeah. But
go England.
Let's go England, which we've always thought we'd hear from Clint Stoerner.
You sound like you're from London.
Spain awaits, as you said, the winner of England and Argentina, as they will face off in Atlanta tomorrow. And the final is in I think in Jersey, New Jersey, MetLife is where that will be. So we'll see as this thing is coming to a close. But sorry, Clint, you couldn't get rid of Seth Payne.
Yeah, I mean, not a big wire. So I need England to win tomorrow, and then we'll beat up on Seth Payne head to head, and I think I'll win if that happens.
I think Reggie and them said as we thought it would be Seth and Clint. That's what we knew it would come down to.
Yeah, I mean, I picked my team with. I mean, there's some strategy there.
I know you didn't pick your team.
5 o'clock fire.
I know if we picked our teams, I know I wouldn't have cozied up to Iraq.
Iraq wouldn't have been on your squad, huh?
would not have been on my list. You mentioned it earlier, Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals. He won the home run derby, first ever St. Louis Cardinal to win a home run derby, and he was getting booed like hell because he defeated the hometown hero for the Phillies, Kyle Schwarber, in that home run derby, and he needed 6 swings on his last out. Needed six home runs there late, and he was able to take the lead and really win in a walk-off. He described what it felt like to win. He said it was a lot of swings, a lot of pressure, but I think I just had fun no matter what. Every round I was having a good time. So, listen, as you said, I was not into it, and I think for me the names probably was the big thing that didn't get me there. I hope this is a situation where Jordan Walker becomes a elevated star or something. I wonder if that is the case. I am really curious to see Netflix's numbers. By the way, that I did not love that. It took me a while to get that thing to find. Oh, it's Netflix. Oh, let me run over here to Netflix. I was looking up all over YouTube TV trying to find that damn thing. Then I thought, oh, Netflix. Let me jump over to Netflix real quick. By the way, I did not catch Michael Irvin. I know he was supposed to be a part of it. I missed Playmaker.
Did he make it?
I don't know. I never saw
Mike,
him
man.
or anything or any clips or anything about Michael Irvin. But and congratulations to him. But it just, again, as we were talking about the All-Star game, it just felt a little dull, a little bit, and just wasn't something that reels you in and gets excitement. And I think you said this earlier. The home run derby is probably the best event of any of the All-Star games. Now, I know people who like hockey may argue, some of the things that they do on their weekend, but the home run derby seems to be that. Hopefully they can get a list of guys that are really intriguing. At least, one or two major sluggers, and I know Bryce Harper was there, but major sluggers, and I hope Yordan considers it. I hope Yordan Alvarez considers competing in the home run derby.
Yeah, look, the crazy thing, Ron, is to me that's probably the most difficult one to screw up.
Yeah.
You've got guys, 2 days ago that were swinging the bat, and obviously injury hurts it, but that's the piece that three marquee names that are the draw. I would tune in, but this group, I like Kyle Schwarber, but I don't need to see him hit bombs. I'm not even though he's leading the league in home runs, I believe.
Yeah.
It doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, C.J. Stroud, top 10. Let's see your thoughts on where he ended up. Did you think it was fair? Do you think it wasn't? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, fellas, look. As you get older, you need to make sure you get them testosterone levels checked because the truth is those levels, they decline, right? We know it, we feel it, but we
up in Major League Baseball. Plenty didn't want to go out on the limb and go WNBA basketball. There were some bets out there for him.
Oh, man.
Didn't want to go for the All-Star game tonight.
We'll get back to putting money in pockets next week.
Who's going to score first? The AL.
See, that's not a wager-dry family.
With Jordan batting second?
Dylan Cease on the mound?
No. Too
He's on the
gimmicky.
mound for the AL, I guess.
When I give you best bets, I know they're a sure thing.
Well,
until they're not.
Okay. I mean, he came out there with confidence, man. I know they're a sure thing, Nick. Damn it.
A lot more confident than I'd be betting anything else.
Know it, baby.
Friday, return.
Friday returns. Boy, they get some time off, don't they?
They really do.
They deserve it, man.
They do. Yeah, man.
I mean, there wasn't any load management in the first half of the season.
Yeah. Hey, Altuve, man, get you some rest, baby.
It's a long season, man.
Pena.
Altuve was hurt for 3 weeks, wasn't he?
Pena, get you some rest. Yeah.
It's a long season, y'all.
Pena, you just need to get over to stretch lab, man. Get them hammies loose.
Stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, and a little bit of that too. Everybody get a little bit of that in too.
It's a panty dropper.
Yep.
Did you? It is. He needs to rest too.
Being a Major League Baseball player, he is.
It was. I was scared to death. He hit a chopper his first game back. I thought, oh, hell.
Who, Pena?
Yeah, he's got to leg it out. That calf. He legged it out. It was good to go. Good to go. All right, Clint, when you knew they were going to get to the quarterbacks, Jeremy Fowler does that every year when he gets to the executive coaches and scouts. You knew they're going to get to the quarterbacks. Did you think that when they got to CJ and they started ranking the quarterbacks, that the first number would start with a 2 when you got to CJ Stroud?
No, that was surprising. Now, I'll say this. I'm not surprised after looking at the list. There's nobody above CJ Stroud that surprises me that is above CJ Stroud. It's the company that he's – and I'm not saying I agree with every one of them that's above him, should be above, but it doesn't shock me. It doesn't surprise me. All things considered, it doesn't surprise me. I think what does surprise me is the guys that he's literally next to, or I guess if you want to say behind, because he was the third one mentioned, the last one mentioned last. On the whole list.
Last on the whole list.
But where I'm getting at, the part that really hit home to me is I think he belongs in the honorable mention list way before he belongs on the list with Daniel Jones. And I think Daniel Jones was fine. I think Daniel's done given that he's the one that the owner came out and said we've done everything to make sure this guy fails in his career when he was in New York. I mean, I think he's rebounded well. I think he's okay. I like Bo Nix, but when it comes to playing the quarterback position, throwing the football, and really overall resume, CJ's is better than those guys. And so that's the part that surprises me a bit. Is kind of, had he fallen at the bottom of the list of honorable mentions, I'd have been like, all right, cool.
The honorable mentions: Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts.
See, if he fell at the end of that, I'd be like, okay, that's fair. It's about right. But boy, falling out of the conversation, other than also getting votes, boy, that's a steep fall for CJ, man. And I think he overall is better. Talent-wise, I think he's better than the guys that he's next to, obviously, in Bo Nix and Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite a drop, right? This continues with the offseason and how people view him. He was the number one honorable mention last year when they did this list, and he's dropped to the last, barely clutching on to the list. He dropped from 11 to 20 on this list. And what percentage would you say his 2 playoff games play in him being where he is?
Oh, I think it's healthy. I mean, I think the way he ended and the way he played in the playoffs this year, probably 25%.
Yeah, I would have thought it'd been higher.
Well,
how hard
look,
he dropped.
I think the reality of it is there was going to be a drop either way you slice it, a fair drop. So I think he was going to drop out of the top 10 any way you slice it. And then he's keeping company of guys, Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts, that have recently won Super Bowls. So, obviously it's hard to put him above those guys. And then you add into there, he played awful in the biggest moment of a year where it was up for grabs in the AFC. I think that had – I go back to – and I know a lot of people maybe don't care this deep or maybe just don't see it this way or it's hard for me to think that somebody that covers a team and is around the team can't at least see where I'm coming from. Like the appearing to not be the general on the offensive side of things and the alpha leader on the offensive side of things and the guy that's legitimately, hey, this is the offensive pillar that we're building around. And I'm not talking about the ability. He can throw the football with anybody out there. I think given that we're talking about coaches, scouts, and execs making these decisions, I think that has a heavy hand in this ranking as well. The fact that his organization didn't pay him an extension when most quarterbacks that have done what he's done get that extension, I think that played a part in this. And so, yeah, I don't be honest with you, I don't have a problem with any of the honorable mentions or top 10s that are ahead of C.J. Stroud. I don't think it's disrespectful that those guys are above him. I think it's a tad bit much that Daniel Jones and Bo Nix are the company that he's keeping right now.
I'm not surprised by the list anymore, just based off everything that has been talked about with him since the season ended. I like it. It feels like, and I get that point that you made. I could see how scouts and executives and coaches could weigh if they feel like he is a guy that's the guy running the show. Yeah. The guy that I could see how they could weigh that more than potentially others. I do wonder, just as a whole, I'm a bit surprised overall in the thinking. I'm a bit surprised that it feels like a lot of people feel like he's just lost it that much, that quickly.
Yeah.
In a years from, because I bet you last year I wonder how many questions there was about him being like a guy that can be your face, the leader, or a guy that cannot turn the ball over, or a guy like whatever it is. It feels like people have just thought he's just lost it to that.
Yeah.
The
further removed we get from that rookie year, that sensational rookie year, the harder it's going to be on him. And since then, it's been pedestrian. It's been good. I'm saying he hasn't done some good things, but you remove that rookie year piece from it, the hype and everything that stemmed from that. I mean, it's left a lot to be desired. And again, a lot of it's not on him. A lot of it, I'd love to have that conversation. We have many a time. There's several reasons why it is the truth, but it's just been somewhat pedestrian since that rookie year. He's had his moments, some big moments, but there's also been just as many letdowns. So I don't know, man. It's crazy how far he's fallen, man.
And how crazy he's fallen of people that just last year viewed him a certain way. But we'll see where this is. I think a big thing for him, Clint, is he needs to play football.
Bad.
Like
people need to see.
I think he needs to play a preseason game or something. Because honest to God, I feel like many people, and not just the fan base. I can see that from the fan base, but I feel like many people, when they close their eyes and they think of C.J. Stroud, they just think of moments from the Patriots game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean
I don't think people, when they close their eyes and they think about Justin Herbert, they think about his lowlights.
Well, you know what I mean? Right.
Or other players that have had issues.
Well, they're already, the thing about a big problem is when you think about the Texans, you think defense first, which rightfully so, right? And then you get to the offensive piece and you get to the quarterback, and right now, to your point, CJ needs to play football again, because he needs to play well, and people will remember that piece instead of the way it all ended. The last two games where we saw CJ play, I mean, it was 10-plus turnover-worthy plays or whatever the number was, and it just it definitely weighs on your mind, man. It's finishing that poorly at that big of a position in sports is a hard one to stomach.
All right, coming up as we continue again, as we said, no T-Mill best bet, so don't be banking on that. And we'll look at the Astros. They have some time off. What do they have to do for this season to not be a failure? Is it playoffs or bust? We'll discuss that coming up next.
What do you have to do to fight Father Time? the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I appreciate you guys jumping in. We love it when you're a part of the show. You guys are the biggest apologists for Stroud. Believe what your eyes have seen. He was terrible the entire season after the 3-week concussion. He was terrible the entire season after the 3-week concussion. I'm not even sure what that means. The worst back-to-back playoff games in history of the league is not an illusion. It's a fact. Well, I mean, it's your facts. Your fact that he was terrible throughout the season. I don't believe he was terrible throughout the season. I think he was terrible in those 2 playoff games, in particular the game against the Patriots. But, yeah, I believe what my eyes say. And I've watched every one of his games. And so I would hope so have you. And maybe you haven't.
Look, I mean, as hard as I am on CJ, I'll take one random telling me I'm a CJ Stroud apologist. That's the first time it's ever happened to me. I'll take it. I will take it.
Take it, yeah. I tell you what, boy. There's maybe a conversation in there.
What's that?
At some point. Oh, boy. If this season goes, I mean, to me, if CJ just plays the way CJ has primarily played, and you would think another year in this system, he probably gets a better understanding, maybe a tad bit better offensive line, and hopefully they are, and I would say hopefully for your sake too, if you're a Texans fan, they are. The collaborating thing is real. Ooh, boy, he's going to be. He and David Mulligata, they are going to be hard to deal with. I don't think there's going to be any kind of discounts. He gave us a small glimpse into how he's feeling when he came out that one time where he said he feels like he has done what he's basically paraphrasing, done what he needed to do to earn. He kind of gave us a small glimpse into what I'm gonna play good ball right now. Boy, if this thing now, if he starts to play like he did against the Patriots and the Steelers, then yeah, many of you are going to be right. Boy, he's going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah, like as I said before, look, we might as well get ready. I mean, this is going to be. They're not going to put C.J. Stroud in a position. Now, he may put himself in a position to do some things negatively, but they're not going to put him in position to repeat what we saw. Against the Patriots. I mean that was all in all. That was awful all the way around, and including CJ. And it just unfortunately, as a quarterback, when good things happen, you get all the credit. When bad things happen, you get all the credit. Whether it could be. I mean, the OC can go out there and call 4 throwing the ocean touchdowns, and the quarterback's going to get praised for throwing 4 touchdowns. Just like when the quarterback's struggling and not seeing things clearly, and instead of running the football, the offensive coordinator continues to throw the football. The quarterback's gonna get all the hate, So that's part of it. I just don't think they're gonna put him in a position this year to have that to happen. I think they're going to protect him at all costs, which is going to unfortunately is going to impact his numbers and his ability to get that contract year, that last ditch that contract year.
We shall see. We shall see what this looks like. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access as Harris is say big day for the Texans. They'll be remembering their co-founder Janice McNair. So stay tuned for that. I'm sure some great stories. If you missed it, we had John McClain on earlier, and he spoke and gave his thoughts about Janice McNair, knowing her for over 30 years, as he said. So if you missed that, it was a good conversation. I'm sure Mark Vandermeer and John Harris will handle it tonight as well. That comes on right after we get done. And then Area 45, they will take things over. They were off last night, so I'm sure the takes are ready to roll tonight as Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. I saw Seabass around here somewhere, a.k.a. Mid-C, a.k.a. Colin. Head and Shoulders. No, he said he was. What he said? He said he was Pert Plus. I think maybe he used Pert Plus. I remember him specifically saying he does not use Head and Shoulders. Which
I'm trying to think of some of the other brands, man. Definitely.
What's the one where the lady was having the orgasm in the commercial?
I don't know.
Tyler, you know it. Tyler, what's the shampoo? What's the shampoo the lady was having an orgasm in the
Herbal Essences?
There it is. Yes.
I don't know.
You know what I'm good at with trivia, huh?
I couldn't remember what it was.
Is Mid-C an Herbal Essence guy?
I'll have to ask him. He doesn't use any product. He doesn't use hair gel or anything.
He said he on his shoulders. He said that is not what I use.
Oh yeah.
What he uses.
I mean, he's got to be one of those guys.
He's got to be Pert
He's
Plus,
not a
right?
dove.
I mean,
I don't even know what all's out there.
You know what he might be? He might be the guy that's efficient. He may be a guy that just
body wash
7-in-1 Old Spice.
Yeah, the 3-in-1 body wash where it says it's body wash and it's also shampoo. He may just go ahead and tackle that.
Yeah, you're right. That's where I'm going with it.
Yeah, that feels like a real move that Seabass would make.
I just hate the way you said that.
We're smart.
Yeah, you're right. You're spot on right there, Chief.
That feels like him. Yeah, that feels like him.
Have y'all noticed Seabass kind of has like Lego hair though? Like it looks like you can like unclip it and put like an astronaut helmet in its place.
I think that's disrespectful, Tyler. I don't know.
I don't mean it disrespectful.
Well, I know you don't.
Says just your observation.
Here he comes.
Looks like he can interchange. Like you could just unclip his hair, put on a cowboy hat in its place, clip it on, or like an astronaut.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a compliment.
I don't think it's not a compliment.
Well,
does
or
he
an
love
insult.
It? Cowboy hair.
I mean, he's right outside. He's right outside your door, Tyler. Let him in there and see if he.
Let him in.
As long as I leave my mic on, he stays out there.
Oh, that's right. Leave it on. Leave it on.
We're talking about things right now, as he can see, as I wave my hands around and talk with you guys and speak.
Since your mic is on, start here. The Astros, for this, do they have to make the playoffs? Do they have to make the playoffs for you not to consider this a failure this season? The second half.
I would maybe go even a step further.
This team.
No, maybe not. But
Tyler, you haven't even gone to a game yet. Maybe you went to one.
I haven't.
No, you haven't. You don't even. That's the expectations
weird.
that you have for this team. You've not attended a game, and now you're going to step further than just make the playoffs.
No, but they do need to make October for it to not be a failure for sure. To answer your question,
really, they have to be competing and stay above 500 for me to be. It would be disappointing. I mean, a failure is if the Texans don't make the playoffs, that's a failure.
Sure,
a complete failure. Anything else to me is a disappointment. Maybe it's different for you.
Yeah, I mean
that's tough.
I'm completely disappointed, and it's a failure if you don't make the playoffs. All of it. If you don't make the playoffs in this terrible ass American League, in this terrible division,
they're not great.
I'm gonna be disappointed. I'll be honest with you.